I choose not to go into issues which are right now very volatile. As volatile as an acetone bottle, you know, you open it, it disappears. So, but that's a good one. So the reason why I had everybody do this was that your brain could either focus on one, right? So the idea that today is to have the conversation and your attention on the conversation here. Now I'm going to ask you all to do a simple thing, and that is imagine you're standing in a jungle. If you'd like to close your eyes for like a second and imagine you're in a jungle. So the reason why I had everybody do this was that some of you, any answers? 3 to 4, good answer. Thank you for the answer. Any more answers? How many? That's over imaginative. But you would find 20, 30 trees around you, maybe the foliage and all the greenery, right? So now I want you to imagine if I were to take you and magically just elevate you, make you float up, and I take you above the forest, maybe 100, 150 feet above. How many trees do you see? Countless. And that is the idea today to be here. It is about having our focus with the conversation here, so focus on one thing at a time. And the idea is that we are so embroiled in our day-to-day life, that's like being in the jungle. We only see the things that are around us. But today it's time to take a break, elevate our thinking. We want to look at what is coming next. And with AI, automation, we have so much of conversation that's happening with respect to not only skilling, but jobs, how is it going to be affecting various industries, how it's going to affect the college education, and how is it going to be affecting students, how will companies get skilling up to date for their employees. So these are a lot of fundamental questions that are there. Yes or no? How many of you say yes? These are some burning questions for today. Raise your hand. This is called a callback, so I keep your attention going. Good. So that is the reason why we're here today, to elevate ourselves, to take a break from that everyday life, and to be here and to have a focus and attention on the conversation that's happening on the stage. And I promise you, as the moderator for today, I'm going to keep it light, peppy, and along with it, we are going to have some amazing conversation, which is going to be very thoughtful and insightful about the days to come. So are we all ready to begin? Yes. That was so enthusiastic. Are we ready to begin? Okay, let's do this. Before I get the final go-ahead, so I have like a few minutes. This part of the audience is one team. And from here, this part is one team. So people on my right, team on my right. Are you ready? Good, some good noises, good voices. Okay, and people on my left, are you ready? Oh, before I could say 1, 2, 3, are you ready? They're like enthusiastic people. But that only came in from the front row. What about the people at the back? Some of them are yet glued on their mobile phones as if they're discussing the stock market for the next 100 years. So, are you all ready? Okay, good. So we have some amount of energy going in. What I also like to do is, before I start, is like to charge ourselves up, because I take brain-based training on how to handle yourselves a little better. And we also will be having a similar conversation like this with regard to leadership. I'll introduce that wonderful lady in a short while. You'll get to know about her in a short while. And so I also like to, share some insights about things about what happens in our head. So when doctors were researching people who are depressed, what happens to a depressed person? Mentally, they are down. They're not in a good space. What happens to their body language? Goes down. But when they took these same individuals and they changed their body language and they were forced to hold on to that body language for a good part of the day, especially when they were taken to a beach, asked to imagine that just with the word imagine, they were asked to imagine that they are feeling good, or how would their body language change if they were feeling good. So they were asked to hold those specific poses, or their body language was supposed to change and hold those poses. They actually found that they started changing their thinking patterns. So I'm going to ask you a question today. How many of you are, okay, so we have different levels of energy right through the course of the day. Yes or no? But do you know, having energy levels is a choice of your own. Sometimes you wake up with energy level 5. That's like 50%. Okay, I'll just go to work today. How many of you are at that level right now? You can be honest. 5, 6. I was at a 5 in the morning today. Or a -5 if you correlate it to the temperature. How many at 6? How many at 7? 6, 7, good. 7, good. 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10. Good. So, but what I'm going to ask you to do is, imagine if you are at level 10, what would your body language be like? How would you be seated? If you're someone who's super enthusiastic, super energized today, and super happy to be here, is going to be focused here, and you're at level 10 of your energies, how would you be seated? Sit back like that. Sit back, straight up. Where will your chin be? Where will your smile be? Done? Now bring one hand up. Bring the other hand up. Good. Sir, can I have my beats, please? What I've found is that I'm going to just bring up the energy levels in the room. Get your hands up, everybody. Yeah. With the beats. Let's go. 20 seconds. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Everybody in the house, whatever's been happening, doesn't matter. Put it out of your head. It's time to be here. We're going to be here. Let's go. 5. Only people on my right. Go. Lovely. Keep going. People on my left. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, that's the way. You don't stop. Come on, everybody now. Everybody, 10 seconds. Put some energy in it. Take some air in. Feel good. Put a smile on your face. Put everything else out of your head. Be here with us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to say 5 to 0. On 0, you're going to say a big yeah. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was so anticlimactic, right? So now, but I see a lot of energy in the room, right? So now, this is a choice you make. So you keep your energy levels high, and we keep going right to the course of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning our official proceedings for the day. All my dignitaries and chief guests are here with us. And I'll move on to the podium. It has been a long-standing tradition, ladies and gentlemen, in our country, that fire, and across various cultures all across the globe, fire has been called as the purifier, the bringer of light. Metaphorically, light dispels darkness, and so forth. So we also have a lighting of the lamp ceremony here, with the aim in our hearts that this light will be metaphorically throwing light today to the burning questions that we have for the rest of the day that we are going to be having a conversation on. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our chief guests to join us on stage, and I am very honored, pleasured, and I'd like to thank them first of all for being here with us. And let me call on our first chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief at BW Business World Media Private Limited and founder for Exchange for Media Group. Can I have a big round of applause for Dr. Anurag Batra sir to join me on stage. Give him a thunderous round of applause. Chinmay sir is there with him. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pleasure and an honor, sir. I would love to maybe have a conversation with you and learn some more things from you also, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll just call upon our next set of guests, the Chairman, AICTE, All India Council of Technical Education, Government of India, Professor T.G. Sitaraman. Sitaram, sir, on stage, please. A very special guest. I've had the opportunity to talk to him on numerous occasions. Thank you, sir. That's Professor sir on stage. The founder of ISF, the former Special Chief Secretary and IT Advisor to the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, J.A. Chaudhary sir, on stage, please. Give him a thunderous round of applause. He's been here with us for all the other 3 events. We really appreciate his presence with us. The chairman at ITTL and chief mentor at MyAnatomy. Can I have Ganesh Shenoy on stage? Co-chair at ITTL and member advisory board at MyAnatomy. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Harish Patel, sir? Can we have you on the stage? The Director, Career Advancement Services, Chitkara University, Bindu Bala ma'am, can we have you on stage? And तालियों की आवाज़ जरा आज दिल्ली है, थोड़ा धड़कने वाली आवाज़. Can I have a round of applause, please? Let's keep this going in the morning. As I told you, a very special lady will also be going to be sharing insights. Very proud to have her here with us. I also had applied for the Indian Fauj. I have done conference out. Fauj ka bahut khana ration khaya hai. And didn't make it, but it was a great 5-day experiences which I've had at the rejection center at Allahabad. Can I have the ex-Indian Army officer who's going to be here with us, and she's going to be having a conversation later on for Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi. Ma'am, please join us on stage. Bindu Bala and Tyagi ma'am joining us together. Pleasure, ma'am. The founder trustee at Nirman Foundation, member of program committee, Gandhi Smriti and Darshan's. He's not with us? Okay. Okay. The CEO at T-Hub, he's our skilling partner. Also, can I have a round of applause for Srinivas Rao, sir? Chief Executive Officer at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Can I have a big round of applause for Shrikant Sinha, sir? He's our skilling partner. These were our knowledge partners. And both, they go together. Founding Director at ISF, Mr. Sheshadri, sir, can I have a round of applause for him? Mr. Sheshadri V. CEO and founder at GoCloud Software Solutions, Manav Prasad. Manav, sir, please join us on stage. It's been a thank you to all the dignitaries, first of all. And another distinguished gentleman, CEO IIT Kanpur, Nikhil sir, can we have a round of applause? Join us, please. We'll request our team to take over with the proceedings. Can we have a photo op, please? Gentlemen and ladies on the stage, we'll request for a group photograph, please, first. Photographers are more dangerous than Gabbar Singhs. They want everything perfect. And I'll request Batra sir to please lead us. Manav sir, please assist us. Take the and let this lighting of the lamp may this light take us forward, guide us, and dispel darkness, and at the same time serve as an inspiration. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. We'll have one more picture, please. Second photo. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's begin the official proceedings. So let's begin our proceedings. Are we ready? Oh, where's the enthusiasm? Are we ready? I just charged you guys up really well. So, ladies and gentlemen, our inaugural keynote address by a gentleman who's a fantastic personality. He's a first-generation entrepreneur, an angel investor, a TV show host, an author, a mentor to many budding entrepreneurs, a board member, an educationalist, and a book lover and a book aficionado. He's the founder of Exchange for Media Group and the chairman of BW Business World, and has served as the board member of his alma mater, MDI Gurgaon, for 42 months, and is also the chairman and president of MDI Alumni Society. Ladies and gentlemen, he believes that if you make your hobby your profession, you do not have to work. So for the inaugural keynote address, please put your hands together and give him a thunderous round of applause as I invite Dr. Anurag Batra on stage to join us. Welcome, sir, and a pleasure and an honor to have you. The dais is all yours.
First of all, it's my honor and privilege to be here. I met some friends, some industry leaders I haven't met for a while. Happy New Year to you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor T.G. Sitaram, who's the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. He's a very distinguished educationist and has really brought in the last few months a lot of dynamism and activity to the AICT, continued the good work that was done in the past few years. So good to see you, Professor T.G. Sitaram. After many years, maybe 4 or 5 years, I met Mr. J.A. Chaudhary, who's himself been a pioneer in fueling the innovation ecosystem. I remember now that we are also doing a FinTech festival and a lot more, and why not? But I know the first FinTech festival was done by you in Vizag. I came for that and really used to work in NVIDIA, and we were talking about, look at what is happening to NVIDIA. We're talking of innovation, and look at how it's beaten Intel and everyone. As you know, he used to work for NVIDIA and used to be president South Asia. I see a lot of friends, some new ones, and some I see our friend Mr. Venkat from the Telangana Higher Education Council being here, and we've collaborated on many initiatives together. So good to see you, sir. Normally I see you in Hyderabad, so it's good to see you here. A lot of friends from the academia, friends from the media, friends from the corporate world. I'm here because Chinmay and Thalis got me to do this. And I can say that I admire what Chinmay does. He puts 100%. I remember he reached out to me and said he wants to meet me a year back, and I met him. And for next 90 minutes, he was telling me what he is doing. And I saw the passion and the commitment he has in his own understanding of what is needed by corporates, because he was the head of placements of a large university. He understands what is needed, and he's trying to bridge that gap. And this initiative, the initiative of the India Talent League, is also an initiative to be able to bridge the gap. He's asked me to talk about innovation, and I'll first of all, I want to ask all of you, if you had to rate India on innovation on 1 to 10, where would you rate India today in 2024, on 10th Jan 2024? 7. Okay, any other? 6. So that's not bad. I think in the last few years, India has improved. And I can say that if we have to get to 10, we need more forums like that. But traditionally, what do you think has held India back in terms of what we should be doing in terms of product-led innovation, business process-led innovation, and very importantly, services delivery innovation. What has held us back culturally? Huh? Culture. You're close. Can you go one level down? Okay. You're very, very close. So you're exactly very close to the word I'm looking for. Okay, that's one, that we are the sweatshop of the world, we are the back end of the world. But the word that I was looking was fear of failure. I think the reason India had, as a culture, our parents never encourage us to fail. Failing means being ostracized, right? So we have a culture that only celebrates success. We do not celebrate failure. And I'm not suggesting we celebrate Rahul Gandhi, but on a serious note, we only celebrate success. And I think if we let our children to experiment and the culture allows them to fail, then that mindset of creating something, experimenting, pivoting, orbit changing, whatever you want, they'll eventually get to what they need to. And I'm reminded of a quote from the book, The Last Lecture, where Randy Posh says that there's nothing called failure. It's all experience. He says, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So really, I think at a young level in schools, in families, in homes, in society, we have to let our young adults know that there's nothing called failure. Failure is part of the success equation. It is an experiment. It is an experience. I think that's the culture change that has happened in the last decade or so that has brought us. If I'd asked this question, you possibly would have said 3, 4, definitely less than 5. Today, the fact that it is 7, and that matches with my own assessment, is because somewhere this fear of failure is not there as much as it was there earlier, at least for the new generation. 3 weeks back, we did an initiative, the millennial and Gen X change makers. I met innovators who were from 4 years, 7 months young to 23 years. That was we had 24 speakers. And that's the one conference I sat through except for an half an hour where I stepped out for a work. Those young adults who were 10, 12 years of average age in that room were doing tells us that the future of India is in safe hands. Now, also, since you'd asked me to talk, I normally say that I don't use PowerPoint presentations because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Chaudhary's friend and Venkat Garu's friend, so I mean, really don't have to do that. But I did prepare one since I know that Professor T.G. Sitaram is there. He may re-nominate me on the MDI board from ACAT, which he got me off this year in June. I'm very subtle, sir. I was born a Punjabi, but that's okay. I have done my time. I'm happy. More people should be on the board. So I prepared a presentation, very brief. I want to ask you, sir, it's a new presentation. It's not the one I made in Chennai. So I can tell you, sir was our keynote speaker and chief guest at our BW Education Higher Education Symposium. How many of you know this guy? I mean, I've given his name, but do you know who he is? Please don't Google him. You can Google him later. Do you know which cricket team he plays for? Does he play for a cricket team? Who's he? So no one knows him. Anyone knows him? So he's a young Israeli. He must be around 35 now. You can check his exact age. His name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. Why am I showing his picture at a conference which is about bridging the gap between academia and corporate world and innovation, fueling innovation at the school level? In 2012, he was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He's left the base camp of Mount Everest and he was very close. And then one of his fellow climbers and friends, who's Israeli, died. Another third one was about to die. So he had a choice, either to be the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and it's a big deal. First in everything is a big deal. Or he could have saved the life of his friend who was dying. Guess what is the option he exercised? He saved the life of his friend. He came down, and he was very close to the Mount Everest. So he's like, in the process, he had frostbites. He had to get 2 of his fingers amputated. He doesn't have them. Subsequently, he's become a search and rescue professional, photographer and a speaker, and he did become the first Israeli to climb the Mount Annapurna. I think while we teach our children or in schools, AICTE over the last 9-10 years has tried to bring real world into classrooms without, theory is also important, try to keep the curriculum in tune, bring flexibility. There's a certain vision the new education policy has, and AICTE is a very important part of it. But the first lesson we need to teach children is kindness. I think in a world that is increasingly because of social media, there is so much pressure. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things which I believe are important for innovation. It is not an usual talk. You may say, what I've had for breakfast or I had for dinner when I prepared this. But I really believe innovation is secondary. First is you have to be empathetic to yourself, empathetic to the environment you are in, you have to be kind. So first is having a class on kindness in the schools. In kindness is about kindness in practice. Kindness is not a concept. Second thing, which is very underrated, is sleep. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? I hope nobody sleeps in the day, but that's why I say in the night. Except people at Business World, right? They sleep in the day also. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? 2 people, 3, 4. How many is 5, 6, 7, about 10 people? How many sleep less than 7 hours? A lot more, almost double, right? How many sleep 8 hours? Good, this is the first audience. Honestly, I've done this over the last 30 days multiple times, where there are almost 3 times who sleep more than 8 hours. Anybody who sleeps more than 9 hours? Okay, I do on weekends. How many of you sleep less than 5 hours? I have lots of CEO friends who sleep less than 5 hours. How many of you sleep less than 5 hours? Not a good thing for you, okay? Now, sleep is there are 3 pillars of health. First is sleep, which is 60-70%. I'm not saying experts. I'm not an expert on sleep. Second is nutrition, which is a very 30%. So 60-30. I'm simplifying. They're all, you have to come together. And then is movement, exercise. Sleep is the most important. If you sleep well, you'll be mindful, you'll eat better, you'll be in conversations. When you talk to someone, you'll be fully in it. You'll absorb better, you'll get ideas better, you'll innovate. But in India, there is a sleep deficit. We are doing a study of 30,000 various slices of the population. I promise you, we are a sleep-deprived country. And then there are 2 more companies or kind of companies that are making sure that we stay sleep-deprived. Can you guess which companies? So one, content companies, they want you to binge watch. Start watching a show at 10 p.m. and watch it till 4 a.m. I have done it twice in my life, right? Maybe twice, thrice. But mostly I don't compromise on sleep. Second, in fast food delivery companies, you can order pizza at 2 a.m. in the night. It'll come to you in 3 minutes. No traffic, Mr. Sitaram, at 2 a.m. So sleep. This is a book I read 10, 12 years back by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep. And you can watch the YouTube video. I promise you, anyone who will watch the YouTube video, read the book, will not compromise on their sleep. Because we do so many things. We run, we walk, which are very good. We eat all the right things. But we don't sleep enough. I think if you sleep well, trust me, especially in children, they have pressure of performance, peer pressure. I have 2 children, 20 and 16. I know the pressure they have. Talis is a daughter who's in class 10. So really, children have lots of pressures. They don't articulate them. But if you can let them sleep well, even if it means being very disciplined with them and strict with them, and over a period of time, they'll get used to. But I'm talking, when we talk in schools, do we educate children to sleep well? Be kind, so, and then I read this book 10, 12 years back, and I read it last year. I think in June, I was going to Bangalore for a Business World Healthcare event, and I read this is the new edition. And this is one chapter from the book or somewhere in the book, which says scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer, it enhances your memory, and makes you more creative, and so on. And that is sleep. Just sleeping 1, 2, and it's also the quality of sleep. I keep my phone away. I'm a very active person, but in the night, I keep my phone away in my study. I've been doing it for 10, 12 years. I don't keep it because then I'm tempted to pick it up. And honestly, in the last 30 minutes, I get lots of ideas because I'm alone, I'm sleeping, no phone, no nothing, and I do get ideas, right? But I calm myself and I sleep. The third thing, I'll come to this. The third thing is sustainability, which I must say is being taught in some schools. Students are being exposed. Children are being exposed. And children, through the influence of internet, media, through various initiatives, are becoming more and more sensitive about sustainability. This is a cover I read of the Time magazine late last year, and it asked, what is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's not a place on earth, it's the oceans. The shrinking oceans are making sure that we are endangering ourselves. The excreta of the large mammals, really, those of you know, these things, it really absorbs carbon dioxide. So ocean shrinking is not good. So teaching them what sustainability. I just want to say that if we teach children or sensitize children, sometimes teaching is difficult. They learn by example. They learn through doing. They learn through experiential learning, if I may use that. Teaching them these three things along with the softer skills of listening, because they have their phone. They have now artificial intelligence. And again, Chinmay talked, we are doing this in the era of artificial intelligence. How is it impacting us? I'll come to that. I genuinely believe the more artificial intelligence grows, the human skills that were relevant in the 90s, that were relevant in the 20s, that were relevant in the 21st century, will be even more relevant. And artificial intelligence will make progress, so it will create stuff which is unique. I won't say original, I'd say unique because it is past. But I was reading this book by a new, by the CEO of an AI company who was also at Google, and he's come up with something called a personal AI assistant, which is empathy. The empathy is built in by what have you done in the past. So he or it's called Pi. It will paraphrase everything. So you don't need to see a shrink. You talk to your Pi. It will tell you about your past behavior. It will rephrase so that you know that there is empathy. He's listening. He knows it's not that is happening. But the value of human touch or talking to a human being, we could have done this on Zoom. You shouldn't have traveled from Hyderabad, right? But the fact is, we're doing. So I genuinely believe, like in every other century, there have been fears about things, and human beings have been able to use advancement in technology to their benefit by being balanced about it, by minimizing the negative impact. I think the role of artificial intelligence in schools, in education, in learning, and especially in the business world and corporate world, will only enhance what is happening. It will not diminish what is happening. And I can give you many examples. Also, artificial intelligence, by definition, is what you did in past. So for real creation, you will still need the inspiration and the perspiration and the gurus to be able to do. Yes, a lot of that will happen through a touch on the screen, but really artificial intelligence is a friend, is a guide, is a mentor, is a tool. It's not going to replace. 3 years back, EduTech was at the peak, at the peak of Corona, we all were questioning the value of campuses, of face-to-face classroom education, the value of teachers. I remember doing a session with Professor T.G. Sitaram and other leading academicians, and we talked about it, and the word was hybrid. I think we are fully back to classrooms because there is something about the classroom and having an interaction with the professor or talking to you like this face-to-face, which is not there. So without going into too much, I would only say that artificial intelligence can become tools for information and knowledge. And there is a school of thought which says that in schools, teachers will do a discussion and not an instruction. That is what will happen. Because the knowledge would be there. But again, that is debatable. Because classrooms are about focus. They are about being in the moment. But who knows the future? I certainly don't know the future. I would like to end by saying that really the future is going to be bright. India as a country is making strides. We today on Business World ran 2 articles. How India, I don't think it's left to anybody's imagination. In the next 6 to 10 years, we'll do better than we've ever done. We will, when the Prime Minister would talk about a 10 trillion economy, some of would laugh. I think it will happen sooner than faster, sooner than later. And the other thing is about, yes, there is a dollar exchange and that reduces the size of our GDP in dollar terms, right? But I'm sure even on that front we'll catch. India has shown leadership in many domains, while in education in past, we've learned from American schools, from European schools, the Danish schools that we used as example of learning. I think the future belongs to integrating technology, the learning of ancient Indian wisdom, and very importantly, the traditional methods of teaching are, in my view, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, are here to stay. Artificial intelligence must be taught in schools, must be used in schools, but artificial intelligence is a tool, it's not learning by itself. Thank you, God bless you, and I wish all the stakeholders that are in this room well. I want to end by saying that there are 3 H's and 3 C's that you must remember. I keep reinforcing them. If you really want to learn, you have to stay away from 3 C's. First is complaining. I think if after COVID we are healthy, alive, our families are healthy, our communities are healthy, our businesses are doing okay because they provide livelihood and impact, we shouldn't complain. Comparison, the biggest thing. Social media is about comparison. I have 10,000 likes, he has 20,000 likes. I think we shouldn't compare. Each one's journey is unique. And third is criticize. Sometimes we criticize and their people, leaders, without knowing the choices they had, without knowing their journey. So I think stay away from the 3 C's, and as I keep saying, the 3 H's that matter is hope. I genuinely wake up every day believing today will be better than yesterday, tomorrow is better than today, and give whatever I do my best. Second is hard work. Maybe I'm a little old. I genuinely believe whatever you focus on grows. Chinmay is focusing on fostering this bridge between academia and the business world and provide livelihood to students. I think the more you focus, the more it will grow. So hard work and focus and impact go hand in hand. And last, third is humility. As you grow, as your impact grows, you have to be more humble. Because if you want to be innovative, the first quality that you need is humility, an open mind. An open mind and humility go together. So have an humility to be able to accept ideas that you don't understand because we don't even know what we don't know. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, but I'll request you to stay back. We'd like to honor you, and we'll be having our team. Yes, sir. Yeah, they're moving that.
Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
I would like to borrow. Sir, I cannot hold on my excitement to share 30 seconds to share few feelings. These feelings are, I'm borrowing a statement from my daughter. If these feelings can be bottled, and if someone wants to sell these feelings, he would be a billionaire, he or she would be a billionaire, that kind of feelings. I would like to tell, first time when I was talking to Ganesh sir to build something on the ITTL and bring academia and the corporates together, he suggested me, why don't you try to reach out to Anurag sir, and I'm sure he will help. I was little bit not sure whether I'll get a response. Somehow I got the number of sir, Anurag sir, texted him, and I was surprised that immediate response came from sir, and I don't know, there is a different kind of feeling altogether, felt like, I have won the world. And immediately he said that I'm in Mumbai on this date, you come and meet me. I did not think once also, booked my ticket, meet him at Taj Hotel. 45 minutes he spent with me. I spoke within this 45 minutes, got a chance to speak 3 minutes. He was busy with everything, but he was attending me. 3 minutes I got a chance to speak to him. He spoke to me 10 to 20 seconds by telling one line. I like you. I like what you are doing. I am with you. My whole BW business world is with you. The family is with you. Whole exchange for media is with you. You go ahead. That's the statement which has given the energy, ignited the passion, and what we have completed today is our 4th event, starting from 12th October at Tea Hub, Hyderabad, to 2nd November at Leela Palace, Bangalore, 22nd November at Hyatt, and today at Delhi. Sir, I don't think, I have any words to express. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
much. Far
much.
too much credit. Only thing I saw somebody who wants to do something, his first generation. He has so much enthusiasm and passion. So I said, whatever we can do, we'll do. And I think he's giving us far too much credit and me too much credit. He's being kind, so thank you.
So I would request everyone to just, have a big clap for Anurag, sir. That's something only. Sir, a small felicitation for you.
So we'd like to honor you, and we'd like to, first of all, thank you. I would like to call upon the board members of ITTL, Mr. Ganesh Shenoy, Mr. Harish Patel. On stage, I would also like to call upon our ITPL board. We'd like to call upon Nagan Gowda sir, can we have you on stage? And we can have Manav Prasad sir on stage, please. And we'll request you to please be in the center. And we'd also like to call upon a gentleman who's been here with us for all the 4 events. Jay Chaudhary sir, can you please join us? He's been instrumental in helping us, guiding us with his vision, his thoughts, his connects, and so forth. आप लोग की तालियों की आवाज सुनकर एक शेर याद आ रहा है, अर्ज करूं? चलो बीट्स के साथ, come on, let's go, everybody. And Batra sir, we'd also like to thank you for lending us a powerful person from your team. Talis Rizvi sir. Sir, Rizvi sir, please just stand up. There he is. Please raise your hand. He's been with us with all the 4 events. Thank you so much. A fantastic human being. He's the Director for Projects and Communities at BW Business World. Thank you to both our dignitaries. To take this evening, the afternoon or the early morning forward. Once I have the go ahead, shall we move ahead? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to actually take this time, since we had Dr. Batra here with us, we thought we'll get him also involved on stage with us. And we'd like to actually get on stage a very fantastic gentleman and honor him and award him the Amulya Ratna Award. And for this, I would like to call upon Dev Jyoti to join me. And by the time he joins me, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. J. Chaudhary has been a pioneer in the Indian IT landscape. He's laid the foundation for the tech revolution in Hyderabad. He's renowned for his role in Portal Player and NVIDIA, and now he shapes the future by mentoring startups and leading blockchain standards, fueling innovation in the digital era. For this, he's also been conferred with the title of the Digital Vishwakarma Award, but right now, sir, Amulya Ratna Award for being here with us. Thank you so much. He also faced a personal issue at home, but he yet took his time out the last time to be here with us. We were so honored, the whole team back at the end when we were discussing it, we were so honored that you were there with us, sir. Thank you for that commitment that you have shown. We are really honored and humbled to have you here. And I would like and request Dr. Batra, sir, Dr. Anurag Batra, sir, joining us back on stage. Please give him a round of applause. And Dev Jyoti, please join me.
Right. So Amulya Ratna refers to a very priceless gem whose value is difficult to quote, as it is not comparable to anything else that exists. So J. Chaudhary sir has been a true Amulya Ratna for all of us here at ITTL. Why just ITTL? In fact, for the entire startup ecosystem and India as a whole. He is well known for the fact that he is very open to mentoring and supporting people when they approach him. And this makes him truly a Amulya Ratna worthy figure for us here at ITTL, because he has been a constant pillar of support for all of us here at ITTL. Now, sir, please bless us by accepting this title of Amulya Ratna on this occasion, sir.
Come on, let's have a round of applause and let's keep the applause going. Thank you to both the dignitaries. आप लोग की तालियों की आवाज़ सुनकर एक शेर याद आ रहा है, अर्ज करूं? दिल्ली है यार, यहाँ तो इरशाद आना चाहिए. गौर फरमाइएगा, गौर फरमाइएगा. आपके इन हसीन चेहरों पर, आपके इन हसीन चेहरों पर उदासी कभी अच्छी नहीं लगती. आपके इन हसीन चेहरों पर उदासी कभी अच्छी नहीं लगती. अरे तालियां तो जोर से बजाया करो दिल्ली वालों, ये कंजूसी भी तो अच्छी नहीं लगती. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed further. We'll be having our next keynote address, and the gentleman that's going to be joining us is an eminent figure in the field of technical education. He has been appointed as the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education, that's the AICTE, Government of India. With a remarkable career spanning over 3 decades, he has held prestigious positions such as the director of the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, and the senior professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His expertise lies in geotechnical and infrastructure engineering, seismic microzonation, and soil dynamics, and he has published extensively in these areas. He has also made significant contributions to the development of innovative technologies and has guided numerous students and industry professionals through his workshops and consultancy projects. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next keynote address, Professor Shri T.G. Sitaram sir, please give him a big round of applause as he joins us on stage. Kanjus log. Come on, a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. First of all, I'm an engineer, so AICT, we have a good understanding of you, of what happens. Thank you, sir. And you'd like to...
No, thank you. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. So Dr. J. Chowdhury and Dr. Drup Tara and all the distinguished people who have assembled at this India Tech Talent League. Happy to be here this morning. For the tsunami warning, So it's very, very important for us to prepare our community for such large natural disasters. But what Japanese have achieved in sometime, soon after the World War II, in less than 100 years, I think that's what we are all aiming to achieve in India. Every sector of Indian higher education. Friends, today we are all here, assembled here for this very interesting workshop or the India Tech Talent, okay? And thank you, first of all, for having me as a guest for this Tech Talent League 2023. We are already in 2024. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers for creating such a diverse platform. And I understand that this is the fourth in the series, started from last year. And to showcase the best practices in the field of education, innovative AI solutions, automation, and cutting-edge technologies. Friends, the skilled technical talent is very essential for harnessing this potential, effectively ensuring its responsible development, and maximizing its positive impact on the society. So all of us have heard about AI from Drup Tara ji, what it has really given an opportunity for us. But let me tell you my own impression of the artificial intelligence in our society. Friends, when I joined AICT, that's the time ChatGPT was sort of announced. That was last year, okay? ChatGPT 4 came out. Then, one evening, I was just sitting and thinking about, I just joined AICT to understand what it does. Because many of us, when Anchor told us I understood what AICT is, I'm one of the graduate. But let me tell you, from my last 1 year, many of them have not understood what AICT does. So even recently we announced that we will also, monitor the quality of our undergraduate management education. There's a big hue and cry. They were worried why AICT is taking over. We are running this very effectively. I just wanted to tell them AICT is not taking anything. Okay? AICT is not an institution for that. AICT is All India Council for Technical Education, is a standard setting body. It's only set the quality parameters for us to evaluate in higher education, particularly particularly in the area of technical education. So there, we are not only handheld, so we actually, as a body, started even as a 1945, as an advisory body to Government of India, then British government. In 87, when large number of engineering institutions mushroomed in the country, particularly in the state of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. So 87, there was an act came in and made as a regulator. But I would like to assure you, in the last 6-7 years, formed itself. Parents, they are going to select what kind of education what they want. So, friends, AICTE is today, I call that as a facilitator. And coming back to the AI, when I was sitting, I wanted to understand what AICTE does. So let me see what these artificial intelligent models, chatbots, have understood about AICTE. Believe me, when I asked to write, it threw about 15-20 pages of all, because it's all what is there in the internet. It just collated and threw at me back within 10 seconds. So I was not very happy because I was not able to read that 10-15 pages. So I said, I don't know what it came to my mind. I said, write a poem about AICTE covering everything. Believe me, in 10 seconds, there was a beautiful poem about AICTE covering all its activities better than what I understood by that time. That was mind-boggling. Then immediately, I was not satisfied. As a human being, I said, write this poem in Hindi. In another 5 seconds, an Hindi poem covering the activities of AICTE was out there with 4 stanzas. So what do we think about in a poet's job? Even if I asked a poet to write this poem, he would have taken 1 year. Let me tell you why. Because he has to understand what AICTE does first. And read all the material, churn it in his mind, and then think about writing a poem. At least 6 months, if not 1 year. Because I remember at Indian Institute of Science, we asked Dr. Subbarayappa to write about Indian Institute of Science history when we completed 75 years in 84. And in pursuit of excellence. There's a book has been written by Dr. Subbarayappa, a professor of English. And he came on sabbatical for a year to Indian Institute of Science. At that time, when Dr. C.N. Rao was the director. And it took almost a year to write that book. So, this poem, really, and also we always think that poet job comes by, either through your genes, and that's what we always, quote. Either somebody should be the poet in your family. You cannot acquire the skills of a poet. But this AI tool has acquired it, ladies and gentlemen. So, are we worried? That's the question. But anyway, I did not satisfy there. I took a delegation on semiconductor to Taiwan. And then, when we visited, for Taiwanese, Taiwan itself is not a completely independent country yet. When we visited, they thought that the big delegation has come from India, 10 vice chancellors and then chairman of AICTE. So they had arranged all the students' project also on display. One of the student project caught my attention. This boy has developed a robot to play a guitar, the music. So that's, I think, I have seen that in many of the Institute Innovation Councils, AICTE, Institute Innovation exhibitions. Many of our students also does that, because nowadays the development of a robot is not a big thing. But what it attracted me, that particular student project, is he has used AI to even compose the music and play that through a robot. So this is much more worrisome than the poet job what AICTE did. The AI did a poet's job by writing a poem. Now, a musician job is also taken away by the AI. It's again, please think about this. The musician is again a skill which we thought that it could not be taken away by the machines. So, are we worried? So, I completely agree with Batraji on this aspect. I don't know whether he left. I think he has left. Okay? That, this is a tool which is created by human being for the betterment of the human. So I don't think we need to be worried about the artificial intelligence. But what is that we need to be prepared for? So ethical use of AI. I think there is a lot of debate should happen now. Because otherwise, the way we teach, or even a computer science professor is scared today. Why? If he gives an assignment to write a code, student will submit a code written by ChatGPT to the teacher. That code is much better than what a human being can write. Okay, at least as of now. Maybe not a very complex thing. So you could see now the threats of AI also coming in. So we need to now, friends, need to debate, discuss what are the positive effects of AI, what are the ill effects of AI, and how ethically we could use the AI. That's where ITTL has set up a committee to look at, to address, to understand how effectively we can use. Friends, all of us, all of you are here, I think majority of our engineering graduates, isn't it? I think majority. Because that's where, India has done very well, because we generate about 1.4 million engineers every year. Okay? This does not include the diploma graduates. That's again another 1 million. So I come from an institute called Indian Institute of Technology as a director. When I came out, I was just looking at how many graduates from all IITs put together come out. Can you take a guess? 15,700 graduates graduate from all the 23 IITs. How many graduates come out from AICTE institutions? 1.4 million. This is the number, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we need to be focusing on the quality. So that if all these are quality engineers, we can be the engineers of the world. Okay, we are already. If you look at all the companies, you name a company where Indian diaspora has not contributed. It's very hard to find a company without an Indian being part of the system. Not only just in the lower level, at the higher level, in the top level. So all the top CEOs of top-notch companies, very successful companies, are Indians today, ladies and gentlemen. And we have done exceedingly well in STEM areas. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And some of us have already added arts to it, STEAM, okay? And then some of the IITs have added YUM to it again, and medicine, so that we can take care of healthcare. Friends, look at, we have two verticals we need to really work today in India. One is the knowledge creation, the other one is the skill development. The knowledge creation, friends, IITs have done reasonably well in the last 20 years. Okay? If you look at the history of Indian Institute of Technologies, all of you know, how many are graduates of IIT here? See, only one professor. That too, he became a chief secretary of the Telangana government. So you can see, he never even practiced his engineering. He went into administration. And his contribution is among us. I have read about Dr. J. Chowdhury. But what I'm trying to say is, all our IIT graduates, IITs were, you will agree with me, 1951, We started the first IIT, Kharagpur. I think many of you would be surprised. By 1961, we had 5 IITs. And 1994, the 6th IIT born, that is the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, where I was the director. 7th one was Roorkee. 8th one was BHU. By 2002, there was a survey done how these IITs are contributing to the research ecosystem in India. Believe me, they were at the rock bottom. This survey was presented in Current Science. You can read that article. And it said all publications published at that time in 2003 or 2002, one Indian Institute of Science was much, much greater than, I put double greater than sign in front of Indian Institute of Science, all 8 IITs put together. That was the story of 2002. In 2023, IIT Madras has surpassed the number of publications of Indian Institute of Science. IIT Bombay is in the top 50 of the world. IIT Kanpur is top innovative institutes of the world. I mean, at least India. In NIRF Innovation Index, IIT Kanpur came at the top. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in 20 years, from 2002 to 2023, these IITs have become institutes of Indian technologies. Inventive is going to be held in IIT Hyderabad next week, on 19th. If some of you have not marked your calendar, go there and look at the innovations of the Indian Institute of Technologies. We did that last year when I was the director of IIT Guwahati at IIT Delhi, Inventive, the second. This is the third in the series. Friends, lot of positive things have happened. In the last 2 years, look at the companies, which have become the unicorns, 110 plus. And when, Honorable Prime Minister, I heard a speech or a small bite in the video, he's talking about when in 2014, when he took over, there were 100 startups in the entire country. Today, more than 1.2 lakh startups. So how the startups ecosystem has emerged, just like that, there is a lot of hard work done by the Ministry of Education, and many of you, every one of you have contributed to that. Friends, research and innovation is going to be the focus. That's going to be the future of India, and AI is going to pitch into that. AI is the future of innovation. And today, with huge digital public infrastructure we have created to the whole world. Look at, some of them are mind-boggling. Even countries like America are scared of. For example, vaccination. How many crores we have done? It's all data available digitally. Okay? And Aadhaar is again a mind-boggling exercise. And the next one is going to come, watch out, is the Skill India portal. Skill India portal, if you have not seen, please watch that. It's going to integrate the entire skill ecosystem of the country. Skilling is going to be the key, ladies and gentlemen, other than the knowledge creation, which I just talked about. Okay? So India, how it has done in knowledge creation, let me tell you. Today, we are top 5 country in the world in research publications. Top 5 country in the patents filing, okay, and awarding. And top 3 in the startup creation in the world. So we are we are already there, ladies and gentlemen. As Honorable Prime Minister keeps on telling us and reminding us, Vikasit Bharat at 2047, I don't think we need to wait up to 2047. It will be much before that. The kind of infrastructure what we are building is the world class. I got myself associated with the highest elevated rail bridge construction, and completely done by Indians, okay, which is across the Chenab River, Chenab. Okay, this is it's almost ready, because the other part which connects the Srinagar to Jammu is the one I'm talking about. Okay, right now the trains are running up to Katra, which is the Vaishno Devi temple. Many of you might have visited. But already the trains are running in the valley, in the Srinagar valley, but the connection was not there. So this is the bridge, Chenab Bridge, which is 355 meters above the river bed level of Chenab. And the entire slope stability for 15 years it has taken, almost 15 years. So I got associated in 2004 with this project, and we were there up to 2019 till this foundation's stability. I'm a geotechnical engineer, completed that. Another classical example of infrastructure we have built is, I can go on many. So, but I will tell you which is touching the hearts of every Indian, which is Ram Janmabhoomi, Ayodhya temple. Because you could see Jai Sri Ram, Sita Ram is here. Why I am telling you is, I was associated with the foundation design of that. The entire foundation was a unique foundation designed for 1,000 years life. Very unique example, okay? It's not an ordinary temple. Why? Because it's the aspiration of 1.4 billion people of India. And the way it has been projected now, all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, whether it is rivers of water come from every river and every people, and it has become a movement. I think whether we like it or not like it, this is the time India has one unique identity for us. So friends, today with AI being the key in front of us, innovation learning, access to information, personalized learning with such large digital public infrastructure, what I explained to you, 3-4 of them, digital literacy becomes a very important criteria, friends. All India Council for Technical Education has taken a big step. Many of you may not know what it is doing, because I would like you to take your time, little time, go through the websites, okay? This time what we have brought a completely very, very revolutionary approval process away from a regulator. We opened up, so quality will survive. Quality institutions will survive. And we have brought the entire undergraduate education in management and undergraduate education in computer applications into the fold of quality. They will be working, they will be giving degrees wherever they were giving before. Their administration will be same, but the quality initiatives, whether teachers training or maintaining this standard of teacher-student ratio, and then new curriculum with mandatory internship. Friends, I have to talk about two initiatives of AICTE. One is the AICTE internship portal. Today has more than 2 crore verified students registered on our portal. 75,000 plus companies on our own portal offering the internship. And this year approval process we made, 1 semester compulsory internship to every engineering student of the country. Okay? And AICTE second initiative was the placement portal, which we have just started for the rural and tribal area engineering institutions. Only this year, because we want to start first them so that they survive the wrath of all these bigger institutions, so that they can show the placement, because finally education is about employability. Unless there's a good employment and which we can create, there is no end to. Whatever education we talk about is useless. Okay? They should be a good, finally, people who are going to implement and help us. So this is the second, and the another very important is hands-on experience for our kids. AICTE Idea Labs we have created at 107 locations. Students are going to experiential learning. If some of you have not seen, please go and see the AICTE Idea Labs. They're very unique. Students and teachers are also getting in. Our ATTL program, that is AICTE's Teaching and Learning Academy, is another very big initiative. So we are trying to prepare for the future, ladies and gentlemen. With the constant evolution of technology, integrating technical talent into our young kids. So we made a minor degree can be obtained by any of my engineering graduate, whether he is a civil engineer, mechanical engineer, or electrical engineer, he can get a minor degree of 18 credits to 20 credits in area of data science, artificial intelligence, robotics. Okay? Now you can see how the future skill has been integrated into the curriculum. Friends, AICTE has also planned to incorporate new areas like semiconductors. Actually, as chairman AICTE, I am the responsible person for implementation of semiconductor capacity building in the country. I can tell you, my institutions, more than 300, totally including, if you include the master's degree program, 600 institutions are offering programs in semiconductor. Why is this important? Friends, as you just talked about AI, semiconductors are also pervasive, friends. It is there with every one of you today. You are carrying them. It's going to be revolutionary if you don't really reinvent the wheel on the semiconductor area. It is only some countries like Taiwan and China, and they have really a market force is concentrated over today. Today, what you are seeing, all these tension, just like what happened in the, the Kuwait war. Kuwait war is about oil, and today the tensions are all because of semiconductors. Oil is still remaining because we have seen that is happening in Ukraine as well. Friends, it's a golden time. Amrut Kal is here, ladies and gentlemen. In this Amrut Kal, whatever you attempt to do will become very fruitful. It's going to be realistic, and you're going to be successful. We have seen Chandrayaan, ITTL'23, we were able to place. A poor country which you could not feed can send these things. How is that possible? Mangalyaan is the cheapest flight mission anywhere in the world it has happened. Who are these engineers are? You ask them, including the chairman ISRO. I was with him just last month. I was privileged to actually asked by him to release his book. Okay, I was with him in the ISRO headquarters. Friends, believe me, all those scientists are all from AICTE institutions, not from IITs, not from NITs. So you can see we have created a talent in the area of STEM, and this is the force to reckon with. And this talent is going to be there, and we are going to be the engineers of the world. By 2047, India would be developed country. Is the dream. It's no more a dream, ladies and gentlemen. It's a reality. We need to put hands together. All of us have to put hands together in these areas, and I think this is the time, and which is never there for India. 16th century belonged to whom? 16th century belonged to Netherlands. That's the time the sailing started. 17th century and 18th century belonged to British. Okay? 19th century, after the World War II, was America's time. After the COVID, it is India's time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All the very best. Namaskar.
Sir, we can't let you go like that. Please, sir, you'll have to join us back. Can I have Debajit, please, on stage? There's a lot of... so, Debajit, yes, actually, sometimes silence is golden, but in this situation, it's platinum right now, but we'll not say so. Ladies and gentlemen, I have my co-anchor with me, or co-moderator, Debajit, here with us. And Debajit, we would like to anoint sir with an award, right? That's right. The reason I've asked him to stay back. And could you please share the insights about the award, please?
Right.
It's a small, it's a memento, sir. Sir, we rebranded, sir. Don't worry, we are good at branding. Oh. It's a small. Yeah, so we'll call upon Chaudhary sir. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? Give him a round of applause as he joins us. We'd like to honor sir with a small memento that calls or states that he is a Digi Dhruv, ध्रुव तारा, ज़मानों से आसमान में वो एक तारा जो चाहे नवक या कि जो शिप्स में चलते थे या शिप्स में मूवमेंट करते थे, तो आई थिंक यू कैन से मच बेटर बिकॉज इट वाज हिज आइडिया दैट टू हैव दिस.
Sure. So, in ancient times, when the people used to sail through these ships, so they used to find direction in the sea using the North Star or the Drup Tara. So, in a way, we can tell Drup Tara represents a point or a position in which acts as a sole guiding light for all the people. And in the same way, we have Drup Taras walking among us also. Like people like sir, so they are the source of inspiration and guidance for all of us, and we are really thankful, sir, for blessing this occasion with your presence, sir. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about AI, automation, and this young lady has decided to walk on stage. What's happening? Check, check. Check, check. Can you bump up mic 1 and 2, please? Yeah. Hello, disturbance of India, disruption of India. So what are you here to do today? Like last 3 cities, you have never let me have my flow, right? Every time you walk on stage as if it's like, you know, you have to come and stop me. May I know what's the reason, ma'am, that you have such wonderful agendas?
It's really not that deep.
Okay.
You know, this time, I'm not a disruption. I'll be acting as a spark for the dignitaries to set the stage on fire.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be now a spark.
Yes.
So, let's see now. Let's hear you out because I've really loved what you have shared in the last 3 cities. So I'm looking forward to this new conversation with you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is young Shagun. The reason we have her here with us is also to highlight that youngsters today are actually grabbing onto technology and its adoption and usage. So we thought we'll have a conversation on stage from a very young girl or a youngster.
Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the previous 3 events, I've been acting as more of a disruption. But this time, I'll be acting as a spark for all the dignitaries to set the stage on fire. And previously, what I've said, it's all scripted. You know, I've written it down, I've memorized it. But this time, it'll be more impromptu. I have a PPT written down, and I created it all by myself. No chat GPT used. So please excuse the simple language. Right? So in this PPT, I'll be covering certain points, 4 of them to be exact. First, we have AI and its impacts. Then issues with AI, or basically ethics in AI. Then jobs created due to artificial intelligence. And jobs that cannot be replaced by AI. So next PPT. All right. I've only mentioned 2 of its impacts, which is education and finance. So nowadays in school, every child has a different pace of learning. Correct, but the teacher only focuses on finishing the syllabus. And henceforth, most of the kids, they don't really understand what's going on. But artificial intelligence has really helped cater to these children and create courses specifically based on their levels of learning. So I'll just go into detail with that. First of all, as I stated, personalized learning. So personalized learning platforms such as Brilliant tend to understand the students' learning abilities and create tasks and exams specifically for the child. After that, we have virtual classrooms. Now, due to COVID-19, we have been more elaborate and, you know, it's not really alien to us anymore. So in virtual classrooms, it really allows the student to access education from any part of the world with no limitations in facilities. After that, we have language learning apps. So I myself use Duolingo. I'm sure we've all heard of that. And language is a very complex thing. You know, you travel 100 kilometers from somewhere and the language changes, the culture changes. And language also affects the way people speak, their accents. And henceforth, it's very hard to learn. But due to AI and speech-to-text recognition, it helps correct your pronunciation, and it really teaches you languages in a more gaming manner. And so here we have speech recognition technology, provides real-time feedback on pronunciation, and helps students gamify language learning. After that, we have educational content creation. So nowadays, no one really pays attention in school. You sleep in school, you rest in school, you come back home and you watch YouTube to learn, or you use AI platforms to learn. Similarly over here, AI tools assist in creating educational content, and automated content helps educators develop engaging materials. After that, we have AI and its impacts in finance. So because this PPT was made by me, I don't really know much about finance and artificial intelligence and that, because I'm just 13 years old. But I just mentioned what I know. So to begin with, we have efficiency. Now, efficiency can include reducing manual work, increasing productivity, and enhancing the results. So I personally use Notion. Has anyone over here heard of Notion? Yeah? So I use Notion, but it's as a student, correct? It has artificial intelligence to create your own to-do list. You have different templates, one which you can pay for, one that's free. And so over here, AI automates administrative tasks, reducing manual work and increasing efficiency. For example, ChatGPT. All right, then we have risk management. So AI enhances risk assessment and management in financial institutions. Predictive analysis helps in finding financial risks and opportunities. After that, we have fraud detections. So nowadays, frauds are very common, and henceforth, artificial intelligence is something that is crucially kind of contributed in this situation. AI analyzes financial transactions to detect and prevent fraud. Real-time monitoring improves security and reduces financial risks. Over here, we have artificial intelligence market size from 2022 to 2032. Now, this is just a mere prediction, right? And we can see that in 2022, the market size is simply $454 billion approximately. And over here, it's 2,575. But again, this is just a mere prediction, correct? It could either go a lot higher or a lot lower. We could have another dot-com bubble burst, but in AI. After that, we have ethics in AI. Now, this I'm a little educated about because I've learned this in school. And although AI seems to be quite beneficial to us, every innovation comes with certain issues. Suppose TNT was used in mines and also to cause destruction. Nuclear energy, to generate energy and also to create mass destruction. Well, AI is no different, and henceforth, there are certain rules that we need for AI to really work properly. Now, over here, we have certain issues that I'm most aware of. First of all, to begin with, there's bias due to real-world data, breach of privacy and collection of personal information, and ability to become self-aware. Now, artificial intelligence has not gained the ability to become self-aware yet. Henceforth, I haven't gone into detail with that. But the first two, I would like to explain in further detail. First, we have bias. Now, AI has not been developed to a stage where it has reached self-awareness and gained the ability to be biased for a certain group rather than the others. But what does AI really work on? Data, correct? And the real-world data is very biased. The blacks are not preferred, women are not preferred. And henceforth, when this data is fed into the AI system, then it causes the AI system itself to be biased. It's called GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out. For example, the Amazon recruitment system in 2014. So Amazon actually hired a recruitment system which was AI-based in 2014. And after a few years, people realized that it simply preferred men over women. As in, the number of men hired were a lot higher than the number of women employed. And that is simply because in the past, women were not as preferred for jobs as men were. And when this data was fed into the system, it was simply biased. After that, we have ProPublica AI system, which predicts the chances of repeated offenses by criminals in 2016. And this was basically to make the judges' work a lot easier, but instead it seemed to do the opposite. It stated that black men have higher chances of being criminals, and this was simply because of the past data, right? And henceforth, it is not really the artificial intelligence system itself that's biased. It's the implementation of data that causes the AI system to be biased. Next. Breach of privacy and collection of personal information. This itself is a major issue in AI. First of all, it knows your location. It knows where you go and where you go to work, how you go to school, what time you go, the directions you take, the simplest route. Then it knows the restaurants you like, the parks you like to visit often. And then email, the complete list of all the emails sent and received by you, personal, private, or official, deleted ones. Then we have Hangouts. It has all of your chat records. Photos, all images of you along with your friends, with their names, and it's linked to your contact list so they know the numbers, their locations, everything. And hence, the data is related to us, and it is stored in large databases. This data can be used for several purposes, good and bad. After that, we have certain AI careers. Now, people are mostly concerned that AI has the ability, for me to lose my job. But there was the similar concern back when internet was new to us, correct? Most people were worried, internet can take my job and I will not have anything to do. And their worries were right. Internet has made people lose their jobs. But it has opened up way more jobs than the amount it has lost, right? So AI not only takes jobs, it also opens up more. In fact, the McKinsey Corporation stated that AI has the ability for people, around 75 million people to lose their jobs, but it opens up 133 million more. So there are two different types of AI careers. First being the core development and deployment of AI systems. Now, this includes software analysis, data scientists, etc. After that, we have careers helping in the deployment of AI systems related to their fields. Basically, the fields that use AI in their own way and to basically make their work a lot easier. Now, that includes medical professionals, defense specialists, graphic designers, etc. Next slide. Professions that AI cannot replace. This is something that I was very enthusiastic about because in the previous event, I had to actually speak in the panel, and it was impromptu again, correct? So I just came up with this, and I decided to implement it in my PPT itself. Artificial intelligence has the ability to make people lose jobs and open up jobs, but there are certain jobs that AI simply cannot replace. And those are jobs which include certain skills, emotions, and like suppose singers, actors, sports players. AI cannot replace that. Every single sports person has their own skill. Ronaldo is good at shooting, Neymar is good at dribbling, Messi is good at dribbling, Neymar has good skills. Every single football player have their own skills, something that makes them special, right? And if AI replaces that, then the game is no fun. There's no issue. It's always accurate. And it really connects to emotions. And football has a huge fan base. So does cricket and hockey. Henceforth, AI simply cannot replace sports or coaches. After that, we have singers and actors, right? I mean, it would be a joke to see AI as an actor or as a singer. And so certain jobs which come under this field just simply cannot be replaced. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm very honored to be speaking in front of such honorable dignitaries. Thank you so much for your attention and patience.
Thank you, Shagun. So, ladies and gentlemen, it sets an example for us, and that is that the coming youngsters that are going to be involved with technology are going to be even more dangerous. How many of you have ever got a call from your own loved ones which said, I need some money? How many of you received such a call till now? Have you ever? One or two? Well, that's the latest use of AI. Actually, very few people know this, is that there was an app or a web portal called Lilebird. Anybody heard about it? Have you heard about Lilebird? Well, that was the first official, somehow semi-commercialized product. You have to give your own voice, and then you can type anything in it, and it will come back to you in your own voice. And now it's become so good that you can't even differentiate. So it's a tricky, scary game. I just got a call from a friend once and said, I'm in trouble, I need some money. And I was like, all of a sudden, where did this guy call me from? So yes, it's going to be challenging. AI will bring in a lot of automation along with its own set of challenges. And it's also going to bring in disruption to innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having our panel discussion now. And for this, I would like to call upon our moderators. The first gentleman to join us on stage is the chairman at ITTL and is the chief mentor at MyAnatomy. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Ganesh Shenoy joining me on stage? This panel that we are going to be having is going to be having a discussion on the impact of AI and automation on various sectors. He's going to be joined by the board director, co-chair at ITTL, and member advisory board at MyAnatomy, Harish Patel. Both of them are going to be moderating this panel. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a very unique and a very diverse panel that is coming up. The CIO at McDonald's India North and East, Mr. Vinay Kumar, sir, can we have you give him a round of applause, please? Otherwise, no McDonald's for all of you. So, Vinay sir, thank you for joining us. And we just get the infrastructure, the chairs put in place. And till that time, Shenoy sir, have you been having a good time?
Yeah, of course, yes.
And so what I'll do is, I'll leave this panel to you, and you can take things forward from here.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, Abhishek.
Thank you, sir. So, please at least take a seat here. I'm sorry, we just have to get this.
Yeah, so we have tried this panel discussion format of disruption to innovation in all the 3 events that we have done so far. We thought when we come to Delhi, we'll take the learnings from all the 3 venues and the kind of inputs that we got from all the panelists who are engaged with us for a very insightful kind of discussion that we had at Hyderabad. That we are going to start with. And once we are done with those questions, we're going to move into using the Mentimeter app and look at live Q&A. So you're going to type the question using the app, and it will straight come on the screen, and we are requesting one of the panel members to answer that question. So it is something that we are doing for the first time, and maybe this is a format that's not been used for a panel discussion earlier as well. So this is the first time that we're doing something in Delhi as well. So let me just take a moment to introduce our panel members. So my co-moderator for this session is Harish Patel, who is a good friend, an ex-colleague of mine, who happens to be my coach as well. Harish, please join me in the process of moderation. So Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Chief Executive Officer of Telangana Academy and Skill and Knowledge. Shrikant sir, please join us on stage. So can we have a round of applause for Mr. Shrikant Sinha, please? I would request Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us for the session. Thank you very much for your time. Please join us. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal is the CEO of IIT Kanpur, where massive innovation is happening, right? And I think the professor from AICTE also talked about Kanpur, IIT Kanpur being the #1 innovation hub of our country, as well as maybe the entire world as well. So it's a pleasure to have Dr. Nikhil Agarwal join us today. Can I invite Mr. Taliz Rizvi? Mr. Taliz, can you please join us? So he's the director at Business World People and Business World CFO World. So he is a part of our panel. Business World conducts close to about a little over 250 events in a year, in a calendar year, across industry domains, sectors, or whatever it is. So naturally, he interacts with industry leaders across cross-functional. So he is a part of our panel too, adding value to this discussion. I'm going to invite Professor Venkatramana, who's a vice chairman and also the vice chancellor of Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Sir, please join us. We have Mr. Neeraj Arora. He is the Assistant Secretary General of ASSOCHAM. It's an industry chamber of commerce which is influencing a lot of policy, bringing the industry together, working with the government in terms of bringing regulation. So, Mr. Neeraj, welcome, and please join us, sir. Mr. Varinder Kumar Verma, Head HR Strategy and Transformation from Maruti Suzuki Limited. Mr. Varinder, please join us, sir. Pleasure having you as a part of this discussion. Mr. Vivekanand Mishra, Principal Architect from Adobe. He comes from massive experience on technology side, and I'm sure that he's going to a lot of light on what is the future of AI and aspects like that. So, Mr. Vivekanand, pleasure having you. Mr. Vinay Kumar, you're already there with us, so introducing you again. He's the CIO at McDonald's. So retail is one of the key sectors where AI is making a huge impact. So he's going to really help us understand how it impacts the retail industry. Mr. Nitin Sachdeva from BharatPay, he's Director Talent. So he may join a little later. Mr. Sumit Kumar, Chief Delivery Officer at Thrive Digital. Healthcare is another major sector where AI is making a huge impact. So we're going to hear from him about what is the kind of impact that AI is making in the healthcare sector. Mr. Saurav Chawla. So Saurav, can you please join us? So he is the Chief Technology Officer at MyAnatomy. He is someone who worked for technology companies like Microsoft and Uber. Working in this particular area, he is an architect of building the entire MyAnatomy's platform as well, the AI platform that we have at MyAnatomy. Mr. Shalin Maheshwari, someone who is an orthopedic surgeon, yeah, and runs a company called Meraki, which is one of the only companies which is actually impacting what we call as the blue-collared workers across the country, consolidating a workforce which is huge in numbers. And he also manages several other businesses from his family. Mr. Debashish Satpathy. Maybe he's not there, or he's there, maybe outside. Yeah, so in case if he joins us, he'll come and join us on stage. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll talk a little bit about, and Mr. Siddhant Agarwal. Are you there, Siddhant? Yeah, please. So he is a tech community manager, APAC, and he has managed one of the largest set of communities in terms of evangelizing technology. So Siddhant, welcome. Mr. Robin Sakaria, CHRO at RappiPay. So Mr. Robin, please join us. Mr. Sandeep Ghatke from Freshworks, Director Talent Acquisition. So what we have done is we have put together a strong panel of experts, thought leaders from the industries and professionals. And we're going to have a format which I said is something which is extremely new. And I would request Haresh to please introduce the format quickly, and so that we can get on with the discussion. So gentlemen, please take your seats. Be comfortable. I think it's a pretty large panel. Finding it hard to accommodate everyone on the stage. Yeah, you can, please.
I think since morning we've been talking about AI a lot, and the areas, shagun, very shagun. Yeah, the 13-year-old, somebody who's studying in 8th standard, she already said the things that these are the type of things which we know about AI. So I think we need to ask a lot deeper questions. And see, the 13-year-old knows already so much, so you might have to play a little bit harder and give a little bit more insight than the 13-year-old has already given, isn't it? We're going to do this in a two parts. The first part, we're going to talk about the impact of AI. I think we'll start from where the whole knowledge originates. So we'll talk about the impact of AI in education field. So that's why we are starting education and skilling, the way it should happen and how it should be doing and what all things AI can do. So that's the first part we'll talk. Second, we'll go to the organizations, because that's where the impact is being felt. We'll hear from the industry experts and leaders and thought leaders that what is the having and how are they prepared? Are they prepared at all? AI, again, whenever we talk AI, something comes to our mind. And then if we go to the researches, 80% of research is focused only on 2 or 3 areas. I'll share about those things as we go on. But then what are the newer areas in AI where people should focus, or the direction of the whole world should go? So that's the third part which we are going to do. Impact done. After that, we're going to talk about ethics. We're going to talk about the framework, regulations. So that's AI regulatory framework. We'll take a little bit deeper dive into that. That data privacy is something which concerns most of us. So we'll talk about that. And finally, we'll end this presentation and panel discussion with ethical and responsible AI. So we'll hear the views from gentlemen here. So that's the flow. Ganesh, sir?
I'm ready. So what I'm going to do is I'll start with a set of questions that we got from the audience in advance. So we start with those questions. So I'll start with the first question. How can traditional education integrate AI effectively? So this is primarily for enhanced learning, looking at teaching methods, curriculum, etc. So this question I would like to request Mr. Sumit Kumar. Can you please take a mic and share your thoughts, please?
Sure. I think a lot was covered by the young generation when she was presenting, right? So the education system needs to be looked at in a new perspective. Again, it's my opinion. ChatGPT, etc., is something which will help the students in terms of knowledge. But there has to be a lot of focus on creativity as well as social emotional learning, right? And that's going to be very important, right? AI is definitely going to help, again, aid the students as well as teachers in terms of knowledge, content creation, assessment, and reduction when it comes to administrative efforts, right? So those are things which are given in terms of advantages. But what needs to be looked at is how do we help still maintain that empathy, the connections with the students, right? And there is where I think that should be the focus, and that would continue to be the focus when it comes to education. And again, lot of things around creativity, right? How do you assess not the knowledge, but you're assessing the skill, right? There's going to be a lot of focus on skill, creativity, and experiential based learning, right? And there's going to be a shift from how good you are in terms of content knowledge, but there's going to be more focus on application, right? How are you applying the knowledge? Assessment, in my opinion, would soon change from theoretical knowledge assessments to practical knowledge, right? Again, I don't know whether we would continue to have this offline assessments, right? There will be more practical assessments which will come into play. Those are some of the things which comes in my mind.
So, so my next question is around how can AI bridge educational gap and ensure fairness, preventing widening of inequalities that exist in that we have, because India is a very vast country and we always have a divide between urban and rural, and the quality of education is something which AICT chairman stressed upon. My question is about how is it that we can prevent the widening of inequalities, because there's an access that typically students from the urban areas have in terms of infrastructure. So typically the students from the urban areas have access to infrastructure, maybe better quality of education too as compared to some of the rural areas as well. So how is it that we're going to bridge this particular educational gap that exists with AI and other aspects? So my question, this question is to Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. You are coming from IIT Kanpur, and IIT Kanpur has been a pioneer. Yeah, so I would request you to please respond to this question. It's working, sir.
I would like to give a different aspect to it. Like, I think we are giving too much positivity to AI. I would like to play a devil's advocate here. You know, AI I see as a, imagine that there is a new Miss World and Mr. World being announced. Very good looking man and woman has been called as Mr. World or Miss World or Miss India or Mr. India. And then every Bollywood person is running after them to cast them into the movie. And then you realize that these people cannot act. So AI exactly the new Mr. India or Mr. Or Mrs. India or Miss India. This is the situation of AI today. Maybe 10 years down the line, they may decide to act. So I think bridging the gap of skill and bridging the education gap between rural and urban India, I think it is a long way to go. First of all, like, and I'm sure there are so many professionals sitting here, I receive close to around 200 emails a day. Many students, many people startups send an email to me. And within a seconds, after reading those emails, and ChatGPT is just a year old, you can make out which is a ChatGPT email and which is a personalized email. Within seconds. There are new authors which have propped up after ChatGPT introduction on LinkedIn. There are millions of new authors. They are posting, they have never written a word in their own life. Now they are posting one article a day. Within seconds, you can make out, is this their own content or is it AI-based content? So AI has not become intelligent enough to fool human being till date. I think the replacement of AI, human will not happen. It will not be so easy. It will take maybe 10 years, 15 years or more development. It's going to happen, but not happen today. So so we require better models. We require more human-centric models. We require, there is a development happening. We may require more emotional intelligence into the build-up into the AI. Then only we can start teaching people at the much larger level. I don't think, and I'm really sorry to disappoint a lot of people here, I don't think AI can bridge the gap of education between urban and rural so easily as we speak about, as of now.
So thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I would say it is humane AI is what you're referring to in terms of try and look at building empathy and emotional intelligence or whatever it is into the technology as such. Now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling a bit, I would request Haresh to take over and look at the employability in the jobs.
Different sentiments going on in here, isn't it, about the AI? I mean, how do you guys feel about AI? I mean, do you feel very upbeat about it? Any depressions coming in or feeling neutral? There's a code on this table. Everybody has this? Can you check this?
So there's a QR code on your tables.
There's a QR code. Do you want to scan this on your mobile and you'll come up with a screen?
You don't need to download any app.
No downloading. Let's talk something technology. So there's some technology happening. And just let me know, you're feeling upbeat about the AI, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling neutral about it. Let us know. We have somebody who has already voted. 2, okay. And this is going at upbeat, neutral. Come on, nobody's nervous here. Very good. Good signs. So you can look at the live results back there. So 9 people upbeat, 11, 8 neutral. Nobody's nervous yet. I think this is good sign. Okay. Some more people? Lovely. I think the mood is positive, Ganesh sir. We can go ahead with the next session. Otherwise, if it was depression, I think we would have gone to doctor. Though the doctor is orthopedic doctor, we could have still asked for some medicines. We have doctors who's going to talk about the AI. Charlene, I would want to come to you because you manage this job-related stuff. Everybody is worried. I mean, Shagun said jobs are going and people talk about jobs going. There'll be a lot of job losses which is happening. Job displacement is going to happen. What do you think organizations are doing about this? How can they handle this? And there could be economic and social impact of those people who are getting displaced. What do you think organizations are doing for this?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Harish, for that question. If I may take a little step back and try to probably bring some context to the ChatGPT. The GPT essentially is general purpose technology. And this is not the first time that we're experiencing a general purpose technology. We've had, a 3-mast ship. We've had steam engines. We've had cars. We've had aeroplanes. And every time a general purpose technology has stepped in, people always wonder, is it going to displace the existing jobs? So chariots, carriages were probably the ones which were likely to get displaced with the advent of cars. And that is not the case. So on similar grounds, even if you see the pioneers in this space, Sam Altman himself said that the first line of jobs which are likely to go would be the blue-collar jobs. Then the next would be probably the beginning of the white-collar jobs, the data entry jobs, and so on and so forth. And the creativity and the more sort of skilled jobs would be the last to go. And contrary to his expectations, it is the reverse flow that happened. The creative jobs were the ones which were first to get affected. And you see the marketing and the digital domain got affected significantly more. And the blue collar is actually least affected as of now. So what has happened is human ingenuity sort of surpasses people's expectations. There will be early adopters and there will be ignorers of any new technology that comes in. So if you are part of those adoption cycle, if you evolve, so there is prompt technology engineers that are required right now. There are multiple new domains that have opened up, which allows people to now sort of upskill themselves and go past what is not available, what is not doable by AI. So in terms of, and I agree with most people who have said this repeatedly, that we are still many, many years ahead in terms of AI actually making a significant impact. There's a report by McKinsey which says 30% of jobs, by 2030 will be taken over by AI. But at the same time, Shagun said it very clearly that twice the number of jobs will be created. So we really don't have to worry. It's important to not ignore and just be part of the upskilling and going forward with the journey that AI brings forth. Thank you.
I think जो मुसीबत की बात कर रहे आई नहीं है, this is what we are talking and this is what I'm hearing. I think 2030, but we haven't seen the signs. वरिंदर जी, आप मारुति से आते हैं, वहाँ इतने सारे लोग काम करते हैं, and the job losses, though I mean, whenever it happens, we cannot wait, and you're in the strategy department, HR. Can you tell us what organizations generally as they're doing, if at all there is a job loss or if at all there is a new technology coming in, there is new AI coming in, and everybody needs to be aware of it. What organizations are doing, what kind of strategies they are doing to reskill the existing employees? Reskilling is very important because somebody is with company for 20 years and you cannot ask him, boss, go, I mean, it's done. You might want to spend time on reskilling them, giving them equal opportunity. What kind of strategies organizations are doing, sir?
Thank you for asking a very, very apt and pertinent question to me, sir. We in Maruti, we are viewing, artificial intelligence, auto AI and auto ML as a world of opportunities for us. And they are the enablers, and we have built it at three-pronged strategy in our organization in terms of, first is creating awareness across Maruti at different levels, persona-wise, starting from blue collar to top. It starts from the top first, so we are creating a digital fluency skills, making top leaders aware, and then going it down the lines, and we are training all of them, making them aware how it is going to help them in enriching their jobs. Once they are aware, so then simultaneously we are introducing technology for managing change within the organization. So all the stakeholders are involved first, then introducing change gradually, evaluating change, not losing the human touch. It's from human resource to humanizing resource we are working at. So we have, three aspects. One is skill, 3S, skill, scale, scalability. Second is 3E in terms of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness process. And next is 3C, communication, collaborative excellence, and compassion. So seeing all these views we are designing, and then simultaneously we are creating an environment for upskilling, reskilling, and also whatever emerging skills are coming. So we are also spreading, training people within the organization. We have done both. First, how to create an ability, 3 parts: knowledge, skill, and ability. How to build those competencies. We have tied up with IITs and IIMs of the country to have cohorts to bring in, research and all those aspects. Joint research and cohorts have been created with the faculty. Second is we have adopted ITIs and institutions across India to build, create an curriculum for us, co-design the curriculum, which is the need of the industry. Third is we are also creating a startup ecosystem in Maruti to bring in and present and showcase what is happening in the world and keep improving day by day. So we have a Japanese philosophy of PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. And we do a lucid test where we are, where we want to be, and what are those tacit skills and engineering skills which you need to adopt for futures and keep upgrading them, build versus buy, both aspects. Thank you.
Lot of work being done at Maruti at this point of time, sir. I think there's another industry. Devashish, sir, I would like to ask your view as well, because you also come from this construction kind of business and those things. Can you give us your insight, what's happening in your industry to reskill the people and giving them the level playing opportunities? Devashish, sir. Do we have them? He's not there. I think it would have been really interesting to know that, because the IT industry, sir, everybody's preparing. But when there's a non-IT industry, the core manufacturing and where brick and mortar work is happening, I think we're missing some critical important points. Education, I think this is one more field where teachers might need to get upgraded. This is something where I think let's hear from Siddhant. Siddhant, can you tell us, in the educational institutes where teachers also might have to get upgraded, what kind of things can be done?
The teachers first need to understand that the curriculum also needs to be upgraded. Also, there needs to be certifications for the teachers to get upskilled. A lot of organizations these days are providing certifications. They have academia programs which they can collaborate with. The universities can collaborate with the organizations to be part of the academia programs. Get the teachers, the faculties upskilled, specifically on AI and Gen AI, get them certified so that they can further go back, train the students on the campus. That's one opportunity. The second is a lot of organizations, again, have this industry, academia relationships, partnerships, where not just the certifications, but they also do a lot of TTT programs for the faculties, where they go on the campus, train the faculties, train the students on the campus. So that's another opportunity for them to be part of it. I think industry collaboration and partnership and exposure is something which goes hand in hand and can help the teachers be reskilled and upskilled to handle the questions that are coming in from the students directly.
I think hearing this question, the upskilling of teachers from the academician would be good. I think Venkatraman sir, can you share some insights about this? That what's happening with upskilling of the teachers with respect to AI?
Hello, thank you. I think you raised a very valid point that we need to upskill, reskill sometimes. Just give that sense of, first of all, it all starts with embracing the change. Whenever you want to say upskill or capacity building or leadership, we use it in different contexts. But basically, if you look at Telangana, what we are trying to do, we're not going to do one size fits it all kind of an approach. We're looking at the different categories of teachers. We have different levels. You have those from typical IITs, NITs, and from those from the universities. But you have to really categorize them. What is that basic? It's not that you start a program on AI and then float it and then give it to all. We are looking at core engineering, if you talk about technology. We're looking at specialized emerging areas, and then looking at the special needs. That's one. Two, we're also looking at a more inclusive approach towards capacity building. I was just making a comment in a lighter vein, if you don't mind. The whole panel is full of men. And if you look at the workplace today, if you look at my student base, 60% of my students are girl students. 50% are faculty from women segment. And I need to address those issues. So one, my upskilling has to be inclusive. Two, my upskilling has to be reaching the audience in the right manner. I can't have an advanced AI course where the core engineering is suffering because the basic knowledge is not there. So I will have to do a skill gap, knowledge gap, and a training and needs an assessment, and then do it. Second thing, you have to also recognize that somebody, our young girl told just some time back, I think she said, 100 kilometers, 200, be saying what happens in Delhi will happen in Hyderabad. So what happens in Odisha will not happen in Bengal. So we need to be region specific, and also the local, the pace of learning. For example, those who are from rural backgrounds. My university has got 9,000 top minds of the state, if not country. They come from 10th class. Then I have to upskill them in technology. Then I have to upskill them in skills. Then I have to upskill them in placement. And so it's a big, I don't say it's a challenge, it's an opportunity. And especially people from the training and this thing. So my submission or my conclusion is that it's not a one-shot approach. It cannot be done with a single this thing. It has to be studied in detail, and rolled out in phases. Thank you.
I was tempted to say that this is going to be big. Big challenge, and the word you used, I'm so happy. I mean, it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity. I think excellent. That's really wonderful. You know, the way. Ganesha, would you like to take up on this future
Yeah,
of
so now
AI?
that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling, we also looked at employability and job. Advancement and research that is happening in the field of AI. So this question is to you, Mr. Vinay. How can AI models be made more transparent, more interpretable, and for user trust? In terms of specifically, if you can touch upon areas like healthcare and finance, in terms of how is it that we can build models which can actually like bring in a kind of trust factor? Yeah.
Sure, Ganesh. Good afternoon. First, my all views are mine. My brand McDonald's and my company have nothing to do with this. Okay, it's a byproduct come with when you work with a brand like McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I will just when you see the research development or the critical institutions like healthcare and all, I will give you a small example. It's a coincidence. Yesterday, my daughter was just tried to get some information on rickets. That is a disease on ChatGPT. And it's because of the vitamin D and all. And she came and told me, Papa, how effortlessly it is coming. I said, no, beta, it's not came effortlessly. You are viewing it effortlessly. There are a lot of efforts gone inside that. So, and then whatever coming, the output of ChatGPT is the view or that is the knowledge what she is going to get. But if we are not going to be very transparent, we are not going to make her understand how this entire information is coming, it is going to be very, very dangerous. It is really going to be very, very dangerous. So first thing is why this information or the AI-based knowledge is important and how we can gain the trust of the user. So first, I think there are 5 components. Transparency is one of it. It should be fairness. You have to make user understand whatever the output is coming is quite fair. Second, it should be explainable. You can explain why it is coming. Third, I will take it should be robust. So we have to ensure user, whatever the technology we are using at the back end is robust enough and making the proper information as an output. Fourth one is the transparency. So we can expose our employees or the industry because we are still in a very, very initial stage of the adaptation of the AI. So we have to be very transparent. What kind of data model what kind of data set we are training. So those are the important things. And the fifth one is privacy. So how we will ensure the privacy is maintained out of all these things. So being a technocrat, I never see the front end of the ChatGPT because as a CIO, I have to ensure the data security, compliances, and the right information at the right time. So this is what is the importance I feel.
Okay, so thank you, Sumit. Sumit, you work in the healthcare domain, right? Yeah, so you've been doing a lot of innovation in that area. So can you just talk a little bit about how you establish trust whenever someone is referring to a tool like ChatGPT or whatever it is? Can I trust that information 100%? Now there's front end and back end that we talked about. So can you just talk about implications in healthcare?
Sure. When it comes to healthcare, I think adoption of AI, it's going to be very, very slow, right? Again, primarily because of the impact, right? You're touching somebody's life, right? So I'm not saying that it will not get adopted at all. The adoption is going to be primarily to start with the administrative jobs, right? Which does not impact patient journey. But when it comes to patient journey, again, it would help aid in decision making. End of the day, the clinician is the one who needs to take accountability, right? And there is where the trust needs to come in from the clinician. Clinician needs to see there is enough trust in the decisions which is being supported by AI vis-a-vis AI driving clinical decisions. That's not going to help, right? And clinical pathways, etc., is something which will get enabled through AI. But end of the day, it will be dependent on patient outcomes, right? So are patients seeing the right outcomes? It is not about efficiency, it is not about cost, right? Yes, those are going to be important, but it is going to be all around patient safety, right? So again, I would say this industry is going to be slow in adopting it, especially on the clinical side, but there is going to be a lot of innovation out there.
Thank you. So my next question is in the area of advancement and future advancements and research that is happening in the area of AI. So Saurav, you've been working in this area and you've been building a lot of applications and you're using the technology too. You have a research team as well. So can you just throw some light on what are the future advancements and how AI is going to impact us in the future with whatever peripheral and other technologies which are complementary to AI as well?
Sure. Hi all. So I'll take this question as the opportunity to share a vision for the future that I have, wherein most of the human labor, human effort is replaced by AI. So as of today, or if we go back in time when we did not have machines, why were humans working? Humans were working because of the compulsive needs of food, shelter, clothing, survival, and a curiosity to explore the universe or the world that we see around. Now, at that time when there were no machines, only energy that functioned was human energy. Human had to move their hands, human had to do things. Then machines came. Most of our work was taken over by those machines, but not all. And those machines were partially capable. They were not able to do, they were able to do some physical things, some non-physical things, but as time proceeded, we learned what we have to do and what machines should do for efficiency. Similarly, when this advancement in machine learning and AI is coming, I see a world where a small number of humans and a large number of machines and AI bots are running this world. And humans do not have to work for livelihood, for survival. Most of the activities that we do on a day-to-day basis or corporates do will be replaced by AI bots, video bots, machine learning algorithms, and human time will be saved for even more constructive things like research or understanding the outside world in a deeper sense, or looking at planets and stars and understanding what is out there. Or we can spend our time on creativity, which is imaginations, which machines cannot do, including AI ML. And similarly, humans will spend their time on understanding their inner consciousness or their inner world and enjoying life. Like they'll be more with people, there'll be more connections, they'll be more with nature. So we are moving to a time when most of our tasks will be offloaded. The concerns that we have about reskilling is when the technology will take over most of the human effort and we don't have to do anything. In terms of the research direction, to support this, We are moving into, in the immediate sense, autonomous driving is coming, human avatars are coming. We transitioned from chatbots to now voice interfaces are coming, and most of the human interactions is in voice. Those voice interactions or voice interfaces are just outside. They will be out in the market pretty soon. And then video interfaces are coming, video bots are coming, video avatars are coming who humans like humans do. Today they're not able to emote well. They have limited understanding of the natural language and limited emotional intelligence, as everybody pointed out. But the research is paced in such a way that those milestones will be achieved in a few years, and we'll see a world where most humans do not need to work a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Saurabh. My next question is Nikhil Agarwal. You are widely traveled and you have actually been a part of so many symposiums across the world. How can AI be regulated to ensure ethical use across applications?
So there is, ethical AI is certainly a big issue. There is already an effort, Rajiv Chandrasekhar made a statement. There is a task force which has been constituted to understand the responsibility of the AI. So more than the ethical AI, I would use the term responsible AI. Ethics is a little a thin line. We all are responsible people, and that's what differentiate between us and any other robot or a machine, that the humans are more responsible, humans are more emotional. So my first comment about the emotional connect of artificial intelligence or emotional aspect of the any kind of machine which is there, which is important. There is a institute, in fact, now been funded by most of the top tech institution. It's called Institute for Responsible AI. It is, I think, is based out of California. There is effort being done at the EU level about the responsible use of AI. So there is already quite an effort which is going on across the world, that how the AI, first of all, one of the challenge I'm sure a lot of you must have seen, the AI gives non-verified data. In fact, that problem has been partially resolved in the new version of Gemini, which is Google AI, which is also called the Bard. So in Bard, that is partially resolved, but their dependency is also on the search data. Now there is an effort going on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a new AI model called Merlin. Then Facebook has another model called Lalama. So there are various models which are trying to understand and verify the data, whether, so if you upload the fake data online, let's say this particular event has happened on 26th of January 2024, and after a while you ask the AI that what happened in this event in 2024, what Shrikant Sinha or Nikhil Agarwal or anybody who have said, most likely AI will pick up that information and give you. So that is the responsibility of the AI to give a verified information. So still the dependency is on the online data. The verification is a challenge. So that's the reason I said when the AI has to be more emotional and responsible as we go forward. And there has to be a regulation. You cannot go without regulation. Humans are bound by the regulation. Why not AI?
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So my next question is to Professor Venkatramana. How can countries collaborate to establish constituent international standards for AI regulation?
I'll just reply very shortly. First of all, we are in the age of co-optation. Co-optation would mean not just competition, collaboration too. So when you talk about co-optation, it means collaboration between countries, states, and entire thing. For example, the government of Telangana yesterday announced that we'll have the AI summit in Telangana. So it's a beginning. Similarly, if you have best practices around together and treat it like taking his word of responsible AI, how do we make it more societal, of inclusive? And how do we put some proper examination or evaluation? There are ifs and buts to that. So to begin Begin with, I think, India being the tech leader and going future, the talent is here, we have the demographic dividend. I think we and people like us, all of us sitting in this hall, should really make a good amount of exercise on this. Without proper planning, it cannot be done. As they say, 98% should be pre-launch of all these initiatives, and just 2% should be review. So I think we hold educational system also to look into this. And I think the beginning is just to have an open mind on this and not come to any kind of prior decisions on this. I think let's keep in fact, whenever the date is announced, the AI summit will be there. I have with me colleagues from the government. So I think, we'll pass on that. I think that's the first thing I can tell about my state. Thank you.
Yeah, so India also took a lead with the GPAI that happened about a couple of weeks before here in Delhi, where about 29 countries participated together to collaborate and things like that. So that's something which is an excellent sign as well. Haresh, you want to take over before we move further?
Because when we had Vivekanand, so somebody from Adobe, hardcore technology guy, I always had this question, whenever you download this app, they would want to access everything on your mobile. All the data, I want to access your contact cards and your emails and everything, I think. They keep taking the data. Where these data are going, I think. I don't know. I mean, they might be collecting it for training. We don't know, I mean. So, Vivek, I would like to ask you this question, how are organizations, those who are working on these AI kind of apps, they're taking informed consent for, to the user, that informed consent for using the training data, and are they safeguarding that data in interest of the person who owns the data? If my data is going, are you telling me that, yes, this is all I'm taking and I'm going to use this and I'm going to protect it? What's organizations doing for this?
Thank you for setting up beautiful context. So this is related to, so whenever we are advancing to technology, there are potential risks associated to it. So we have to be very careful. How do we use it? And the important aspect is that we have to think about from 3W perspective. What, where, and how. So basically what means, what is purpose of collecting that data? Why that particular website or application is asking for that in clear communication. So whenever we are downloading any application, visiting any website, there should be a disclaimer. Many times it pops up, but we ignore. And then without reading everything. So that is the problem. So websites and applications, whatever, making those applications, they have to be careful to give some sort of control to the users, what they want to share and what they do not. So there should be some sort of setting. Yes, I want to share my name. Maybe I want to share my city. Not more than that. So there should be options provided to the end user. So that's what, when we develop any software, we provide terms and conditions. Okay, we often avoid that. We said, yes, go ahead and install it. So might be mobile application. It's sending it's reading all your SMSs. It's reading entire your call logs, right? So you have to be careful what application is supposed to do that. Is that legitimate? Are you agree with that or not? Then only you proceed. If you don't agree with that terms, do not use that software. Look for an alternate which is better in terms of how that is going to use your data. So first thing I talked about, how. Okay, so, sorry, what. So what it is going to store. Second thing we have to keep in mind is where. So where it will store, if it is secure or not. So what data center it is using, it is security encrypted or not. Because nowadays there is lots of hacking instances. Entire website, entire data, even you can say data centers are getting hacked. So we have to be careful if organization is giving me guarantee that it will be saved in safe store or not. And third thing, when it will be used. Okay, and it will not be shared by anyone. So these are the three things which we need to be careful while visiting any website, installing application. So let's be careful about these things. And let me add some more context, okay? It's not about organizations. Even Google, right? Recently, 2.5 years ago in US like advanced country, there was a lawsuit, law case where a law firm, on behalf of users, so they, put a, you can say, case against Google that they are not honoring the terms and conditions of the incognito mode, okay? So most people use it, okay? Very dangerous thing, okay? If you are entering some data, you are searching something, what sites you are visiting, all those information got exposed. So in that case, it was exposed, and Google also accepted that those data were somehow exported and sent and you can say sold to third-party advertisement companies, okay? So that is major, you can say, violation in terms of data privacy. So we have to be careful. Even companies like Google may sometimes fall. So as an organization, as a professional, you have to make regular audits. Even you are safe, but make some regular audit, make some ethical hacking to understood if there is a risk towards the data that you are storing from the end user perspective. Because you are liable and you are responsible to maintain that securely, and that data is not compromised. So that is organization's responsibility. And also as an individual, we have to be careful how we are accepting those terms and conditions, without reading we are proceeding. We have to be very, very careful.
So looks like it's coming on to us only that we have to be a little bit careful. Companies like Google also have to be careful if such big companies also can fall prey of this kind of hackers. I think, let's measure some sentiments, guys. Do you have this open? The QR code stuff? QR code thing? I would like to hear from you. Last time it was close question, either yes, no, or you to just choose something. Now I want you to put a word. When you hear a word called AI, what comes to your mind? Till yesterday, ChatGPT was coming in my mind, or somebody might talk about job loss. What first word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Can you please type in that?
Now you've exit the app, you can just scan the QR code again, and then give your response.
Make in India, wow, this is the live, this is real live, sir, live session happening. Okay, we have intelligence, easy, transformation, generative AI. There's nice word cloud coming up, gentlemen, if you want to see it behind. Lovely, okay? What all coming up? What word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Job loss is coming in the center somewhere. Okay. Did I sedate the word? Wow, wow, look at that. Threat, support, transformation. Wow. Excellent. I think there's a range of emotions are spreading here. They say in Gita also, Ati sarvatre varjete. So anything which is more or excess is poison. AI इतना ज़्यादा करते हैं हम लोग and ज़्यादा poison नहीं हो जाए. But I think we need to take care also of those kind of things. This is an open question, I would like to say, but Shrikant sir.
Mr. Patel,
yes,
I
sir.
would just like to mention one thing.
Yes,
couple of years ago, Sophie, the first humanoid, had come to Hyderabad, and I had the opportunity of meeting its creator, David. And I asked if Sophie and Sir Alan Turing were having a conversation, what would be about? And I thought that was the best definition that I heard of AI. which was endless possibilities.
Endless possibilities. Wow, look at that. I mean, so possibilities are getting created, and I think earlier the word with kind of challenge which I had in my mind, but when I walk out, I will walk out with opportunity. I think this is the kind of positivity is getting created. But we need to take care of a lot of things, lot of new researches which have to happen, and breakthrough technologies or breakthrough innovations needs to happen. But this is the area which I want to focus. So what breakthroughs are required in areas specifically for privacy preserving technique? The things like federated learning which we have heard. What kind of learnings, what kind of new breakthroughs which is required specifically in this area? Anybody would like to answer? And Shrikant sir, if you can also answer the privacy preserving techniques.
Thank you, first of all, inviting me for such a galaxy of experts, being part of them. I think what we need to understand is a couple of things. First is, our students who are entering college today, by the time they graduate, 40% of the jobs will be non-existent, right? So we have to know that. Of course, our friend from Google, etc., from Adobe said that, there are times when you are told what is happening with your data. But I want a show of hands over here in the hall, right, to see how many of you have actually read the end user license agreement before clicking I agree. Only one person. Are you a lawyer by profession? Yes, you are. There you go. Well, so that's what I'm saying. And if I ask a question, right, how many of us have given our Gmail passwords to a friend or a family member? Can I see a show of hands, please?
We're not showing this.
Be true to yourself. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Privacy is something that we are not very, very careful about, right? A couple of years ago, there was this startup. I was part of the NASCOM, I was the CEO of NASCOM Foundation earlier, and we used to talk about tech for good and also startups, etc. So there was the startup which used to actually, whenever you enter a mall, through NFC, it used to find out what is there in your notes and your list. For example, you're looking at a Nike shoe, and you put it over there, automatically you would get a message from the Nike store over there. So what was happening in the background was this was being analyzed, right? And it was not a real auction, but an AI-based auction through the various stores over there, where actually you were a product and you were being sold to those stores, and whoever was giving the best return and scheme, you were guided to that store saying that, look, this is how you reach that, and automatically a Google map would open up, right? And this was about 4 or 5 years ago. Today, if you look at it, it's important for us to see what's happening. About 6 months ago, 1.5 million records, right? Using a thing which was PassGen, a password, AI password generator, more similar to ChatGPT. My God. That was a thunderous thing, but anyway. So what had happened, of course, you'd be surprised to hear that out of this 1.5 million records, in less than a minute, 51% passwords are hacked. Less than a minute. In 10 minutes, 61% were hacked. And so on and so forth. 80% were hacked in a day. And I'm not talking about the favorite password of all of us, password 1234, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about proper passwords. And that is where it is. So today you have to understand that a lot of people are using, for example, hacking that is happening right now has moved to the blockchain, right? You have to have, so we have to think for the future. Today we are talking about algorithms, you're talking about large language models, you're talking about small language models. With large language models, ChatGPT, the compute power that is required today is huge, right? How do you ensure, so such models have to be created which can easily be implemented, right? And we will need to come up with different models. Quantum security is one such thing. Quantum cryptography, as it's called, is one such model which can definitely be adopted. But, as a relief to all the people over here, I don't think, AI is going to take over, at least not till the compute power available today is 10 times of what it is. But if I apply the Moore's law, which used to be technology changes, in 18 months, it's much shorter cycle now. So probably, in less than a decade, we could reach there. But today, what is important is that as of now, we need different thought processes. We need responsible AI, as my co-panelist Nikhilji also said. And that is where the thing is. So we ourselves have to ensure that we are careful. We protect ourselves as much as possible, cyber security. In fact, in IR 4.0, 5.0, it's a host of technologies which will have to work together. It will not be only AI and machine learning. By the way, I also have an objection to the word learning, because as per me, pets and machines get trained, right? It's human who learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a new type of places where the research must focus. Ganesh sir, would you like to take us towards the end?
Yeah. So I have a question for Mr. Neeraj Arora. So, sir, you represent ASSOCHAM, which is a Chamber of Commerce for the industry, and you work with government influencing policy and regulation and aspects like that. So what collaborative measures can establish worldwide ethical standards to ensure accountability and ethical breaches, right? So how is it that you are working with the government, and what is happening, if there is something that you could share, which is for the public domain, right? And I'm very sure a lot of these things are confidential, I understand, but if there is something that we can hear, which can be shared in the public domain, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. So first of all, I think we should start with the definition of AI. So, I mean, you were just asking, what is your understanding with AI? So AI is basically not the artificial intelligence, but the intelligence which is artificial. So I would say that, AI is basically the simulation of human intelligence by the machines. So, we cannot think of any technology, whether it is good or bad, without the human intervention. So human will also be there, human intervention will also be there, human intelligence will also be there. So the only point is that, the development, designing, deployment, use of this technology must be in a safer, transparent, accountable, and responsible manner. We all know that, every potential opportunity comes with a potential risk. So the same is with AI also. And we have seen it in the past also that, whenever a new technology comes, it comes with the opportunities and the risks. So we have to take care that, we have to utilize, maximize the opportunities and minimize the risks. So I think, if we take care of 4 or 5 aspects, 4 or 5 factors, I think it will be beneficial for the Indian economy. The betterment of human life, for increasing the efficiency, the comfort. So I think the government, because we are industry association and we have specific councils, we have a specific team committee on this subject also. And various leading IT companies, organizations working in AI are associated with us. And government is definitely making policies time to time and improving these policies with the inputs from the industries. So many meetings have been done, and many regulations have been formed, and government is now fine-tuning these regulations by the input of various such companies. So I think government is now working on 4 or 5 aspects, which is data privacy first of all, because now the technologies are using lots of personal data, and this data is stored somewhere, we all know. So government is making policies so that this data can be prevented, this theft, can be stopped, and this data can be utilized for the betterment, so government is making policies for that. Lots of inputs are already given, this brainstorming is going on. Second, I'm personally handling this education and skill vertical, and I've seen that government is doing lots of work on skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, because that is very much required. we all should know that, the people, those who are working, the companies, those who are working in this field, they should design, develop, deploy, and use, this entire system in a responsible manner. So for that purpose, I think skilling, upskilling, and reskilling is definitely required, and many companies have already started working on this. So our Ministry of Skill, NSDC, they are also working on this. They have specifically designed courses on AI now. We have just listened to ICT chairman also. He has also mentioned that now this course has been introduced in our engineering curriculum also. My son is studying in 9th class, so he also has a subject specifically on AI. We have never seen this subject in 9th class. So they have a subject AI, So at that level, and NEP also has this subject AI, Third, I think, the government is working on improving the infrastructure because, definitely these technologies need lots of infrastructure, the high-speed internet, which is not there, even in the villages now. So third point is this, and then I think government is working on this, regulations also. So they are working on making, stringent rules, ethical concerns, about using this technology. So these 4-5 vectors where government is closely working with the industries. That's it. Thank you.
So I think we have actually exceeded the time allotted to us. So we may have to skip the live Q&A, but there is a cloud that we asked. There's a question that we asked to the audience. Are you fine to exchange or compromise your data privacy for better AI convenience? So we have a voting of about 23 people who say no, data privacy is more important than whatever. So what is the response? So they want data privacy over convenience. Okay, so that's good.
So I think we should talk to these 3 guys.
These
are more important.
Ganesh sir, this is like, there is a very old quote from Mahabharata. Janami adharmam nachate nivruti. अधर्म क्या है मुझे पता है लेकिन मैं उससे बाहर नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ. ये 25 लोग जो है, ask them whether they are really not compromise their thing despite knowing that a lot of data is going in there. So हम लोग को पता है कि what we are doing wrong, but still we are getting into it more and more. We need to be more careful, as a lot of people have said us. Yes, sir, you want to add something?
Just a point that actually there are 2 questions, separate questions. I'm willing to exchange data, but I don't want to compromise my data. So it's a double-edged kind of a question.
Double-edged kind of stuff.
I'm willing to exchange data as far as it's for good, but I definitely don't want to compromise my data.
Very good.
So thank you very much, panelists, for contributing to this exhilarating discussion, I would say, about disruption to innovation, covering various aspects that we talked about: impact to education and skilling, impact on AI to employability and jobs, talking about future of AI. We're also talking about regulation a lot, and in terms of data privacy and security. So thank you very much. And since the questions are something which are already put on the Mentimeter.
One thing I would like to say that, it's very, very important. Artificial intelligence is coming, so from a responsibility perspective, it's very, very important wherever it's compromising the human part or human, social part is concerned. No technology is good. So that's what, while we are evaluating technology for our, organization as well. So we are keeping in view all those aspects while evaluating, that up to what extent it is going to impact and create, damage to the humans. So then we ignore that. We take it away. If it is impacting health, it is impacting humans. So I always use one word. उसपे हम बोलते हैं, when human touch की हम बात करते हैं, कि मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का, एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा. मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का, एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा. मुरझा भी गया तो महक छोड़ जाऊँगा. So that's the beauty of it. So in terms of skilling also, we always say that तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की, तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की जो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की. So sky is the limit for us. So let's work and find the world of opportunities through this AI. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So the questions that are already pooled on the Mentimeter, since we don't have time for the live Q&A, We're going to ask the panelists, because we have a group that we have created. We're going to look at responses from them and try and reach out those responses to you as well. Yeah? So that we can proceed with the rest of the agenda items. Over to you, Abhishek. Thank you very much for those questions. And we are definitely going to come back to you and respond on those questions with the help of our esteemed panel. Thank you.
Please be with me. Yeah. Check. Check one. Can I have a round of applause, first of all, for both the moderators, please? Thank you so much. They were kind and patient enough to be here with us and stand and get this done. And a very big thank you, first of all, to all the panelists here. It was a very big chair. We were like very afraid when we were like, we're going to get so many of you distinguished gentlemen out here with us to have a conversation, but I think it went off really well. And can I have a round of applause? I hope it brought in a lot of insight to our audience. I will request the CEO IIT Kanpur, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, sir, and Shrikant, the Chief Executive Officer at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, Shrikant Sinha, sir, Thalis Rizvi, sir, please, and Professor V. Venkata Ramana, sir. You four are going to be just our dignitaries right now, and I will request you please step this side, sir. Please step this side. Yeah, thank you. Just this side, thank you. And we'd like you four to please honor our panelists, your co-panelists who are there with you on stage for their contribution to their leadership in their areas of or their organizations or their skill sets. So we'd like to start off with Nitin Sachdeva, sir. Can I have some music, please? Let's keep this a little peppy and charged up. And after this, we're going to be having a great conversation. But have it in names. Yep, Nitin Sachdeva, sir, please step forward. Yes, please, here. He's not here with us. Vinay Kumar, sir. Yes. Vinay, sir, please. Can I have the team, please? I'll request our Nikhil, sir, you usually are can we be a little quick, please, Debo? Sir, McDonald's is usually known for quick service. We kept you a little waiting this time. That's Vinay Kumar, sir. Please hand it over. He's the CIO at McDonald's India North and East. A group picture, please. Thank you. Followed by the principal architect at Adobe, Vivekanand Mishra. Where's the music, guys? And Delhi. थोड़ी सी तालियां हो जाए अपना भी जरा जो ठंड में warm up our fingers and hands, please. Followed by, all right, we'll have a picture. Thalis, sir, please honor us with your presence. PPT अच्छा बनाना है. The CGM HR at NBCC, Debashish Satapathy. Sir, are you here? He's not there. The CTO at My Anatomy, Saurabh Chawla. Okay, he's there. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Saurabh, you're next. That's the CTO at My Anatomy, Saurabh Chawla. I was with him yesterday evening. Very sharp gentleman. The co-founder at Meraki. Can I have a round of applause for Shalin Maheshwari? The Tech Community Manager at APAC at Neo4j. Can I have Siddharth Agarwal, sir, please, on the center? Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we're going to be having a wonderful conversation on stage. It's all about from the battle room to the boardroom coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Chief Delivery Officer at Thrive Digital Health LLP, Sumit Kumar. These were your panelists. I think we can give them a round of applause as we send them off the dais. So let's keep the round of applause going. I have a few more names left. CHRO at RappiPay, Robin Scaria. The next is the Assistant Secretary General at ASOCAM. It is Neeraj Arora. Followed by the Director, Talent Acquisition at Freshworks, Sandeep Ghatke. Followed by the Head of HR Strategy and Transformation, Corporate Human Resources at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Mr. Varinder Kumar Varma. He's gone? Or maybe give me the name. Thank you. And I would like to thank Nikhil Agarwal sir, Sinha sir, thank you so much, Rizvi sir, and Professor Venkatramana sir, thank you so much, all the four of you, for being here with us and being so patient and kind. Ladies and gentlemen, time. Okay, by the time I get these guys ready and we get the stage ready, let me have a quick chat with someone. Something to do with automation. Let's have a little fun. Are you all here with me? I just get nods. Raise your hand if you're here with me. Raise your hand if you're not here with me. Got you. I said if you're not here with me. Let's have some fun. IITians. No, just like, no, I'm just having fun. None of the dignitaries get involved. I love my paycheck. So, by the time... All right. So let's have some fun. Since we've been having talk about automation and things like this, I play a little bit of mind games at times. I like to, understand the human psyche. This is just a fun one, but to just showcase to you what happens when we are primed. There's a gentleman here. Hello, sir. Hi, what's your name? Are you going to be speaking later on? No, you are. The second panel. Vignesh, would you like to play a fun game with me? Just stand up, just stand up. It's okay, it's just fun. Yeah, any more sleepy music you can? Thank you. Music down. Okay, Vignesh, this is just a fun one. I'm going to ask you, give you a spelling. S-I-L-K.
Silk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
S-I-L-K.
Silk.
I'm going to confuse you in between both of these. So you have to just pay attention. Is that simple? It's all about attention span. Fun? S-I-L-K.
Silk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
S-I-L-K.
Silk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
S-I-L-K.
Silk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk.
S-I-L-K.
Silk.
What does a cow drink?
Water.
How many of you said milk? How many of you said milk? That was just it. So idea was all about attention spans and getting primed, ladies and gentlemen. And it is all about just bringing in a small breather and to get your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker, first of all, gives me goosebumps every time I interact with someone from the forge, as we said. Coming from a Punjabi family, it's also natural for me. Me and my elder brother both applied, but my elder brother didn't make it. I made it for the 5 days of rejection center, Allahabad. Ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker is a Kargil war veteran and a seasoned professional with over 23 years of leadership experience. She is a renowned professional keynote speaker, military-inspired leadership coach, and leadership enabler. She's been honored by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, and I'll come back to that. She's been honored by the Honorable President of India, and that is Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. She, the speaker, empowers individuals and organizations through transformational seminars and customized boardroom sessions. With a distinguished background as a TEDx speaker and a much sought-after defense analyst, she narrates captivating military operations on her YouTube channel, Shaurya Tales. She is a proud mother, wife, storyteller, and forgy. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to have a conversation with all of you with her titled Battlefield to the Boardroom, Evolution of Leadership in Disruptive Eras by Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi. Give her a thunderous round of applause, please, as she joins us on stage. Namaste, ma'am. Welcome, and the dais is all yours.
जय हिंद आवाज नहीं आई अच्छा दूसरा सवाल हाउ इज द जोश हाउ इज द जोश Many times. As an Indian Army officer, I tell you, sir bole, ma'am bole, koi fark nahi padta. Izzat rehni chahiye. Give me just a minute, and I will. देखिए बुढ़ापा आ जाता है तो चश्मे लगाने पड़ते हैं. May I please request? ये दरवाजा just request. I was very thrilled when I heard the previous speaker, one of the panelists, talking about inclusivity. That was the only time I heard inclusivity in the session. But one thing But one thing I missed was discussing armed forces and AI. So I really hope that next time we have a session, we deal with this point more, because armed forces and the defense sector these days are quite inseparable. Though it is a paradox that as army personnels, we are not allowed to be on social media. We are not allowed to be on Instagram or the other social media channels. But at the same time, army is hugely digitized. And every day, we are raising the notches and raising the bars even higher. So let me just give you one very basic idea. Well, it is a global village these days. Whatever happens in Ukraine or Russia or Israel or Palestine affects every single person, even in India. May it be business, may it be technology. Since I represent armed forces, I would like to tell you that whenever any new technology in defense is brought in any part of the world, automatically the technology of globe takes a rise. So nothing happens in isolation. I have a very interesting take on leadership. Since I'm representing my organization, I will not speak on AI in leadership today, but I will tell you that for the people of armed forces, leadership is still a contact sport. We meet, we talk, we engage, we know about each other. क्योंकि आज भी जोश, जुनून, जज्बा, खून, पसीना, यही हमारी जिंदगी है. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be here and proud to be representing my organization, that is Armed Forces. Am I audible? Okay. No, I will not take this. So I'm very, very, very glad to be on this exalted platform here of Indian Tech Talent League. And my compliments to entire team of My Anatomy, ITTL, for putting up this amazing show. You see the topic that I have got to speak. From battlefield to boardroom, evolution of leadership in disruptive era. Let me tell you, my dear ladies and gentlemen, last 30 years of my life, I have actually lived, breathed this topic. And it would be my pleasure to share few life lessons. Let me begin by wishing all of you a very, very happy new year. And let me transport you to a very different New Year celebration. A dark, cold, moonless night. Date, 31st December 1997. Place, Leh Military Airfield. Altitude, 11,000 feet. Rarefied atmosphere. For those who do not know what rarefied atmosphere means, ask a Fauji. Rarefied atmosphere means that the oxygen is less, very less. Your lungs scream for oxygen. This night, the mercury had dipped down to minus 15 degrees. And when the world was celebrating to usher in the new year, a lone lady officer was supervising her team that was tasked with clearing the snow from the military airstrip. The purpose was to clear the airstrip so that the aircrafts of Indian Air Force could land in the morning. The Indian Air Force is the only connect for every logistic supply and movement of men and material. Well, this was also the time when women officers were very few in this alpha male domain, all across men, and only one lady officer. That night, all eyes were on that lady officer. Whether she could lead her men, battle-hardened men, in this physically and mentally daunting scenario. Can she get the runway cleared? Can she make it possible for the Indian Air Force planes to land well on time? There was no margin of error. She knew that her personal conduct and professional acumen is the only key to survive. Rather, not only survive, my dears, but to thrive. After many hours of relentlessly being on tarmac, motivating her team to work harder, she finally was satisfied and gave a thumbs up to ATC. A big shabash to her team. They all said Happy New Year to each other with steaming hot mugs of tea brought from the langar. The men, they silently accepted her as the leader. This was the sight next day. 1st of January 1998, 0430 hours, AN-32 of Indian Air Force takes off from Chandigarh Military Air Base to land smoothly at Leh Military Airfield. Why am I sharing this with you? The lesson. Your actions get you acceptance and respect. So as the first lady officer in high altitude and extreme cold climate area, I was tested and judged on many fronts. 2 years later down the line, in 1999, the Battle of Kargil took place. Icy heights at an altitude of 16,000 to 18,000 feet got embroiled in a battle. By this time, I was well entrenched in my role as a supply chain management expert in high altitude. I became the first lady officer to be part of battle zone in Operation Vijay. I fought this battle as a mother of one child, pregnant with another child. I was in second trimester of pregnancy. My husband was fighting the battle in the most treacherous area of Dras. But above all, I fought this battle as a soldier of Indian Army. Gender does not matter. This is a story of a time when there were just a handful of women who had any visibility in the space. And the culture was very different. Well, it is important for me as a trailblazer of that time to share the story with all of you, so you know what it takes to be first in any domain. Well, you are right. On the extreme, my left, that is me. And this is just before the Battle of Kargil started. Now the demographic has shifted radically. We have a statistically larger saturation of women in armed forces and also in corporate boardrooms. So to the women who are present in audience today, I will say, and please, I request you to take this message far and wide, that times are surely changing. With more and more women stepping into the careers that were traditionally male-oriented, the mental makeup of society is fast changing. But many challenges still remain just the same. One of them being work-life family balance. And of course, with the changing times, this balance is not restricted only to women. Men too face the same problems, the work-life family balance. But for women, you can be a mother, a young wife, you may have pressing family responsibilities, but just know that quitting is never an option. It is a very done thing that the first casualty in any kind of problem becomes a woman's career. The first thing you decide to leave is your career. Quitting is not an option. Even if the work is physically or intellectually challenging, you have to hang in there. You have to learn. You have to prove your worth. One thing is very important for every woman especially. You have to find your support system. That support system can be in form of your husband, can be in form of your family, it can be in form of your extended relations, friends, or simply a maid that you have employed. But learn to keep a support system that will help you navigate through difficult times. And remember, by choosing a path that is less traveled, you will open the doors to many others who perhaps lack the courage to do so. I can, in a nutshell, just share with you that if I stand here as a woman officer, from the very initial batches of girls coming into army, last 30 years have taken the sweat and blood. When we started women in Indian Armed Forces, it was called WSES, Women Special Entry Scheme. For all you know what a scheme means, chali chali, nahi chali, dabba ban. It started as a scheme. The sweat and blood of my generation made this commission into short service commission. Thereafter came the permanent commission. Recently, the girls have started coming into the post or the appointments of commanding officers. You take a time, 93, 94, when I joined army, people did not know that girls have joined army. My jawans looked at me कि जैसे कोई बच्चा fancy dress में फौजी वर्दी पहन कर आ गया. They could not comprehend that girls have come into army. From that time, now when the women have started commanding the installations, what a huge journey it's been. And these disruptive eras take us forward. And I have a dream, and I have a vision. And God, give me the opportunity to live to see the day when a whole squadron of Rafales is being flown by the women fighter pilots. Allow me to live to that day when a whole squadron of armored tanks is not only being taken forward by women, but being commanded by a women armored officer. I want to live to see the day when the BrahMos and the pinnacles of the artillery are being commanded by the women officers and damaging enemy targets by their sheer accuracy of the firepower. God, allow me to live to see that day when the nuclear submarine of Indian Navy is being commanded by a woman naval officer. हम लाए हैं तूफान से कश्ती निकाल के, इस देश को रखना मेरे बच्चों संभाल के. That is what I say to all this generation here. and to the organizations, and many of which are being represented by people in audience, I would like to say that organizations these days, big or small, are spotlighting on gender inclusivity. But more than just a concept, the focus should be on accepting it as the natural way forward. Leaders must make sure that the people feel important enough to be heard, rather than dismissing good ideas due to stereotyping. Give credit to work ethics, ideas, and skills, not gender identity. You know, this is a lesson from armed forces that getting to know people for what they are is a powerful antidote to bias. And as you build your efforts to be more gender inclusive, just know that a happy, cared for people who feel respected and valued do their best work. And these environments attract and retain the best talent. The HRs here would know how much it takes to bring a person on board and then to train and then to put that person to do the work on that desk. And just because the culture of the company is such that the people leave, meter dobara zero se shuru hota hai. So, there is a very interesting phrase, and that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. आपका स्ट्रैटेजी कितनी भी अच्छी हो, लेकिन अगर आपकी टीम का, आपकी कंपनी का कल्चर ठीक नहीं है, तो none of this strategy is going to work. So focus on culture, you will sail through the disruptive times. But the question today is that what should be the leadership like in this age of disruption? What should be those skills and strategies for business leaders during unprecedented times or times of change, or as the topic of the day says, the disruptive era? So given the limited time at my disposal, I will only focus on 2 points right now. First is situational awareness, and the second is power of communication. Now, at any point of time, millions of situations are happening all around us. Sometimes a small oversight can snowball. You all must have heard that a small sound can trigger an avalanche. Murphy's Law, all of you must have heard that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And let me be the doomsday mouthpiece and say, everything that can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time. So that is a setback. If the problems vary, then degree and magnitude of setback will also vary. So it actually depends on what is at stake. Your setback is directly equivalent to what is at stake. So in corporate world, it can be missed opportunity, damage to mental peace, physical fitness, less time with family. Sometimes financial stakes can be very high and damage the company's credibility, which is very serious and has to be avoided at all cost. But what does setback and failure means in a military operation? A, loss of national glory, impact on national security. And it is always, my dears, a matter of life and death. For people who are wearing uniform, the mistakes come back home in body bags. Children become orphan. Wives turn widows. It's a wheel that cannot be turned back, and therefore, there are no runners-up in war. There is no dress rehearsal to martyrdom. And so, being first time right is not a desired business outcome for us. It is a Bible sentence. It is a Brahma Vakya. So if you carefully give me your next 10 to 15 minutes, mold these life lessons that I'm going to share with you into your individual respective job profiles, and you train your team to follow it religiously, I can assure you today that 99.99% times you will be right first time. 0.01% I'm leaving for the act of God. But after you have faced that setback, through act of God, you upgrade your SOPs. Train, retrain, re-retrain, till your responses become a muscle memory. And a reflex action makes you 100% crisis ready next time. But these are not mere words. How many of you remember this? Operation Black Tornado. 26/11, 26 November 2008, a devastating terror attack on Taj Hotel, Mumbai. It shook the nation. We all were glued to our television sets, witnessing the horrifying visuals non-stop for 3 days. अब आपने अगर एक फौजी बुलाया है तो अगर मैं आपको वही सुनाऊंगी जो आपने पढ़ा है तो क्या मजा है. So let me share with you a side story. On 27th November, a squadron of 220 NSG Black Cats, comprising of highly trained commandos, bomb disposal squads, sniffer dogs, and weapons specialists, were flown in from Delhi to Mumbai. At that point of time, the mission was only one: Taj. Eliminate every single terrorist without causing any collateral damage to innocent civilians. But gradually, as the ground position became clear, it was told that the hostages are taken not at one, but at 3 locations: Taj, Shabad, and the Trident. Do you know that the information was radioed to the commander of these NSG commandos while the plane was in mid-air? The 523 commandos had already taken off for one mission. Now they were told that there is not one, but 3 missions. The training of Indian Armed Forces is such that automatically one mission was divided into 3. The leadership automatically emerged to take over these missions. Without any chaos, the equipment, the ammunition, the resources were divided. Strategy was made. There was no clamor for position of the leader. No feedback. No 360-degree feedback. No appraisal. The training and warrior mindset of the junior leadership was such that they were ready to lead, they were ready to deliver, execute it to the T as per the training and intent of commanding officer. Pay attention to these words. Intent of the commanding officer. This means people, though they were working independently, they were all converging to the intent of the commanding officer. So they were operating differently, they had different strategies, they had divided resources, they were united in the objective of the mission. So if you see the middle picture, and that is the Shabad house, the NSG commandos were slithering down through a thin rope from Indian Air Force Mi-17 helicopter. They were wearing their black dungarees, bulletproof patkas, automatic guns, landing directly on the roof. They were the targets. When they were mid-air, a stray bullet from a terrorist down below could have damaged this chopper. And in that heavily populated area, the collateral damage would have been very high. But every factor was taken into account before this operation was carried out. And mind you, they only had time till they were flying. What is that? An hour or two? With foresight, deductions were carried out and a successful operation was executed. There is only one word. The team was crisis ready. That day, these Jabas, they came as a team, completed the mission, went back as a team. Till date, give me one name that you know of that NSG Commando team member. They are nameless, faceless bravehearts who focused on the mission. Well, there are so many leadership and teamwork lessons from that day that it is a session completely for another day. But what I want to share is that if you at any point of time get a chance to visit NSG Center at Manesar, you should see their simulation training for various situations. With every such situation, their SOPs are upgraded. Their trainings are done so that we are first time right every time. So what is that takeaway from all of us here? What do I want to tell you? I'm not going to just tell you a story and take your time. I want to give you a lesson. How you can be first time right. Of course, you don't have to wear a uniform to serve the nation. All of us are serving nations in our own ways. So, it is vital that intent of leader and objective of project is clear till the junior most member of the team. Even if the leader is not present to micromanage, still, different team works as a cohesive unit. In armed forces, we have a concept of war games, where war-like scenarios with multiple crisis situations are simulated. Far-fetched ideas, far-fetched problems. They are brainstormed. So commanders brainstorm the responses. The responses are made threadbare. These are rehearsed by the troops on ground. All practical problems are studied, time management is worked out, logistics are worked out, so that at the time of crisis, multiple functionaries like infantry, artillery, armored tank squadrons, Air Force, Navy, logistic installations, everyone comes cohesively together. And then we never say that we do not know, the right hand does not know what left hand is doing. This never happens in armed forces. Our responses are cohesively practiced so that there is no confusion. And on the same concept, I have established war rooms for various corporate giants and MNCs. This has helped them to be future ready and to stay ahead of the learning curve. So it's been a very interesting exercise when this war game room is established with corporates. It is said that mind is like a parachute. It works best when it is open. You all can imagine what a parachute will be of any use if it does not open mid-air. So keep asking yourself, right? These lines are very important. Keep asking yourself, what if this happens? How will I respond? What if this happens? How will I use my resources? What if this happens? What if this happens? What if? Constantly keep upping the game. Constantly keep asking the question. Brainstorm the responses. Brainstorm the solutions. Train your team how to perform during contingencies. Practice the procedures and SOPs till it becomes a muscle memory. In armed forces, we have a maxim. Those who sweat in peace They bleed less in war. Nothing. You all are very mature people, heading huge organizations, and you know that nothing major happens overnight, not even pandemic. There are feelers, there are trends, there are market forces. What to say of this? Even battles do not happen overnight. Movement of enemies is there, built up of logistics is there, which is evident to the trained eye, which we call battle indicators. So as a leader, develop the skill of situational awareness. What do I mean by situational awareness? ये कोई बहुत बड़ा word नहीं है. If you try to understand, it is have an ear to the ground, have an eye on the future, and a practical head firmly placed on your shoulders. That is the first step to risk management. Your decision-making abilities during difficult times depends on how well you can judge the environment before the crisis has actually struck. Your SOPs will take care of the day-to-day working. No one needs a leadership in peace situation. You need a leader only when the going gets tough. So rise to the occasion. To many of us, the pandemic came as an act of God. But to the people who strive to be first time right, the indicators of the start of pandemic were emerging very evidently. So, be situationally aware. Finally, the hallmark of leadership during disruptive times is the power of communication. When leaders communicate their expectations with open attitude, they provide clarity and logic to their team. You all must have seen that your team will have more trust in you when you are transparent and when you give clear instructions, because clarity limits miscommunication and confusion. So let me just share with you a very, very interesting story. This is the Battle of Dogra, Indo-Pak War 1965. Dogra is a small village on the outskirts of Lahore, and one of the bloodiest battles of the sector were fought here. Jawans of 3 Jat Regiment launched an offensive against invincible Dogra, Pakistani artillery ka stronghold, infantry ka stronghold. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Colonel Desmond Hayde Mahavir Chakra. Now here we are talking about communication. So listen to this story with that angle. So soldiers were spread across Ichogil Canal. They were in platoon strengths and they were fanning out from the bridgehead towards enemy. बहुत भारी गोला बारूद चल रहा था. Colonel Desmond Hayde was going from trench to trench, platoon to platoon, speaking to the people, speaking to the soldiers amidst the heavy shelling. और अगर मैं आपको जाट ट्रुप्स के बारे में बताऊं, तो उनका जो बोलने का अंदाज है वो बिल्कुल जुदा है. As a leader, you speak to your team in a language that they understand best. Colonel Desmond Hayde, an Anglo-Indian officer, asked his troops, "Mera kya hukum hai? What are my orders?" And the Jawan said, "Sab Dogra." Very clear instructions. Where will we go? Dogra. Where will we meet? Dogra. And then he said, "Kal raat ka khana kahan khayenge?" And the Jawan said, "Sab Dogra." Now he ups the ante and says, "Agar sio saabne goli lag gayi, to kya karoge?" Yani, if your senior leadership buckles and is not physically present, do you need micromanagement or do you know how to work ahead and gain the objective? So when he said that, CO साहब ने गोली लाग गई तो क्या करोगे? तो one of the jawans said, CO साहब ने कांधे पे टाक के ले जाएंगे, लेकिन रुकेंगे डोगराई जाके. यानी CO साहब को कंधे पे उठा के ले जाएंगे. We will carry the leader physically, but we are going to stop only at DograI. And let me tell you, even if only one soldier was alive that day, the mission was so clear that even that single soldier would have flown the tricolor. So ladies and gentlemen, leadership is a contact sport. Don't leave it only on AI. More so during disruptive times when the team is looking at the leadership for guidance. A leader has to connect with the team in a language that they understand and create an emotional bond, not a transactional. I only have one suggestion, that CEOs or the chief executive officers, if they start thinking of themselves as chief ecosystem officers, especially after the pandemic when someone is working from home, someone is working from remote location, instead of being a chief executive officer, if you start working as a chief ecosystem officer, it's going to be quite interesting. Well, never let a good crisis go to waste. This is my last slide for the day, and I would just like to tell you that during disruptive times, only those organizations thrive where leaders take initiative. The team takes ownership of the task, and together they think of out-of-box solutions. There may be times when only thinking out of box is not enough. You have to erase the box. Think of a new solution. Absolute de novo. And if you can do that, you will be the leader of all times. So ladies and gentlemen, feeling of belonging evolves where respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, loyalty is returned, and trust is gained. And such a team can find solutions to every problem in disruptive times or otherwise. That is all from me. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we'll respectfully ask you to stay back. I'd like to call upon a few dignitaries on stage. And ma'am, we would like to give you the title and then honor you with the title of the Beyond Leadership Skill Award for you, ma'am. So we'd like you to please collect that from our dignitaries. First of all, during the Bangalore session, we had another great speaker here with us, someone who's again seen action and seen a lot of action just like ma'am, and that is Major General SVP Singh. Can we have you on stage, please? Join us on stage. We gave him the Lifetime Achievement Award in Bangalore, and he is here with us in Delhi. He was in Delhi, so he's joined us here. Thank you, sir. Can I have a round of applause for the 4G, please? Can I have Commander Pratap on stage, please? From the Indian Navy. Served there. Thank you for your service, sir. And can I have J. Chaudhary, sir? Sir, can I have a big round? Yes, sir, you'll have to join us. And to ma'am, Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi, ma'am, please collect this Beyond Leadership title and recognition from the dignitaries on stage. And we'll also call upon Bindu, ma'am. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this is just not for the dignitaries or the speaker on stage, but for the Indian Army, please. Taaliyan bajni chahiye. That's for the Forge. Always there for us. Commander Pratap, please hand it over. Chinmay sir, please stay back. Sometimes you should also come in pictures. Proof रहना चाहिए ना, payment इन्होंने ही करनी है. We're done. Yes, sir. Chaudhary sir से request है. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure and an honor. You have a wonderful voice. It fills you up with passion. And some of your stories just take us back to that moment. It makes us feel that we are just seeing it in front of our eyes. Thank you so much. Chaudhary sir, we'll request you to stay back. We had a few set of awards that were supposed to be handed over by you. Oops. See, that's called disruption. These special awards, ladies and gentlemen, are being handed over to 5 individuals here with us. The reason being that these 5 individuals have been very exceptional and generous with their time, energy, with their mental capacities, connect to making ITTL'23 successful. So ladies and gentlemen, for helping us in moving forward to taking Indian Tech Talent League 23 ahead, we'd like to call upon, first of all, the CEO at T-Hub. Can I have a round of applause for Srinivas Rao Mahankali, sir? He also happens to be T-Hub is also our knowledge partner. Sir, you are our, we'd like to title you today with the Pancha Ratna Award because 5 of you have been, we actually wanted to even call it Pancha Bhuta Award, but with then the word Bhoot, we are like, should we use it or not? So the Pancha Ratna Award, ladies and gentlemen. T-Hub was initially our first venue also where we were there with Sir. So thank you so much for making that also possible. We know that, you really opened your heart and generously supported us through that, our very first session that we had in Hyderabad. So thank you so much, Chinmay sir. And Debajit will elaborate on the Panch Ratna Awards.
So, in certain auspicious rituals of Goddess Lakshmi, intended for success and prosperity, 5 gemstones are used. These are called the Pancharatna. And during the inception of ITTL, these 5 precious individuals came, really they helped us a lot in making this ITTL a grand success that it is. And their enthusiasm actually fueled our enthusiasm. So these are the 5 individuals whom we thought they are no less than the actual Pancharatna for ITTL.
So before we planned this event, after meeting Anurag sir and getting the push from there that I am with you, the whole BW world, the next meeting I made with our MSR sir. Before that I met Jay sir, because I took Jay sir's name, again MSR sir, okay, Jay sir is coming, we are all in there. But however, I got maybe 20 minutes time, a very good talk with sir, a conversation with sir. He said, I see that you are doing something great and the whole T-Hub on my behalf and I am personally with you. That's where the ITTL is successfully completing its 4th edition at Delhi. Sir, I do not know, is there a word to express my gratitude and the emotions I carry today? Thank you. At this.
Okay, I think he's being very kind. Okay, but when I met Chinmay for the first time, my first here is a first generation entrepreneur, right, who's come from a fairly, not one of those large urban cities, but the work he's doing is amazing. So it's been a privilege and an honor to be associated with you, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Then we have second.
The next gentleman whom I'd like to call upon stage is our skilling partner, the Chief Executive Officer at the Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Can I have a big round of applause as Shrikant Sinha sir joins us on stage.
Shrikant Sinha sir.
He looks a little shocked, are
So,
he's taking a pic.
so I have been referred by T-Hub office to contact Task, and they also, there was, her name is Subhida. She very nicely told, you call Shrikant sir, your job would be done. I called him. I never felt that I'm talking to the CEO of Task. He spoke to me on a phone for more than 20-25 minutes, understood, he said, you are doing an amazing job. Chinmay, we are in. My office will immediately send you a mail and we will do it. And again, the power we bring in today at ITTL to do this event successfully at Delhi, I think Shrikant sir, you deserve all my gratitude, the whole ITTL gratitude, the whole ITTL team's gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Can we have some music, sir? शादी की रिसेप्शन नहीं, थोड़ा बीट्स वाला.
Thank you very much.
I have to keep it a little funny and peppy in the middle, no? Otherwise, you guys also will be like, ah. Anyhow, it's winter and, like a little lazy. I call it lazy weather. Yeah, that's the way it should be with beats. These 5 gentlemen have opened their hearts. They've opened up their energies, their contacts, the whole system that they could bring together to make ITTL'23 possible. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just 1 second, I would like to add one thing. I was actually traveling when Chinmay called me, and the best part was that his passion we could sense. I told him I was in a meeting. Please call me back after some time. He called me back. We had this conversation while I was traveling. I was outstation at that time. He convinced me in that much time that the work he's doing is something which will benefit the youth of our country. And Chinmay, happy to be associated with this Tech Talent League, and more strength to your tribe.
So, we can only grow, our tribe will grow if you are there with us, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon the CEO, IIT Kanpur, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. I believe he stepped out. If someone could just, Manav sir, if you could just quickly get him. He's left or he stepped out for...
He's there.
He had a meeting? He's there. All right, we'll move on. Chief People Officer at Tally Solutions, Nagana Gowda SJ. Sir, can we have you on the stage, please? Sir, account bhi rakhna hai na sabka. Just to play on the word tally. We got to keep a tally of things, and you have helped us. My DJ is inspired by, I think, Goa yet. He's got trance music.
Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
I would like to quickly, few lines I would like to say.
Sure, sir, please.
I know Nagan sir long back, way back in 2009, I came and met him in the Mindtree office. Very warm welcome with a wonderful coffee, discussed with me, spoke to me at length. From then and there, whenever I have gone to him for, taking an advice, asking for anything, if he likes it, he will immediately accept it, and he says, Chinmay, I am with you, sir. There is no way that I can express my gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much. This is an honor and award for small token of appreciation and gratitude from you, sir, from us.
And I would like to call upon the founder and CEO at Life Cycle and Entropy, Dinanath Harapanahalli. Can we have him here?
No, I think he's not there.
He's left.
I would like to quickly tell, I met him at ISF, Dinanath sir, and he spoke to me after ISF. The first time I saw that he drove down nearby my place, which is 20 kilometers, to meet me, wherein I am supposed to go anywhere, he would have called me. So, and then he spoke to me at length, more than 2 hours he spent with me. He told, I will also see that you are growing, and in my capacity, I will do everything possible. And he joined with us Entropy as an ecosystem, startup ecosystem partner, bringing ISF to us together. Thank you, Dinanath sir, but he's not there. I'm expressing my sincere gratitude to him. Thank you, sir. We will hand it over later. Thank you so much.
We'll request all of them to just stay back for a picture together. A group picture. Chinmay sir, please stand with them. Please join us. I know you're like a photo shy person, but sometimes I have to get you in. Please smile. Chinmay sir especially. Bill abhi tak aaya nahi hai. Baad mein you can give the frowns. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And with this, all right, everybody raise your right hand. ना कर रहा हूँ सर, वही भेज रहा हूँ, लेकिन एक प्रतिज्ञा के साथ. Raise your right hand and say, I take your name. Don't say take your name, you're supposed to take your name. Democracy hai. I promise to have a quick lunch in 30 minutes and be back. Ladies and gentlemen, in my watch, right now it's 2:10. So please be back by 2:40. I am running a little delayed because of the schedule that I have. So if you come back by 30 minutes, it helps me finish on time. So please be a wonderful audience that you've been with us. Join me back within 30 minutes, please. So we'll take a break for our networking lunch.
So 2:45, we're joining for a very interesting session on next-gen startups, accelerators and incubators, especially by Mr. Randeep Sudan and our J. Chaudhary sir. And after that, we have a wonderful session by Mr. Raj Soni, who is a ventriloquist, a comedian, to add some spices, add some smiles to your face, with all these days being, a little bit more AI, automation, and everything. Thank you, everyone. We would look forward to start exactly at 2:45.
Sir. Mic off. We have taken a break for lunch. Half of them are sitting so patiently. That's so nice. We'll have fun with them. Would you like to have some fun? Let me kill some time with you guys. Or you want to read your emails? Boring people kind of work. So we break for lunch. If you're here till that time, let's have some fun. And as Chinmay said, we're going to be having a lot of conversation on stage. Till that time, I thought we'll have some fun with them if possible for some time, maybe. All right.
Nestled in the vibrant state of Maharashtra, Kolhapur Institute of Technology's College of Engineering Autonomous Kolhapur, known as KIT, stands tall as one of the finest autonomous institutions in the region. Since 4 decades, KIT has been a beacon of academic excellence, setting the standards for educational institutions in India. What makes KIT a truly exceptional that it is one among the few institutions founded and run by visionary industrialists. This unique blend of academia and industry expertise has been instrumental in shaping KIT's remarkable journey. KIT has earned national accreditations like NBA, NAC with higher grades, which reflects its commitment to quality education.
So even I won't say it's zero, but it is close to zero.
I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January. I also wanted to sincerely invite you to join our daily event, which is happening in 10th January.
Or you want like sasta tikau types? Kuch bhi nahi hai, chalte bas. Okay, let's do this. Since we have had lunch, and whenever there's food in the stomach, a lot of the blood flows to the intestines and the stomach area to digest. So that makes us a little sleepy or a little lethargic also at times. The weather is just like that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask all of you, keep the music please, ask him to keep some music. I want all of you, please stand up wherever you are. Yeah, and if like, now I see there are some 4 or 5 women here, group together, 3 or 4 women together. Quickly, 4 minutes, that's it, and we sit down. 3 minutes actually. And if you're guys, just stand up with the guys. All right. The lady there can catch hold of a lady there. There's a group, there's a big group happening of the women there. Quickly go, 5, 4, please stand up. If you're comfortable and you're with friends, if you're with your husband or friend like that, and then just make a group quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, stand next to each other like they're standing good in a line. That's good. That's nice. Something like this, yes, they're standing together. Commander Pratap is like, ye karwa kya raha hai? I have to get you charged up, right? So let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, you're in a line. Now you're all going to turn to your right. Turn to your right, face that wall. Quickly, 5, 4, 3, the ones who are standing in the front, you will get to know something later on. Hold on. Okay, now everybody bring both your hands up. Have you seen karate movies? Yes? And I'm going to play some music. You're going to massage the shoulder of the person in front of you. 3, 2, 1, music please. Come on, give the guy in front a little karate chop. The women there are like, karate chops. Don't need to grab. Duck, 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 duck. Come on. वो 3 लड़कियां तो ऐसे show put of makeup वाला है. Makeup लगा है. I can't do this. What of the girl behind you? Ask her to do it properly. Come on. Good. Stop. Stop. Turn around. Turn the ball that side. If you give a massage, you get a massage. Hands up. Go. Go, 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 go. Karate chops. Wake up. That's the way. Make the other person feel good. See Mr. Jha, he's having a good time. Sir, jara achhe se. Go. Mr. Manav sir, jaldi. 30 seconds. Enjoy the massage. Come on. What about the CTO from My Anatomy? What are you guys doing? I don't see you getting involved. Kya anatomy yaar? Karne ka na. Sab log kar rahe. Come on. Lovely. Yeah, if you're alone, move your hands. It gets the blood flowing. Yeah, come on. I'm going to count from 5 to 4. You'll all turn around and say, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How was it? Maza aaya na? Acha laga? Mera socho, I do this so many times, nobody gives me a massage till now. I keep, Hanji? Welcome to Delhi. Welcome to Delhi. Sari neend kharab kar di. All right, now take your seats. Please check for your belongings wherever they are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for being here with us. We are running a little delayed, so we'll keep it crisp and to the point. We are going to be having a panel discussion now, followed by an open house Q&A, which I will curtail due to paucity of time. And it is the discussion that is right now very pertinent in our country. Just a little fact, we happen to be, I think, the 3rd fastest ecosystem that's with respect to having startups all across the globe. Yes? Yeah, we are around the 3rd fastest or sometimes the 2nd fastest, but we are there in the top 3. And that is actually a proud feeling, isn't it? How many of you are 80s kids, 90s kids? Do you remember when our newspaper clippings used to come, BCom only 3,000 rupees salaries? How many of you remember that? And we used to think, yeah, this is life. Like to get into a job was like a big, big issue, you know. And then 2000 happened, and then the dot-com bubble. Then I graduated 2009, never graduate. Do your IT engineering in 2009. You end up doing this for a living. Nobody hires you only. So it's been a good up and down for all of us. But today, I really wish if I meet God, I would tell him, please make me 25 again. Because the salaries are damn good. And the opportunities are even bigger. True? And that is the discussion that's going to be happening here today. how can we incubate the next set of companies, the next gen of opportunities that are coming our way. So ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is the next generation startup, incubators and accelerators. And we will be having a, yes sir. आप कुछ बोल रहे थे? अच्छा. So I love changing my voice at times. So ladies and gentlemen, the next and the panelists on stage are Mr. Dinanath Harupanahalli. He's the founder and CEO at Lifecycle and on Trope. He's also going to be our moderator. Can I have a round of applause as he joins us on stage, please? Accompanying him will be a fantastic gentleman. Mr. Harupanahalli, please join us. Is he? He's outside? Manav sir, Manavta dikhaye please and get the CEO sir to join us. If he's having lunch, we'll get him on stage. The next gentleman, those of you who don't know this, but if Hyderabad is a high-tech city today, there was a time when there was not even good internet there. And the person who transformed that city from having good basic infrastructure for just broadband to today being involved in setting up, leading, having Mark Darshan as we call, by being associated with the government, is this one single gentleman. So if the whole city of Hyderabad today enjoys its tag of being a Cyberabad, there's just one gentleman who's been very, very, very instrumental in making that happen, right from basic infrastructure to having the government having those think tanks involved, or the government moving in those directions to allow infrastructure and companies to come in and create an ecosystem right from the education point of view to the execution at their premises. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the founder at ISF. They are also there. That's their organization, and he's the former Special Chief Secretary and IT Advisor to the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. And he's not only involved with Andhra Pradesh, he's involved with Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. I think whenever I look him up on Google, he's there like all across. So I'm like, sir, whom do you belong to? And his name is J. Chaudhary. So Chaudhary sir comes from the north and he's always involved with the south. So give him a round of applause, please. He's joining us. The CEO at T-Hub, Srinivas Rao Mahankali sir. Give him a round of applause. These are our panelists. Sales Director and CEO at Flix Consulting Private Limited, Mr. Gaurav Mathur. तालियों की आवाज कहाँ है? Yeah, थोड़ा beats. Can we have some beats, please? Founding Managing Partner at RSD Bajaj Global Law Firm, Ms. Shivarthi Bajaj. Can I have a round of applause, please? Welcome, Mrs. Bajaj. Ms. Bajaj. Vice President North India at London and Partners, Ms. Abhilasha Malik. So we have two lawyers in the house. Yeah. You're not a lawyer? Okay. I was about to say, it was so cold in Delhi today, the last few days. It was so cold in Delhi the last few days. For the first time, I saw my lawyer friend put his hand into his own pocket. Advisor at EY, can I have Ronnie Banerjee on stage, please? Nobody got the cold weather joke, right? Lawyers get it, right? Founder and Chairman at Optimax Aces, Kapil Kumaria. Vice President at Seed at Chitkara University, Piyush Garg sir, he's there. Director, Business Development, Marketing and Communications at, I think, Sopra Sataria, is Mr. Tarun Singhal. Is he here or is he not joined us today? He's not joined us today. CEO at World Exports, Partner World Ventures, Parmeet Singh Chadda. They're not there with us. Founding Director at ISF, Mr. Sheshadri Vangala. Can we have him on stage, please? Let's give him a round of applause. Sheshadri sir also has been involved with us in all the cities. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you here. Cybersecurity evangelist Amit Dubey. Sir, please join us. I only see like six people. CEO. Yes, sir. He's there. CEO at IIT Jodhpur Technology Innovation and Startup Center, Mr. Vignesh Mohan. Whom I couldn't trick today. Founder and CEO, Board Advisor, Digital Strategy, International Development, Public Policy at Multiverse, Mr. Randeep Sudhan on stage. And I believe Mr. Jha will be taking over. Would you like to take the panel, sir? Would you like to start with the first set of questions, or how do we go about this? Yes? Are you taking over the moderation, sir? Or you can? You would like to take the dais? Please, sir, it's all yours.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. The topic, as was mentioned, is very exciting and very pertinent to the conference, which is next generation startups, incubators, and accelerators. So since Mr. J. Chaudhary has already been introduced, may I request him to deliver his keynote points, but little brief, So as he was mentioning, we are a little short of time. We have 45 minutes, and we have 11 people on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudan. 45 minutes, and just what we need to do, how we can really catch up to that new wave which is happening all over the globe. How India can catch up or even beat those ecosystems in the world, particularly in Silicon Valley and Europe and all that. I think it's a great opportunity for India to catch up, like what we did in the telecom industry, when everybody was still trying to lay the copper wires and all that. We straight away went into the wireless mobiles and all that. Today, India has got the best telecom infrastructure. In fact, the kind of bandwidth that we provide in every nook and corner of this country, I don't think any country anywhere in the world can have that kind of infrastructure. The kind of digital payment mechanism, the infrastructure through Aadhaar and the India Stack and all that, that also India is #1 at this point of time in the world. So the new age entrepreneurs in India, they have to catch up and take advantage of the infrastructure already created by central government and also various state governments. And many innovative incubators like T-Hub in Hyderabad have already been functional very, very well. But only thing is, if you go in the conventional way in this disruptive era, they'll get disrupted. You have to think in a very innovative way. How do we really think out of the box? People keep talking about these buzzwords, but I just now met one gentleman. He's from Gujarat, and he met me on a lunch meeting. He is actually manufacturing all the coffee and tea vending machines, and with our own indigenous technology. Like whenever I come to Delhi, whenever I ask filter coffee, South Indian filter coffee,
thank you to
none
all
of the
the
hotels are able to match my taste. So I stopped taking filter coffee whenever I come to North India. Whereas this gentleman said, sir, perfect filter coffee vending machine. We are already have the machines, and these machines are getting deployed, not only coffee, tea vending machines and all that. And he's going to export these machines, and he's a very young gentleman coming from Gujarat, getting into the manufacturing. So that is the kind of talent now we are seeing in India. As somebody was telling in the morning that this is the India wave. I think in this wave, what is required is mentoring. Recently, for example, when my friend Randip Sudan called me from Singapore, Jay, when I have this product company and then I need your help. I asked him to come over to Hyderabad, and today he is very happy that we are able to get him funding, and we are also finding out the opportunities, how we can monetize whatever the products and IP that he has created. Because India itself is a very big market. So that's where one has to help each other, networking. Today, whatever Chinmay has done in this conference, all the who's and who's they have come here. So when you come here, you have to network, find out who are your potential customers, how using them you can connect to the world and all that. See, market access is the key thing. Technology, there are dozen technologies are there. So many products are coming with ChatGPT kind of generative AI tools. Creating new products is very easy. But how do you get monetized? How do you get the new customers? That's where you have to create the entry barriers. So fortunately, India is in a very big opportunity today. Consumer is on the rise, and India itself can give enough business for any, either it's a technology startup or manufacturing startups or pharmaceutical startup or food-related startup. There is so much opportunities India itself can provide. When I was studying in IIT Madras, and everybody, all my classmates left for United States, and when I asked them, why you are going, no, India is not the land of opportunities, US is the land of opportunities, so we want to pursue those opportunities. That's why all of them went. Today, many of them are coming back because India is the land of opportunities. All the Fortune 1000 companies, they're all coming here. All the startup companies across the globe, they're looking towards India because India is the biggest market. So with this nano keynote, I don't want to extend because time is very short. So probably I'll go with Randip. Randip, go ahead.
Thank you very much for those very interesting perspectives. I realize that two of the panelists here have to go. They have a hard stop. So what I'll do is that I'll bring them up first, and I'll request them to just give their perspectives on the broad topic that we have for this panel. So let me start with Ms. Shivarthi Bajaj, and then go to Mr. Amit Dubey. So over to you, Shivarthi.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on such a esteemed panel, and thank you for organizing such a great event, sir. So I'll keep it short because I understand that we are running against time for this panel. What we're discussing here is incubators and accelerators, and I'll limit myself to commenting on the legal and business aspects of that in terms of funding and growth. Incubators and accelerators in India have come at a stage. I mean, we have from the likes of T-Hub and Mr. Chaudhary also sitting here. It is for the very first time in the history of the evolution of incubators and accelerators from India that we have now diversified from only a government ecosystem to also a very heavy private ecosystem. Earlier, most of the incubators and accelerators were backed by the government. Now we have private parties coming to play in terms of not only academic institutions, but also HNIs and other funds, the larger funds who are opening their early stage incubators, which is actually a very big, it's a very big move for the Indian startup ecosystem, because incubators and accelerators are something that have traditionally been backed only by the government or academic institutions. But however, with the private sector coming into being, sets up the whole chain for their growth in a very quicker fashion. And in terms of legalities, obviously it is the incorporation of the incubators and accelerators that need to be kept in mind, the kind of structuring that needs to be there, because they need legal advice of a very sharp level, and because we do handle a lot of incubators and accelerators, and we understand that sometimes they tend to ignore this very important aspect, but in the longer run it plays a very important role. So which are few pointers, whether it's mostly LLP structure or private limited structure, depending on how they want to grow going forward. And just to add to this and to conclude, I'd just like to bring forth this data that compared to the US, there are 23 incubators and accelerators in India per 1,000. And in the US, there are 14. So we are, all in all, number 2 globally in terms of the number of incubators, accelerators in India, which I think is a great feat, and it directly fuels to our ecosystem of growth and developing as a country and fueling our innovation as well. Thank you.
Hello. Shall I?
Please.
First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of such a diligent audience, and what a panel they have curated. So friends, I am a cybercrime investigator, and whatever I have learned in my life, I have learned through criminals. And I truly believe criminals are innovators. They always teach us something new whenever we solve a case, and either they teach us a new modus operandi and new process vulnerability. They are innovating, and they are very fast innovating. So I'll just share some of these aspects that how do I see the next generation startups would look like. First of all, we all know before 2009, we never realized the value of our data. When WhatsApp was formed in 2009 and it was acquired in 2013, within 3.5 years, it was valued $19.3 billion. It was first of its kind acquisition. Nobody thought that two youngsters, they will just start a mobile app, which is just enabling people to chat, offering it free, not charging anything, and they'll be valued $19.3 billion. It's such a huge amount. If you compare it with any other conglomerate in India, maybe Anand Mahindra and all, they may not be having that wealth even if they are running 75 plus odd companies. Try to understand the value of the data that we have missed out in last decade. Now this decade, it is very, very important. Second, AI. And not only me, if we all know that the next 5 years will be very crucial for any country around the world. If they'll miss out this opportunity, they'll miss out in every aspect. In India itself, we are predicting close to $1 trillion GDP through AI. And so quantum computing. Government of India has recently announced $1 billion for quantum research. And we hardly see experts or startups or people innovating here. And criminals have already started innovating. We're already facing some quantum attacks and disrupting RSA-204 encryptions or threats to banking sector. Why not? So these are the three key pillars that I'll see how India is shaping us in future with startups, and I expect lots of startups. And earlier it used to take 30 years, 20 years to become a unicorn. Then we thought, we have seen a company becoming unicorn within a year. And I think during Pokemon Go, we have seen a company becoming a unicorn in a week. And now I'm predicting very soon we'll have examples where morning company will be founded, and by evening you will see it has become a unicorn because of the value that they'll give it to you. So thank you so much. I see startups to innovate in AI, quantum, and probably in metaverse to disrupt this world. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Now this session, we'll try to organize it around 3 topics. So one topic is, how will the next generation of incubators and accelerators be different from today? So already, of course, some points have already been made, but may I request the CEO for T-Hub, Mr. Srinivas Rao Mahakali, to give his perspectives on how he sees this particular paradigm to change. Over to you.
So thank you, Mr. Sudan, and first of all, thank you to Chinmay and his team for having me here. So I think this may sound a little paradoxical, but what I'm going to start with is, and I want to make sure everyone is awake, right? So first, I think this whole model of his physical incubation, right, I think will change, right? So I think you'll see a lot. I think we've all learned during the pandemic on how to cope with, doing things digitally, right? So I think you'll start to see more and more focus on virtual incubation, right? And obviously that has tremendous advantages because geography is no longer, a limitation. And today, for example, like Dr. Chaudhary was saying, for example, mentors could be anywhere in the globe, right? You could get funded from anywhere in the globe. You could find customers anywhere in the globe, right? So I think virtual incubation will start to become more and more critical, one. Second, I think, is new models, right? So I think one of the things in India today is we have 700 plus incubators. And like she said, many of them are government supported, academic supported. You will see more private sector incubators coming up. Also, I think the existing challenge for many of the incubators is if the source of funding, which for example, today is predominantly government funding, for example, dries up, because many of these entities are set up as Section 8 not-for-profit type of entities. I think they'll have to start figuring out different models for monetization, right? So meaning you may have, some of them may have to start thinking about creating for-profit models, because it's a question of sustainability, right? So where, for example, you take equity in the startups in return for services rendered and figure out how to monetize that. So literally you have some skin in the game, in a manner of speaking. So virtual incubation, different financing and funding models. Third, what we've seen today in India is, as I said, 700 plus incubators, but we haven't seen one model which is becoming more and more attractive from an outcome perspective, which is around venture studios, right? So we haven't seen too much of that happening in India. The difference is in an incubator, there's a startup already identified, and then you figure out how to scale. I'll give you some examples, right? So we have all our large academic institutes, the IITs and so on, have tons of patents which are created, right? So, for example, IIT Madras, each year 500 plus patents come out from research done by academicians, then PhD students, MTech students, and so on, and many of them just remain on the shelf, right? So you think about a model where you figure out how to monetize those patents because they solve some problems. So identify someone, for example, if it's something to do with life sciences, someone with 15 years experience who wants to become an entrepreneur, right? And there's something which has been built, a patent, which you can potentially commercialize, monetize, etc., right? So that's what venture studios broadly will do. So I think you'll start to see more, and world over it has been proven that the venture studio model tends to give better outcomes from a survival rate, from a funding rate, etc., avoiding mortality, blah, blah, than a typical incubation thing, right? So funding models, venture studios, virtual incubation, and last point before you cut me off, I think is you'll also start to see sectoral specialization, right? Today, while there are specific incubators, for example, in life sciences and so on, particularly in some areas of deep tech, right? I think you'll start to see sectoral incubators. And one last point, with your permission, I think collaboration between incubators within India, as well as international collaborations, for example, for the purposes of market access, is going to become more and more important.
Thank you very much.
Randeep, I just want to add, whatever MSR said about the digital incubation, ISF actually is going to launch maybe in the month of August or September, along with Gamictronics, one of the #1 metaverse company in India. Initially, we are going to create a ISF Expo on the digital space. All the buying, selling, everything can happen in that metaverse environment. And also the pitching, startups can pitch on a daily basis. Not necessarily they have to come for every quarter pitching session and all that. Every day there'll be digital jury will be there, and they can come and pitch, and who are also selected, and they'll go for the funding. All those things are going to happen in the digital space. We are going to launch probably in the month of August. So ISF on Metaverse will be launched soon.
So I think Shivarti and Amit have to leave. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No problem. So that was an interesting perspective on the future of incubation and acceleration. I personally think that a lot of countries, including India, are planning to go for central bank digital currencies. And it was mentioned about financing of these startups. I think the world will completely change once CBDCs are there, because you can trace what is the spend which a startup is doing or which a company is doing end to end. If you can do that, then the opportunities which are business opportunities become very evident, and the whole paradigm might shift in terms of financing, but that's a little time away, certainly. Now let's move to Mr. Seshadri Vangala to hear his perspectives on the topic, please.
Thank you, and First of all, it's great to be in the panel with my mentors. I think, I used to normally hear and now in the panel. I always go with my tagline slogan, networking is better than not working. So one thing I see is I've been in multiple countries and I run a day-to-day, I run a global workforce solutions firm, but again, with JSR and me, in the founding for the ISF, which was India Startup Festival, now it is truly International Startup Festival. The intent, before I go there, the reason for when I want to go with a small anecdote, and I've been to a couple of universities in India, especially at the rural part, we're talking all of startups, incubation, accelerations. After all that kind of people were talking and all that, most of them did ask me, "Bhai sahab, ye incubation acceleration mane kya hai? What does this mean?" I think in the rural, especially looking at the population, mostly in the rural segment, which still constitutes, I believe, 80%, sir. Only 20% know what it means, and I don't think it's this big. So I believe even across the globe, even first I think we need to identify how do we do some outreach campaigns to say what really this means and how they can really be benefited. And obviously, the mentors are not always available. We need really mentors. So I think this what with ISF, as Jason mentioned, one is metaverse. We're also trying to identify some of the initiatives where we can outreach. That's where we are working more on the rural segment. I think we had 125 term sheets. I think JSR didn't mention in one single day in ISF. I think you should applaud for the one single day. We have 125 term sheets, especially rural startups in our ISF second edition of our festive. We are touching that more. And that's really happening. We have a mentorship program. Everybody who is there, irrespective of what background, everything they carry in, they can come in. They can pitch in those sessions and kind of have all the global mentors as well as the investors in one line. I mean, that's the first of its kind program that we already there. So I always feel that it's more on the softer lines. How do we outreach? How do we bridge the gap? I'm being a talent guy, obviously, talking in the context of talent. I believe we still have India, while we talk about all the great stories, which is great. The world is looking to us, yes. But at the same time, there's a rural population, though it can't be a short-term gains for us. Everyone has to look into those rural population to train them, teach them. It can be long-standing to have certain programs. Maybe that's where we have good talent for startups and also doing our own products, sir. That's it from me.
No, thank you. Very interestingly, there is this MacArthur Foundation, and they hold a challenge every year, which is the $100 million challenge. So they are looking for ideas where they can finance and invest $100 million on a challenge. So there's a huge data set which is available on what people have proposed. And quite a few of them are to the point which Mr. Seshadri was mentioning, rural areas and development-oriented challenges, which is obviously a huge opportunity. So point well taken. Now let's turn to Mr. Vignesh Mohan and see what his perspective, especially coming from IIT Jodhpur.
Not just coming from IIT Jodhpur, I was previously associated with government of Tamil Nadu in formulating their startup policy for the state, right? Formulating the startup nodal agency at Tamil Nadu. So I've been looking at the incubation centers from a very early stage around 2016 times, right? And possibly while making the policies, we were traditional businesses basically man, money and infrastructure put together, right? And then the difference with a startup is it also comes with an idea which is highly scalable and venture fundable, right? So the basic idea of creating yesterday's incubation centers were that a startup will approach them with a good team and a great idea. So the incubation center will help them with money and infrastructure, right? So government schemes were most oriented towards funding the incubation centers and also helping them to fund their incubated startups, right? And also the components of funding included two things. One is a recurring and a non-recurring cost. Recurring basically is the operational expenses and the manpower, salaries and other stuff. Non-recurring will be to create the infrastructure which is required. Individual incubators play to their strengths. Someone creates a lab along with a co-working space. Someone just creates a co-working space and a design studio. And so on and so forth. That's yesterday's incubation schemes were mostly oriented towards that. And the challenges which we faced were one was that we did not get the right people to join these incubation centers as CEOs, managers, etc., etc. Even though there were salaries provided by the government to the tune of certain lakhs, still there was no incentive alignment for the best of the key people who have made it big in the startup ecosystem to come and join an incubation center as a CEO and lead that, right? Basically, that was one of the problems which we faced. And the second problem was that we were only solving for infrastructure and money, and that was limited, right? You can't keep giving money from the government side to this place. The private money was not coming that much in. The private universities were not incentivized that much to start an incubation center and fund it by themselves, right? So coming to this date, after a few years, I think 4 years after, we are looking at a lot of money being sorted now, right now, right? Most of the private incubators or private universities are actually funding the incubators. A lot of private incubators have come up. And the manpower is also sorted to a great extent because a lot of successful founders, after their exits, they want to come and associate themselves with an accelerator or an incubator as a mentor or as a CEO, or they want to start their own fund or a acceleration program. So that is also sorted to a particular extent. And also we are now looking at, because of COVID especially, the infrastructure is kind of faded off. And more importance is given on initial funding part of the venture. And then shared infrastructure. So sir just spoke about the virtual incubation, but right now what is happening is that most of the startups are associated with at least 3 or 4 incubation centers through different schemes. They get Prayas from one of the centers, they get Startup India seed support from one of the centers. They are physically incubated at another center because they have the infrastructure expertise with them. You know, we are seeing this sort of a good collaborative co-incubation happening within a lot of centers. That's today's date. Tomorrow's date is what another thing which beautifully mentioned by Mr. Srinivas sir about venture studios. We were only solving for money and infrastructure. Now the venture studios also brings the idea with them. Right? They say we have the idea, we have the money, we have the infrastructure, let's find and put together a team so that there is a venture which will be successful. Right? They'll fund that, they'll give the idea, they'll fund it, and they'll also give the infrastructure to develop whatever necessary things. And that's a new thing which is coming up. And also I look at more private participation in tomorrow's world. Already there are CSR money which is being looked upon to be given to the incubation centers. Apart from that also, I'm looking at a lot of private companies to be incentivized because as the money comes to incubation centers, it becomes a more viable and good market for private agencies to create products for incubation centers. And now we are seeing that the initial starting phase where products are being created for incubation centers to use. Right? And tomorrow's will be more connected and much more mature incubation and acceleration system. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'm a little mindful of the time, so let's move to the second topic, which is how can startups leverage a constant stream of new technologies? Every day something new is happening. So how do you really keep pace with what's changing, and how do you ensure growth and sustainability? So may I request Ronnie Banerjee to give his perspective.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Ronnie and I'm not a techie. But I'm privileged to be a part on several forums wherein every fortnight I come across at least 5 such startups or such innovators who pitch in front of us. We are a mini Shark Tank there. So while you were mentioning $100 billion and coming to the topic which you have said, you will see that today, in today's startup ecosystem, you talk to anybody who is already a startup or wants to be a startup, that why do you want to do it, boss? So it's just like 3 things comes up. एक, unicorn बनना है. दूसरा, वैल्यू क्रिएट करना है, और तीसरा बोलता है फंड रेज करना है. You ask yourself, exactly these 3 questions come, or these are the 3 things that they say. Now, when you talk about access to technology, why do we want to innovate something which has not been done earlier. If we have to talk about access to technology, it's already there. And especially when we are sitting under this forum, Tech Talent League. So it's all about thinking in a, I would not say right or wrong direction, but an appropriate direction wherein you already have access to that technology, that innovation, that kind of invention that is happening, but they are not reinventing the wheel. The wheel is there. Like, instead of sharing my opinion or deliberate upon from such a platform because I have been made privileged to hold this mic, I would rather like to throw 3-4 questions as thought triggers, and let's think around that as we go away from this forum, because this would not conclude our kind of deliberations. Say, for example, if you have to talk tech, why can't you talk of a tech that can happen around menstrual hygiene? Why can't you talk about a tech which can happen about basic financial literacy? Why can't you talk about a tech? And that tech has to be as easy as scanning an UPI, this thing, QR code. Can we not think around them? Why do we have to think of something which is above the sky? Like, I'm also one of the mentors at IIT Kanpur. So what my colleague Nikhil was also saying in the last panel, that we are all chasing AI, ChatGPT, and of late in the last 1 year, what we have learned from ChatGPT is just one word called delve, which is not there in conclusion, which was not a part of our vocabulary earlier. So why are we chasing for something new? Why can't we talk about that traditional thing which they have done in Tamil Nadu? Why can't we think about those smallest of the small innovations that are happening every day? And there are larger problems to solve beyond becoming a unicorn, beyond raising your value or creating your value or getting your venture capitalist invest because they want to exit when your value is created. So that's my take, sir, going forward.
Yeah. It's a very contra type
yeah,
of
it is.
perspective.
I beg your pardon, but
yeah,
it is.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
So let me go to now Mr. Gaurav Mathur to give his views.
Hello. So, I represent a very different, personality in this room. I'm more closer to the corporate. And as a corporate, I know the talent requirements, the tech talent requirements corporates have today. And on the other side, I'm able to hear and see, the vast amount of talent getting created at the universities. And because there are lack of employment opportunities sometimes, we hear a lot of people and a lot of youngsters without getting the experience under the belt, they want to start off a startup. And that's where the ideas goes for a toss. So as an organization, I belong to a company called Felix Consulting. What we did is we have done a forward and backward integration on this. And for example, we went to a rural area in Bangalore called Neelamangala. And there, students coming out of colleges, they don't want to leave their homes, but they want good packages, and the corporates are not willing to go to Neelamangala. They are willing to be at Bangalore, right? So I think one of the needs of the hour for access to these students is also the corporates going towards these people rather than these students coming to the corporates. That's not going to happen all the time. Now, with respect to the availability of technology, how startups can utilize it, a lot of the times I've seen startups, they would be good at one thing. So they would have built a product, but they don't know how to market it. They would not have a good sales team to do that for them. But technology today is available to help you do your website very quickly. If you, for example, use the Wix as a platform, it already has AI which can help you build images dynamically, help you create presentations, help you do websites very fast. You've got a Canva. And if you look at the technology partner today, My Anatomy, I was just seeing their slides here. They already have a talent platform which is there. So you don't need to, as a startup, when you're choosing a technology, you have to decide between whether you make it or you buy it, right? So it is suggested that you should buy a technology which is available and then make things around it. You don't need to, you don't need to go and sit and make a financial management application or a manufacturing application. As an organization, Felix has been collaborating with a lot of startups and taking their solutions to the manufacturing sector. So build, you should look at, while adopting it for yourself, you should initially buy what is there. There is a Tally, there is a Canva, there's so many solutions, and then build solutions around it for your own company. And if you're a startup who wants to go to the the corporates, then also these technologies are very helpful. So I think access to the technology is all there. You probably need to have some guru or some mentor who guides you on how to control your operating costs. And we are happy to collaborate with a lot of universities here so that we can bridge that gap between the corporate and the academia which is being available here.
I think that's a very valid perspective. But I personally feel that, say, if you're a startup and things are changing. So just look at the world which was before November of 2022, before ChatGPT hit the scene. There are a lot of companies which were having a business model which was around writing tools and creativity and all these advertisements and things like that. That world got suddenly upended because of ChatGPT. In fact, many of these startups went out of business because of this. So I feel that either the incubator or at least some agency should be doing something like strategic foresight continuously, looking at where technology is heading and being able to advise these startups and make them aware of how things are shifting, because you are so caught up in the day-to-day of the startup that sometimes you miss those things which are changing very fast. So perhaps there is a role there which is missing at the moment, which needs to be introduced.
No, you're perfectly right. So that's why I said, do your research, get a guru, get a mentor, right? Maybe you've not seen the world and there are a lot of products already out there, right? So use it and research on it before you really jump into it. And having a mentor is very important. A lot of the startups are very passionate entrepreneurs, but then they should realize that there is somebody out there who can also guide them towards the bigger world.
Thank you. So now let's move to the third topic, and this is the last topic for today, which is looking at business development, legal and globalization perspectives for startups. So let me start first with Abhilasha Malik. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you for having me here as a part of this esteemed panel. To clarify, I'm not a lawyer, and no, we are not a law firm. I represent the Mayor of London here in India. We are his office, his economic and development agency, and I look after entire Northern India. Now, over the course of the last year and more, I've had the fortune of working very closely with a lot of incubators, accelerators across the country to really understand that where is this very strong Indian startup story now headed. And we've just heard from everybody that truly today the Indian startup ecosystem is phenomenal and is only exponentially growing. Now all of this growth finds great alignment beyond borders. And I can specifically say this for the city that I speak of, and that is London. So London today has about, in the last 1 year, recorded 100 FDI projects, and 29% of them, which is the highest, have come as inward investment from India. So today we are the top investors into London. And what makes us really, what is it about London that finds favor with a lot of Indian startups? So besides the fundamentals, and when I say fundamentals, I mean regulation, I mean policy, I mean, from the right sort of talent to clients to funding to customers, besides the actual fundamentals, there are the intangibles. And with intangibles here, I refer to the sheer values, the warmth, and the welcome that any Indian company or any Indian startup irrespective of size. Today, a startup today will be an MSME tomorrow and later a company. So despite all of that, it is what makes London extremely attractive and a hotbed for Indian companies today, which are actively looking at expanding beyond borders. And that's where we come in. So, like Gaurav said, that there is this mentoring that is needed, this little gap that you find. So you have your idea, you've had your startup, you have everything in place, you've been able to identify your niche depending on the technology sector that you come from. And now comes the second part of it, where you don't know everything that lies beyond borders or, which lies, there's a market, there's an ecosystem, there is a setup that you're not as aware of. And that's where we come in. So we play an extremely pivotal role in hand-holding and in taking you to, through the regulation, helping you navigate the entire ecosystem that awaits you there. And, sort of will make you feel as an extension of this wonderful idea and this, dream that you have. So taking on from there and knitting it all together. But if you speak of global perspectives, where the Indian startup story is going, I think it's going extremely strong. And Mr. Chaudhary and I were discussing earlier where he said, Vasudhaiva Kutum, world is one family. So I look at even technology, even the startups, the entire ecosystem as one close thing coming together globally. So the Indian story holding very strong and London coming very closely and, sort of growing together in that space.
So Abhilasha, just a question to you. After Brexit, now what has happened is that the European market is not accessible, say, if you locate in London. So how do you deal with that? What is your pitch on that for a startup?
The good thing is I don't need a pitch. Brexit happened a long time ago, and the London story has stood very, very strong. I mean, we've emerged very resilient, and a simple example is last year alone we had about 31 Indian companies set up in London. Speaking specifically of artificial intelligence, not just India, but nearly about, I think, more than 1,500 odd leading AI companies are headquartered in London. So despite, putting Brexit aside, even funding, London alone has twice the amount of funding. UK has twice the amount of funding as compared to any European city. So London opens doors to not just entire Europe, but also emerging markets. So it's one of those places, where you're headquartered to sort of then, it's not just about growing into London, but it's also growing in London and then growing from London. So, as a springboard to the rest of the world, which then lies open for you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mrs. Sudan,
yes.
Business doesn't have any borders. For politicians, political borders will be there. For business people, I don't think there is any border. Whether they are in London or India or wherever it is, I mean, they can do the business, particularly in the internet world. That's the reason why our India Startup Foundation, we transformed that into International Startup Foundation. As she was mentioning, the world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Wherever startups are there, we are there to help them. And they also need India market. India also need their market. So it is a collaborative effort.
True.
Yes, but just adding to that, sorry. Yeah. This, I have never looked at trade in all of this time. I've never looked at trade from just one perspective of, a lot of times I'm asked, is it inward or outward? And my response is a very simple one, that all good trade flourishes both ways. And it is set to flourish both ways. So not just that, it's one family and this thing, but you find warmth. The minute a startup, the minute a company, the minute a founder finds two things. First is understanding his thought and idea, and second is where is his journey headed? What is it that he's seeking? The minute you're able to understand that perspective, you're able to bring to him what it is that he's actually looking for. And I think that is something now, whether it is, in India or whether it is in London, and when it is in London and how it is where we come in. So that is the sort of thing I see.
So there is just one perspective to what Mr. Chaudhary said. What we are seeing internationally is that cross-border data flows are being restricted. More and more countries are expecting data to be locally resident, especially where it comes to personal data. Now, if you look at the European Union, so the data can flow across countries within that block, whereas outside of that block, then it becomes a problem. So what I feel is that as startups in the future, will have to increasingly have to face this problem of restrictions on cross-border data flows, which is going to upset some of the business models which are available out there.
So lawyers like her can make more money out of it.
Right, exactly. So, okay, this was great. Now let's, because this whole conference is about talent and about, how it sort of impacts on the startup system and incubators and accelerators. Let me now go to Mr. Piyush Garg and see what is his perspective on all that has been discussed from an academic institution point of view.
Thank you. With that, I would like to add the legal perspective as well, if
Okay,
you permit.
sure.
So everyone was talking that I'm not a lawyer, so I'm a lawyer.
Keep it closer.
I'm a lawyer as well.
Excellent.
And with utmost regards to the co-panel members, I would like to interact with their audience. Hello, Delhi. A warm greetings in this cold weather. Till the time we don't talk about AI, someone doesn't seem to be educated enough. And I'm not. So can someone actually help me understand what is the difference between AI and ethical AI? Since morning, we have been actually hearing this term very common. Ethical AI and AI. At times, things seem very complicated, but they are very simple. Okay? What is the legal age to marry in India? 18? 21. And what is the legal age to have a consensual sex? It's 18. Ethics and legal. So we can have a consensual intimacy at the age of 18, but we can marry at the age of 21. So this is the difference between ethical AI and AI.
Interesting. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, very frequently we talk about the frameworks and the legal safeguards which any government should work on. We all are pioneers in our domain. Can someone help me understand when we're talking about next gen, in the present generation, which are the legal safeguards which are available to us if any infringement happens or if anything wrong happens in AI? Most probably the answer would be that the government is working on it and the government should protect it, right? Nobody talks about the Information Technology Act 2000. Nobody talks about the DPDA 2023, Digital Privacy and Data Protection Act. Nobody talks about the constitutional safeguards. Can the next generation of incubators and accelerators move to the next level without having the strong founding blocks, without having the strong fundamentals? What it will take? Whenever we talk about startups, ek AI hua, next, if we don't talk about the unicorns, we don't actually have the vision. I strongly believe that the next generation of disruption will actually come only with 4 C's. Collaboration, cross-culture, cross-domain, and cross-skilling. As one of our renowned speakers in her previous session said, culture eats breakfast for the strategy. Eats strategy for the breakfast. What works in the South does not work in the North. When I say collaboration, how can I actually replicate Mr. J. Chaudhary and Mr. Srinivas and other panel members across to India, to my startups who are in tier 3 cities? And I'm saying this when I'm actually the vice president of a university having 2,900 patents granted to me. And where is this university? In tier 3 city. Second largest in the world. 247 private registered startups with us. 247. Most of my co-panel members said, we need more infusion of funds. I would say most of these 247 startups who are incubated with me part of my student community. They are making the marks without even having the 5 lakhs of basic investments with them. And 6 of them this week are going to represent in the grand finale at IIT Mumbai. And all of them are working on the social impact. Assistive technologies for the deaf and mute, rural empowerment, employment generation. So instead of actually seeking the ROI, that is the return on investment, the next generation of startups and incubators should focus on self-sustainability, should focus on self-empowerment, and ROI, which is defined as return on impact. The impact which I have done on the society as an entrepreneur, as a founding director. So that is where I see that this collaboration, cross-domain skilling, cross-domain technologies, and cross-cultural collaboration will be the founding pillars of the next generation startups and incubators.
Thank you very much. Excellent. May I just also give an opportunity to the audience if they have any questions? Just 5 minutes. We'll take maybe 2 or 3 questions if there are any questions. Or any comments or any observations, because we have very distinguished people here. So anybody who would like to ask a question, make a comment, the floor is open to you. You can just raise your hand and we'll deliver the mic to you. Okay. May I have a mic? May I borrow? Yeah, sure. Yes. If you can just tell your name and then
yeah, my name is Commander Pratap Pawar. I represent a software company. My question to the friends from academia is, many of the youngsters today, they assume that, a startup, we hear about chai walas and bhel walas. So what is this misconception about having a startup which delivers tea, right? It's not a disruption, but many of the startups that we hear are into things like this. So how are the students looking at it? One is the environment that is created by Chaudhary sir and others, and the student community which comes to you. What is their opinion about it?
I think it would be a misrepresentation of the larger community of the startups when we say that some of them are in the hospitality sector, though hospitality is one of the biggest sectors in our country. Majority of my startups are deep tech startups. They are leveraging AI, data analytics, machine learning. When it comes to F&B sector, they work on minimizing the wastage. They are minimizing the type of consumption patterns which we are taking from diversified sources, increasing the revenues, understanding the demographics and dynamics, that how they can serve larger customer with minimum set of meals. So if we are putting the data analytics and machine learning to the existing F&B sector, that's the disruption, right? Second, same point of time, when you said chai wala, right? This is in reference to one of the startups which actually is having an annual revenue of 6.8 crores, employing COVID, that was one of the startups which did not stop any payment for any employee. Took the loan, made the payments to everyone. Now, they are actually having a franchisee, 29 franchises across the country, exporting the tea, which is sourced from the Assam, and exporting it globally and even to London as well, at a very, very high premium. So this is the turnaround which we are doing, using the emerging technologies in the sectors which are very, very common to all of us. Now, when I gave a quick reference about the deaf and mute, we went to Shark Tank Season 3 finale. We did not take even a single rupee in that. Second year student of mine working for the deaf and mute. We already have their term sheets. We have the collaboration opportunities to the tune of all the branches of one of the largest FI in our country. That's the kind of disruption which we are having.
Very good. Yes, please. If you can just pass the mic.
My apologies for not asking a question, but since you have thrown the floor open to comments,
Sure.
I think this event and starting up in AI and developing either foundation models or LLM models is now, it's a done deal almost. So I think the next generation of startups really will be using AI as a tool in their toolkit more than trying to develop new things within AI. There will of course be a very small, like Oracle and other database companies specialize in developing the database technology. There will always continue to be AI companies which will specialize in that. But what used to be the domain of analysis, which used to be either stochastic modeling or whether it used to be probabilistic analysis or whether it used to be, standard deviations. Now we will see people using more than Excel, right? AI tools. So I think we should start to figure out how to empower our startups, especially as incubators and accelerators, with the tools to be able to integrate AI. Retail has done that quite successfully, actually. If you look at, if anybody of you shops on any of the online shopping portals, Edgeo, Myntra, whatever it is, there are companies, I think there are at least a dozen companies in Bangalore, which are enabling them with AI, right? Now, the same level of competitive advantage that artificial intelligence gives, whether it is, in going further with the technology and the idea, whether it is identifying the markets and or even where to incubate. The question that I was getting in my mind when we were speaking about London was, what is the difference between being incubated in Dubai, between being based in Dubai and using that as a springboard versus London, in terms of, so AI will become a huge factor, and I think we should all be looking for those tools that will be a necessary, it will be another blade in our Swiss Army knife for the startup.
Very valid.
Maybe Mr. Sudar, you can talk about University of Florida, what they are doing for their...
Yeah. So there is this case of University of Florida, and they realized that AI is becoming so important that they have now integrated AI or introduced AI into every single course. So much so that they have recruited 116 new faculty who are specialized on AI and embedded them in different departments so that it's a completely AI-oriented method of teaching. So you already see these signals in terms of universities taking action and very aggressive action in this area. And I think Indian universities also need to catch up on that. Perhaps there is still a gap which needs to be bridged.
Sir, with due respect, I would like to add something to that so that next time, instead of actually quoting University of Florida, you can take an example of Indian University.
Sure.
This 26th January, we are launching entrepreneurship development program, which will be starting from 6th semester onwards with industry academia engagement totally dedicated for the startups. So if the student is in 6th semester, it will be linked to the credit program and the student will be doing full-time entrepreneurship starting from 6th semester. Okay? They will be interacting with all the industry leaders, working on the emerging technologies so that they can work on their own startups, and they will be awarded the credits for that particular thing. They don't have to attend any other academic sessions. And when they move to the 7th and 8th semester, their yardstick of success would be how they are actually acquiring the customers and building the revenue for themselves. Along with that, we'll be providing them the entire support in terms of patent filing, where university will bear the entire cost, and still 90% of the rights would be with them. And we will also provide them the entire compliance and legal support as well.
Fantastic. Excellent. So I think that's a very optimistic note on which to end this particular session. So I would like to thank the panelists and of course the audience for a great session, and look forward to a very bright future for the next generation of startups, incubators and accelerators. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll request our panelists to stay back for a few minutes on stage. We would like to honor you with the title and recognition from ITTL, and to give away the stellar leadership recognition, I would request J. Chaudhary sir, you'll have to do us the honors, sir. And along with him, the man who has a very fantastic voice, Piyush sir, you'll have to also join Chaudhary sir. And also Srinivas Rao sir. Srinivas Rao sir, yes sir. You three are going to be honoring our co-panelists or your co-panelists. And I would like to start off with the sales director and CEO at Felix Consulting, Gaurav Mathur sir. Please step forward, sir. And Chaudhary sir, Piyush sir, and Mahankali sir, please. And the DJ is on cue. Can we have some noise, please, everybody? Yeah, that's it. Let's charge ourselves up. It's our own energy levels. It's up to us, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, if you keep the applause going, I have a surprise coming for you. I am calling in Romeo to come in and meet you. Some of the women are like, what? I'll let you know about that. But right now, it's on stage. We have Mr. Gaurav Mathur. Then the founding and managing partner at SD Bajaj Global Law Firm. She's not here with us. The Vice President North India at London and Partners, Ms. Abhilasha Malik. Ma'am, step forward. It's a lady on the stage, so I request all the women put in some more energy, please. Come on. Those of you wondering who Romeo is, I'll let you know that in a moment. Advisor at one of the big fours, Ronnie Banerjee from EY. And we'll request all our leaders to stay back for a group picture. The founding director at International Startup Foundation, Mr. Sheshadri Vangala. Sir, please step forward. You've been instrumental. He's got some fantastic connects within the industry, amazing knowledge that he brings in. Okay, I'm instituting a special award. The most enthusiastic personality from here walks away with some special goodies from my side. Right now, I see this bunch of ladies. They're the only ones in contention. I do not see any energy from that side. So keep the music and let's keep going. Let's see who's the most enthusiastic personality from here on. I'm instituting a special prize from my end. A cybersecurity evangelist. That's Mr. Amit Dubey. That's coming up. Mr. I'll move on. And the founder and CEO, board advisor, digital strategy, international development, public policy at Multiverse, Randeep Sudan. Can I have a round of applause, please? And the last one is a special one because he's the CEO at IIT Jodhpur Technology Innovation and Startup Center. Mr. Vignesh Mohan, please. Come on. 4 or 5 of you are there in contention. A special shopping voucher coming your way from one of the big e-commerce platforms. I have 2 more conversation on stage, but one of them is going to be a fun one. And I'll request everybody for a group picture, please, if you can hold in your awards, please. And we'll have a group picture. Just the plaques, please. Those of you who are wondering who Romeo is, thank you all. A group picture, please. Those of you are wondering why am I so particular about it is because we make very good PPTs which we don't send out. Okay, that was supposed to be a humorous take on the PPT culture that we somehow have. Those of you are wondering who Romeo is, you can take 10 seconds quickly to Google out Mr. Raj Soni. So Romeo is a naughty, naughty little child. You'll get to know what kind in a very special way. And I'd like to thank our dignitaries on stage. Thank you, Chaudhary sir, Piyush sir, and Mahankali sir. Thank you for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, so as I told you, we have 2 more conversations on stage. We'll be having an engagement and post that a conversation coming in on how AI and automation can be a catalyst for job evolution. That's a conversation that's coming in from a gentleman from Google. He's here with us, and he's there. I'll be calling him very shortly. But before that, it's time to just lighten up the moment a little bit. And would you all like to learn a magic trick by the time I get my dais cleared? How many of you would like to learn a magic trick, which you can easily learn? Anybody has a 500 rupee note? Nobody has it? Does anybody have a 500 rupee note? Quickly. You have one, please give it to me. Anybody, quickly, the first come, first serve. Who's giving it to me? Check. Anybody with a 500 rupee note? Yes, I have a lady there. Yes! I found a lady who has money. Oh, they usually have all the money. You're married, ma'am? That's husband's. Sorry, it's your hard-earned money. I'm just kidding. So, ma'am, please come here. Just here. By the time I get my dais, you are in the spotlight today. What's your name, ma'am? Umang. What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm working as an HR professional.
HR, my new best friend. Can I get a job somewhere? I'm jobless right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you take money like this and practice now along with me. Learn it well. You fold it.
Hello. थोड़ा इसको डाउन कर दो. चली गई? नहीं जाएंगे नहीं. यस. सही है. ठंड ज्यादा है ना? हाँ. सुबह से इंतजार कर रहा था और अभी शाम तक में नंबर आ ही गया. इसका जब जन्मगी हो रहा था ना तो 10वें महीने में हुआ था. चुप रहे यार. जी एकदम प्लेन रखिएगा ताकि आवाज स्पष्ट हो. आवाज आ रही है पीछे तक? आ रही है ना? हाँ. तो सबसे पहले तो सर इसका नाम रोमियो है. इज्जत से बोलना. यस. ही इज मिस्टर रोमियो. थैंक यू. हेलो. जब 1-2 लोग ताली बजाते हैं ना, हाँ, तो ऐसा लग रहा है, हाँ, जैसे कोई खैनी बना रहा है. ऐसा नहीं है. आगे कैमरामैन. हाँ, कैमरामैन भाई साहब बड़ी अच्छी फोटो लेते हैं. ऐसे भी कहते हैं कैमरामैन वही बनता है, हाँ, जिसको बचपन में दूसरे के घर में ताक झांक करने की आदत होती है. ऐसा नहीं है. ये बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत प्यारे हैं. और हमारे एंकर साहब जो बहुत अच्छे मैजिशियन भी हैं. उनकी लंबाई देखिए, लंबाई. हाँ, लंबाई तो बहुत तगड़ी है. वो महंगाई के अनुसार बढ़ते चले गए. अच्छा. और मुझे देखकर क्या लग रहा है? तुझे देखकर ऐसा लग रहा है, हाँ, जीएसटी काट के भेजा गया है. चुप हो जा. सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा ITTL के इस इवेंट पर मुझे बुलाने के लिए. श्रीमान नेपाल गए सर का. नेपाल में नहीं रे. सॉरी चीन गए. हाँ. अरे तुझे पता है चिन्मय का मतलब क्या होता है? ज्ञान से परिपूर्ण. यस, ज्ञान से परिपूर्ण. तो उनके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेगा? सर मैं तो आपकी झील सी आंखों में डूब जाता, हाँ, अगर बीच में आपका चश्मा ना आता. तुझे क्या लगता है कि सर सचमुच ज्ञान से परिपूर्ण है? बिल्कुल परिपूर्ण है. क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने चश्मा नहीं उतारा. अच्छा. एक्चुअली हुआ यूं सर कि पिछले बार मैं एक इवेंट पे गया हुआ था. वहां पर इसने ऐसा ही कहा कि मैं तो आपकी झील सी आंखों में डूब जाता अगर बीच में आपका चश्मा ना आता. तो अगले ने चश्मा उतार दिया. तो सर ने नहीं उतारा इसलिए वो जीनियस है. यस. कैसे? जैसे मैंने कहा, हाँ, तो उन्होंने चश्मा उतार दिया था. हाँ. फिर मैंने सोचा अच्छा होगा मैंने उनके जीन्स के बारे में नहीं कहा. ओके. तो इस हिसाब से तो सच में सर जीनियस हैं. अच्छा सर, एक्सपर्ट यहाँ पर एक से एक आए. एजुकेशन, AI के, ऑटोमेशन के और भी कई ट्रेंडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्सपर्ट आए. वो अपनी राय रख रहे थे, अपनी बातें रख रहे थे. सर उस बीच में ना हम ऑब्जर्वेशन देखते हैं कि कुछ लोगों को नींद आ रही होती है. फिर वो कंट्रोल भी कर रहे होते हैं. जम्हाई आ रही होती है लेकिन अपने आप को कंट्रोल करके उनकी बातें सुन रहे होते हैं. यस सर. अच्छा कुछ लोग तो बहुत चालाक होते हैं सर. चुपके से ना पीछे घूम के जमाई ले. यस सर. अच्छा सर कुछ लोग ना सचमुच इतने गहरी वाली नींद में चले जाते हैं, उसके बाद अचानक से तालियां बजती हैं तो उनकी नींद खुलती है. फिर उनका रिएक्शन बड़ा ही गजब होता है. तेरे को भी नींद आ रही थी क्या? नहीं मेरे को नहीं आ रही थी, लेकिन अभी ठंड का मौसम चल रहा है, दिल्ली में बहुत ठंड है. तू क्या कहना चाहता है? जो लोग शादीशुदा हैं, हाँ, उनको तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. कहना क्या चाहता है? कहने का मतलब है जो शादीशुदा है, हाँ, वो बधाई के पात्र हैं. जो शादीशुदा हैं वो बधाई के पात्र हैं और जो कुंवारे हैं वो रजाई के पात्र हैं. अच्छा. लेकिन एक बात है रोमियो, ठंड के मौसम में यहाँ पर जितने जेंट्स हैं उनके बारे में तू क्या कहना चाहता है? जेंट्स के बारे में तू कह. जेंट्स बहुत प्यारे हैं, बहुत अच्छे हैं, सारे लोग बहुत प्यारे लग रहे हैं. और जितनी महिलाएं हैं उनके बारे में मैं कहूंगा. अच्छा उनके बारे में तू कहेगा, कह दे. सारी लेडीज बहुत खूबसूरत लग रही हैं. अच्छा. बहुत प्यारी लग रही हैं. हाँ. लेकिन इनको देखकर कैसा लग रहा है? अगर ये लोग 3-4 दिन ना भी नहाए, हाँ, तो नहाए हुए लगेंगे। हाँ, और मेरे बारे में क्या कहना चाहता है? क्या हुआ? इसको देखो, अगर एक ही दिन में 3-4 बार नहा ले फिर भी नहाया हुआ नहीं लगता है। अरे यार, जिस शब्द के आगे ना है पीछे ना है वो करके क्या फायदा? लोग हाँ करवाने पे तुले हुए। चल माना कि ये लोग नहाए हुए लगते हैं, तू भी मुझे नहाया हुआ लगता है, लेकिन एक बात बता, तू रोज नहाता है? ना 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 ना, मैं नहाने के पहले टॉस करता हूँ। अच्छा, टॉस करता है, फिर हेड आता है तो नहीं नहाता हूँ। हेड आता है तो नहीं नहाता है, और टेल आता है तो फिर से टॉस करता हूँ। अच्छा अच्छा, और ठंड में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है? एक प्रॉब्लम होती है। क्या? छाया में बैठ जाओ हाँ तो ठंड लगने लगती है। अच्छा, और धूप में बैठ जाओ तो गर्मी लगने लगती है। नहीं नहीं, डिस्प्ले दिखाई नहीं देता है मोबाइल का। अच्छा, ये दिक्कत होती है। अच्छा, ठंड में सबसे मजेदार बात क्या होती है? ठंड में सबसे मजेदार बात है हाँ, दुनिया के सारे मजे एक तरफ हाँ, और टॉफी निकाल कर सर खुजलाने का मजा एक तरफ। अच्छा, तो ऐसा तो होता है। यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं और इस कहते हैं कि तू भी तो जॉब करता है ना यार, इसी तरह की आईटी वाली कंपनी में। हाँ हाँ, करता हूँ ना। तो तू कब से काम कर रहा है? जब से बॉस ने धमकी दी है कि अगर काम नहीं करोगे तो नौकरी से निकाल दूंगा। अच्छा, तब से काम कर रहा है, उससे पहले आराम कर रहा था? बहुत आराम कर रहा था। सर, ये मैं कहीं भी जाता हूँ, ये मेरे साथ हमेशा कहीं भी शो के लिए जब मुझे बुलाया जाता है तो ये मेरे साथ जाता है। रोमियो, यहाँ पर जितने लोग हैं मैं चाहता हूँ कि तू एक शायरी सुना दे। शायरी? हाँ। ना 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 ना। क्यों? पहले तू। नहीं नहीं, पहले तू। पहले तू। पहले तू। पहले तू। पहले तू। तू 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 तू। अच्छा ठीक है, मैं ही सुना देता हूँ। लेडीज फर्स्ट। मैं तेरे को लेडीज नजर आता हूँ क्या? थोड़ा थोड़ा तो लगता है। चुप रहे। बड़े दिल से निकली शायरी है, तवज्जो देना। कि इतने कमजोर हो गए हैं हम तेरी जुदाई से। वाह, क्या बात है। थैंक यू, वेलकम। हाँ, कि इतने कमजोर हो गए हैं हम तेरी जुदाई से कि मच्छर भी उठा ले जाते हैं चारपाई से। अच्छा, लेकिन रोमियो, तू ना मेरी बेइज्जती बहुत करता है। नहीं, बेइज्जती उसकी होती है जिसकी इज्जत होती है। तेरे को क्या लगता है मेरी इज्जत नहीं है? हाँ, गोल कर क्यों और बेइज्जती कर रहा है? अच्छा सर, इसको अच्छा, तुझे उल्टे शब्द पता है? हाँ हाँ, ठीक है। देखिए सर, इसको उल्टे शब्द भी बहुत अच्छे से पता है। मुझे बता, खूबसूरत का उल्टा। मैं जो पूछूंगा तुझे उसका उल्टा बताना है। ओके, हाँ। खूबसूरत। खूबसूरत। वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। अच्छा, सच। झूठ। अच्छा, बुरा। सोना। चांदी। गलत हो गया। सही हो गया। अरे सच में गलत हो गया। अरे सच में सही हो गया। पागल है क्या तू? नॉर्मल है क्या तू? तू जा। तू आ। अरे यार तू जा। अरे यार तू आ। रहने दे यार, तू हर बात की ऐसे घुमा फिरा के बोलता है। सर, ये सरकारी नौकरी करता था और सरकारी नौकरी के साथ साथ कार्यक्रम में कहीं भी मेरे साथ जाता है। एक बात बता, जब भी तू सरकारी नौकरी जब कर रहा था तो मेरे साथ किसी भी कार्यक्रम में जाने से पहले अपने बॉस से छुट्टी कैसे लेता था? कैसे? मैं अपने बॉस को कहता था। क्या कहता था? सर। क्या हो गया? सर, मेरी सास मर गई। फिर क्या होता था? 10 दिन की छुट्टी मिल जाती थी। अच्छा, फिर छुट्टी लेनी हो तो? सर, मेरा ससुर मर गया सर। अच्छा, फिर क्या होता था? 10 दिन की फिर से छुट्टी मिल जाती थी। अच्छा, फिर छुट्टी लेनी हो तो? मेरी सास मर गई सर। एक मिनट, फिर छुट्टी लेनी हो तो? मेरा ससुर। एक मिनट, पहले तेरी सास मर गई। हाँ। फिर तेरा ससुर मर गया। हाँ। फिर तेरी सास मर गई। हाँ। फिर तेरा ससुर मर गया। हाँ। तो बॉस ने कुछ नहीं कहा? बॉस ने भी यही कहा। फिर तूने क्या कहा? मैंने कहा हाँ सर, सास मरती है तो ससुर शादी कर लेता है और ससुर मरता है तो सास शादी कर लेती है। देखिए, ताली बजाने का महत्व है। मैं आपको बताता हूं कि जो महत्व है बोलने में तालू का, जंगल में भालू का, मसाले में बालू का, सब्जी में आलू का और बिहार में लालू का, जो महत्व है नेपाल में मोड़ू का, कुआरे के लिए जोड़ू का, रिलेशन में साड़ू का, केजरीवाल के लिए झाड़ू का और बिहार में दारू का, जो महत्व है शादी से पहले सगाई का, शादी के बाद विदाई का, शहरों में घर जमाई का, मुंबई में भाई का और ठंड में रजाई का, वही महत्व है बाग में माली का, होटो में लाली का, पुलिस में गाली का, मकान में लाई का, कान में वाली का, कान में बाली का, पूजा में थाली का, मजाक में साली का और हमारे कार्यक्रम में आपकी ताली का।
तो एक और ताली बजाएंगे तो मजा आ जाएगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अच्छा रोमियो, एक बात तो मैं और बताना चाहता हूँ तुझे।
सुन, मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ, मेरी शायरी सुन, दिल से निकली हुई।
दिल से निकली हुई, दिल से निकली हुई क्या शायरी है?
उसने छुड़ा दी शराब,
उसने छुड़ा दी शराब
अपनी कसम देकर।
आहा, उसने छुड़ा दी शराब अपनी कसम देकर।
महफिल में गए
हाँ,
तो यारों ने पिला दी उसकी कसम देकर।
आहा, महफिल में गए तो यारों ने पिला दी उसकी कसम देकर। तुझे पता है शराब नहीं पीना चाहिए,
कभी कभी पीना चाहिए,
कभी कभी भी नहीं पीना चाहिए।
अच्छा सर, कभी कभी पीने में कोई खराबी नहीं है कि नहीं? जरा एक बार ताली बजाकर बताइए, खराबी है कि नहीं है?
हाँ,
ताली से पता चल रहा है कौन कौन पीते हैं।
ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन यार शराब, मैंने क्या बोला तुझे, शराब नहीं पीना चाहिए। तुझे पता है एक बार एक एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहा था, तो वहां पर एक गधे को बुलाया गया, और सोच, गधा जिसको कम बुद्धि होती है उसको बुलाया गया और उसके सामने 2 कटोरे रखे गए, एक कटोरे में पानी था, एक कटोरे में शराब था। तुझे पता है जब वो गधा आया तो पानी पिया, वो शराब नहीं पिया। इससे क्या पता चलता है, इस कहानी से क्या सीख मिलती है?
इस कहानी से यही सीख मिलती है,
हाँ,
जो शराब नहीं पीता है वो गधा है।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
जा रहे हैं सर, अच्छे से जाइएगा।
हाँ हाँ, जा सर बहुत प्यारे हैं यार।
लगता है सर का फोन आ गया है।
हाँ, लेकिन एक बात है कि एक कहावत, बड़ी अच्छी कहावत है सर, कि जो सोवत है सो खोवत है और जो जागत है सो।
नहीं, ये तो गलत हो गया।
तो अब चेंज हो गया है?
चेंज हो गया है।
अच्छा, क्या है? जो सोवत है सो खोवत है, जो जागत है सो
मोबाइल चलावत है।
अच्छा, अरे तुझे पता है जब मोबाइल चलावत है तभी इनकम आवत है।
ओके, आई थॉट गर्लफ्रेंड से बतियावत है।
नहीं। अच्छा, एक कहावत और है, वो बड़ी अच्छी कहावत है कि हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई, यस, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई,
ये भी चेंज हो गया है।
अच्छा, आपस में भाई ये भी चेंज हो गया,
ये भी चेंज हो गया।
अच्छा, फिर क्या हो गया है? हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई
सबको ठीक कर देती है उसकी लगाई।
ऐसा सबको ठीक कर देती है
उसकी लगाई।
अच्छा, लेकिन तुझे पता है एक जो पिता होता है वो एक पिता अपनी बेटी के लिए कहता है कि मेरी बेटी मेरा अभिमान,
और एक पति कहता है
हाँ
मेरी पत्नी मैं परेशान।
अरे ऐसा नहीं है यार, तुझे पता है एक जो पत्नी होती है वो अपने पति के साथ उसकी गरीबी में रह सकती है, उसकी परेशानियों में उसके साथ रह सकती है, उसकी जरूरत में उसके साथ रह सकती है,
लेकिन उससे लड़े बिना नहीं रह सकती है।
अच्छा खैर सर, अभी पिछले दिनों की बात है, हम लोग एक कार्यक्रम में थे, वहां पर इसको किसी ने कहा कि रोमांटिक बातें इसको बहुत अच्छी आती है। अरे वो लैला मजनू वाली बात तो बड़ी अच्छी बताता है।
अच्छा, लैला मजनू क्या?
हाँ, वो क्या बात थी?
हाँ, मजनू ने देखा लैला की मुस्कान, रंग से जाना भैया, गिरना मत, आगे देख के जाना।
हाँ, देख के जाना।
उधर एक और अंकल है, उससे टकरा मत जाना।
हाँ,
ऐसा घूमते हुए पीछे आ जाएंगे।
अच्छा,
फिर हमारे पिछवाड़ा का फोटो लेंगे।
बदमाश। हाँ, तो क्या हुआ?
मजनू ने देखा
हाँ
लैला की मुस्कान।
मजनू ने देखा लैला की मुस्कान।
मजनू से ज्यादा मजे तो ही ले रहा है।
अरे यार, मैं उस चीज को मतलब बढ़िया से बता रहा हूँ
सर। आप बहुत हैंडसम है।
हाँ, एंकर साहब अपने।
एंकर साहब।
हाँ
थैंक यू सर।
हाँ,
मैजिशियन भी है ना?
हाँ, मैजिशियन भी है।
सर जादू से इसको गधा बना दो।
ये क्यों करेंगे वो?
रहने दो, ऑलरेडी है ये।
चुप। हाँ, लैला की मुस्कान देखिए मजनू ने
देखा।
हाँ,
लैला की मुस्कान।
मजनू ने देखा लैला की मुस्कान।
देखकर मुस्कान।
हाँ,
मजनू ने खोला लैला की गली में।
क्या
पान की दुकान।
अरे वाह वाह वाह। मजनू ने देखा लैला की मुस्कान, देखकर मुस्कान मजनू ने खोला लैला की गली में पान की दुकान।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
हाँ।
फिर मजनू ने लैला को खिलाया फ्री में पान।
अरे वाह, लगता है सेटिंग होने वाली है। मजनू ने फिर खिलाया लैला को फ्री में पान। इसके बाद
खाकर पान लैला बोली,
क्या बोली?
शुक्रिया भाईजान। जब एक दो लोग ताली बजाते हैं ना,
हाँ।
तो ऐसा लगता है थक गए हैं।
नहीं यार,
जिनको मेरी बात समझ में आ जाए,
हाँ,
वो हंस दीजिएगा, ताली बजा दीजिएगा।
और जिनको समझ में नहीं आए,
वो भी हंस दीजिएगा, ताली बजा दीजिएगा।
ऐसा क्यों?
नहीं तो गूगल वाले को पता चल जाएगा कि आपका देर से काम करता है।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार, सब एक से बढ़कर एक एक्सपर्ट लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, सब बहुत समझदार हैं, बहुत जानकार हैं। सर एक बार ना इसकी एक वीडियो काफी वायरल हुई है, हमारी कॉमेडियन राज सोनी नाम से आप मुझे जानते हो, इसकी एक वीडियो काफी वायरल हुई है। उसमें तूने एक कहानी सुनाई थी, वो कहानी जरा सुना दे।
कहानी?
हाँ।
5 दोस्त होते हैं।
5 दोस्त होते हैं।
एक लंगड़ा,
एक लंगड़ा,
एक बहरा,
एक बहरा। एक क्या होता है? बहरा। एक लंगड़ा, एक बहरा।
हो गए बहरे।
अच्छा ठीक है, एक लंगड़ा, एक बहरा,
एक अंधा,
एक अंधा,
एक गूंगा,
एक गूंगा। फिर क्या होता है? 5वां कौन सा है?
वो आगे आएगा।
वो आगे आएगा, ठीक है। फिर क्या होता है?
ये चारों 5
हाँ,
रेगिस्तान में चले जाते हैं।
रेगिस्तान में चले जाते हैं। कड़कड़ाती धूप,
हाँ,
बिजली चमक रही होगी।
नहीं पागल है क्या? वो मैं बोलूंगा।
अच्छा वो तू, हाँ ठीक है। कड़कड़ाती धूप, गर्मी,
तो ही बिजली चमकती है। किधर से आवाज निकाला?
इधर ध्यान दे।
अच्छा नहीं, आवाज अच्छी निकाल लेता है।
हाँ, वो कड़कड़ाती धूप, और फिर क्या होता है? बिजली चमकती है।
यस, मूसलाधार बारिश हो रही है।
रेगिस्तान में मूसलाधार बारिश हो रही है।
यस यस।
अच्छा, फिर क्या होता है?
ये सब भीग जाते हैं।
सारे भीग जाते हैं। उसके बाद
ये अपने कपड़े उतार कर,
हाँ,
सूखने के लिए खुले आसमान के नीचे डाल देते हैं।
बारिश हो रही है,
हाँ,
और ये लोग कपड़ा उतार कर सूखने के लिए खुले आसमान के नीचे डाल दिए।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
फिर क्या होता है?
तो ही एक और फिर से बिजली चमकती है। फिर से आवाज इधर से निकाली क्या?
अरे यार फिर से सुन तो तू। तो बिजली जब चमकी तो फिर क्या होता है?
बिजली की आवाज सुनकर,
बिजली की आवाज सुनकर
गहरा डर जाता है।
कौन डर जाता है?
गहरा।
बिजली की आवाज सुनकर बहरा डर जाता है।
यस।
फिर क्या होता है?
फिर वो अंधे की ओर देखता है।
हाँ,
और भागने लगता है।
बहरा भागने लगता है।
उसको देखकर,
हाँ,
लंगड़ा उससे स्पीड से दौड़ता है।
उसको देखकर लंगड़ा उससे और स्पीड दौड़ता है।
यस। गूंगा बोलता है।
गूंगा क्या बोलता है?
जल्दी भागो नहीं तो और बिजली गिरेगी।
गूंगा बोल रहा है कि जल्दी भागो नहीं तो और बिजली गिरेगी। फिर क्या होता है?
फिर क्या होता है? अंधा एक पत्थर उठाता है।
अंधा एक पत्थर उठाता है
और निशाना बनाकर दे मारता है।
एक मिनट यार, ये कैसी कहानी है तेरी? रेगिस्तान में बारिश हो रही है, अंधा जो है वो देख रहा है, बहरा सुन रहा है, गूंगा बोल रहा है, और ये कहानी क्या है? 5वां कहाँ है? 5वां क्या कर रहा है?
5वां वो पागल है।
वो क्या कर रहा है?
वो मेरे से सवाल कर रहा है।
अच्छा, अभी जब मैं आ रहा था सर, तो मैंने देखा 2 कुत्ते आपस में लड़ रहे थे। 2 कुत्ते आपस में लड़ रहे थे। मैंने उनको समझाया, अबे ओ नंगे कुत्ते, पूंछ हिलाते डुलाते कुत्ते, ऐसे भी तेरी मोहल्ले में इज्जत कम है, तुम दोनों ऐसे लड़ोगे तो और इज्जत कम हो जाएगी। तो एक कुत्ता उसकी लड़ाई छूट गई। फिर वो कुत्ता मुझे बड़े प्यार से धन्यवाद देते हुए बोला, वाह।
अरे वाह, तू समझ गया?
हाँ,
कुत्ते की भाषा कुत्ता ही समझ सकता है।
बदमाश। अच्छा सर, अगर इस मंच पर हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में बॉलीवुड से भी कई लोग आए होते, अगर शाहरुख खान साहब यहाँ पर होते, शाहरुख खान साहब आकर कहते, तेरी आंखों की नमकीन मस्तियां, तेरी हंसी की बेपरवाह गुस्ताखियां, तेरे जुल्फों की लहराती अंगड़ाइयां, नहीं बोलूंगा मैं जब तक है जान, जब तक है जान।
अच्छी आवाज निकाल ली। हाँ, आगे सुना।
हाँ, अगर हमारे इस मंच पर प्रधानमंत्री महोदय होते, नरेंद्र मोदी जी होते, तो कहते, प्यारे देशवासियों, इतने सारे एक्सपर्ट को सुनने का एक साथ मौका मिलना ये हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अच्छा सर, हमारे यहाँ ना सर एक चीज और देखो, हम लोग के यहाँ ना अमीर लोगों के कुकर भी अलग अलग होते हैं। जो अमीरों का कुकर होता है सर वो ऐसे आवाज करता है। ऑब्जर्वेशन पसंद आए तो आपकी तालियां चाहूंगा। देखिए जो अमीर का कुकर होता है वो ऐसे आवाज करेगा। इसके बाद आता है मिडिल क्लास का कुकर। वो सर जरा दादा इको रिपीटेशन हल्का बढ़ा देना। हेलो साउंड दादा,
साउंड दादा, वो तेरी नहीं सुनेंगे रे, क्या बोला अपने पत्नी की सुनते हैं।
अरे नहीं सुन रहे वो। हाँ दादा थोड़ा सा इको डिले बढ़ा दीजिएगा। हाँ देखिए सर, जब मिडिल क्लास का जो कुकर होता है वो अलग तरह से आवाज करता है। वो खाना कम बनाता है, गंदा ज्यादा करता है। वो कैसे आवाज करेगा?
पूरा गंदा कर देता है।
हाँ, कुछ लोगों का कुकर बहुत जल्दी में होता है, उसको बहुत जल्दी निकलना रहता है, वो आवाज बहुत जल्दी जल्दी करेगा। और इसके बाद आता है
तेरा कुकर, गरीब लोगों का।
चुप रहे। वो कुकर सर आवाज कम करता है, जल्दी जल्दी आवाज भी नहीं करता, वो हमारे मजे लेता है। मजे कैसे? थोड़ा ऊपर जाएगा और वहां पर स्थिर हो जाएगा, हमारे मजे लेगा। ये लात का भूत होता है, बात से नहीं मानता। जब तक इसको थप्पड़ नहीं दो ये आवाज नहीं करेगा। तो ऐसे ऐसी आवाजें होती हैं। आइए कुछ आवाजें आप तक पहुंचाता हूं।
हाँ अब ठीक है।
हाँ देखिए सर, हमारे यहां जब भी कोई स्पोर्ट कार चलती है तो स्पोर्ट कार की आवाज कैसे होती है आप तक पहुंचाता हूं। स्पोर्ट कार आपके सामने से निकले तो आवाज कैसे करेगा? और देखिए वो स्पोर्ट कार चलते चलते सर टर्न लेती है तो आवाज कैसे होती है? दादा चलते चलते जब वो टर्न लेती है तो आवाज कैसे होती है? थैंक यू सो मच। नहीं रिपीटेशन और इको बढ़ाइए वहां से, मैंने बोला था डिले बढ़ा। हाँ देखिए सर, हमारे यहाँ कोई नेता आते हैं तो वो हेलीकॉप्टर से आते हैं। उनके हेलीकॉप्टर की आवाज कैसे होती है? हमारे सामने से होता हुआ हेलीकॉप्टर निकल जाए तो आवाज कैसे करेगा?
जरा तालियों से बताइए ना तो अच्छा लगेगा हमें भी।
देखिए सर हमारे यहाँ अच्छा जब कभी वॉर होता है, वॉर के दौरान गोलियां चलने लगे, बम फटने लगे तो आवाज कैसे होती है? अच्छा सर एक यूनिक आवाज सुनाता हूं। जब हम अपने जैकेट का चैन बंद करते हैं तो उसकी आवाज कैसे होती है?
हाँ सर, सर को अच्छा लगा।
हाँ सर को अच्छा लगा, थैंक यू सो मच। अच्छा हमारे यहाँ से सर जब कोई ट्रेन खुलती है तो ट्रेन की आवाज कैसे होती है? स्पीड पकड़ती है तो आवाज कैसे होती है? आपके बीच रखता हूँ, ये ट्रेन यहाँ से खुल रही है।
अच्छे से ट्रेन ले जाना।
हाँ
दादा बीच में मत आना।
आने दो यार, वो ट्रेन पे थोड़ी चढ़ रहे हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा हाँ फिर ठीक है।
हाँ ये ट्रेन यहाँ से खुल रही है तो आवाज कैसे करेगी? थैंक यू सो मच सर। अच्छा सर देखिए मेरी बातों को दिल पर बिल्कुल मत लीजिएगा, मेरी बातें केवल आपको हंसाने गुदगुदाने के लिए होंगी।
हालांकि चेहरा ही काफी है।
रुक जाए यार, चेहरे को बने। सर जब किसी के यहाँ किसी बच्चे का जन्म होता है तो वो बच्चा रोता कैसे? हाँ बच्चा ऐसे रोता है। अच्छा, जब किसी के यहाँ किसी बच्चे का जन्म होता है तो लोग बधाई देने के लिए जाते हैं। जब मेरा जन्म हुआ था
तो सांत्वना देने पहुंचे थे।
यार रुक जा यार।
ओके ओके।
हाँ, एक आदमी सर लेट हो गया, आकर मेरे पापा से पूछ रहा है, और श्याम जी क्या हुआ है? मेरे पापा बोले,
देख लीजिए मजाक हुआ है। इसकी मम्मी ने तो इसका बैंक वालों के पास जमा करा दिया।
मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे बैंक वालों के पास जमा करा दिया। क्या बोली?
बोली मैं मोदी सपोर्टर हूँ, काला धन नहीं चाहिए।
यार तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। अच्छा सर, एक बार ना मेरी शादी लग रही थी।
गलती से लग जाती है कभी कभी।
चुप रहे। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि लड़कियों को ना शॉपिंग पे नहीं ले जाना चाहिए। वो लड़कियां जब शॉपिंग करके आती हैं तो उनका ध्यान भी वैसा ही हो जाता है। आकर अपने पापा से कह रही है, मुझे देखकर कह रही है, पापा आपने मेरे लिए ये पसंद किया है? तो उसके पापा ने बोला, हाँ बेटा, अच्छी सैलरी, अच्छा कमा लेता है ये। नहीं नहीं पापा, लेकिन आपने मेरे गोरे रंग के लिए ये कलर पसंद किया है। हाँ, तो उसके पापा ने कहा कि
तुम्हारे लिए ही पसंद किया है।
हाँ,
इसके साथ घूमोगी तो नजर नहीं लगेगी।
चुप रहे। सर एक बार मैं एक कपड़े की दुकान पर खड़ा, मतलब कुछ महिलाएं खड़ी थी, कपड़े की दुकान पर कुछ महिलाएं खड़ी थी। मैं बगल से गुजर रहा था तो वो महिला मुझे बुलाई, एक्सक्यूज मी, यू प्लीज कम। मैं उनके पास गया, मुझे लगा कि कुछ कहना चाहती हैं। फिर उसने दुकानदार से कहा,
सुनिए भाई साहब, इस कलर का कपड़ा निकालिए।
यार मेरी बेइज्जती अक्सर होती रहती है। अच्छा सर, एक चीज तो और मैंने आपको बताई नहीं कि वो लड़की, मैं तन गया। मैं बोला, एक बात बताओ, माना कि तुम खूबसूरत हो, गोरी हो, मुझे एक बात बताओ, मुझ में कमी क्या है? तो वो बोली,
कलर तो फिर भी ठीक है, मुझे डिजाइन पसंद नहीं आया।
ऐसी बात नहीं है। अच्छा एक चीज और देखो, आप मैं सबकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं उनकी बात कर रहा हूं जिनका ध्यान भगवान पे नहीं रहता है। अक्सर ऐसे लोग अच्छा खास करके महिलाएं। सर एक चीज आपने देखा होगा कि शादियों में सालियां जूते चुराती हैं,
लेकिन मंदिर के बाहर से कौन से साली जूता चप्पल चुरा लेती हैं, अभी तक समझ में नहीं आया।
मंदिर के बाहर से, हाँ। अच्छा कुछ महिलाएं तो इतना सज संवर कर मंदिर भी जाती हैं, ऐसा लगता है
दर्शन करने नहीं, दर्शन देने जा रही हैं।
अच्छा कुछ महिलाएं सर ऐसे जगह पर जूता चप्पल सैंडल खोलती हैं जहां से भगवान भी दिखे और जूता चप्पल भी दिखे। इधर भजन चल रहा है, जय अम्बे गौरी, सैंडल, ऐसी हालत होती है। मैंने देखा मंदिर की सीढ़ी पर बैठी एक औरत रो रही थी। उसको देखकर दूसरी महिला बोली,
क्या हुआ बहन, क्यों रो रही हो?
तो रोने वाली महिला बोली, क्या बताऊं बहन, पति से झूठ बोलकर नया नया सैंडल खरीदा था, पता नहीं कौन चोरी करके ले गई। तो दूसरी महिला जो थी वो शायराना अंदाज में बोली, बहन थोड़ा गम खा थोड़ा ठहर ले, बहन थोड़ा गम खा थोड़ा ठहर ले,
और जैसे ही मौका मिले दूसरे की पहन ले।
बहन थोड़ा गम खा थोड़ा ठहर ले, जैसे ही मौका मिले दूसरे की पहन ले, सुन तुझसे एक बात कहनी है,
मैंने भी दूसरे की कहनी है।
इस पर रोने वाली महिला का जवाब पसंद आए तो आपकी तालियां बताएंगी कि आपको कितना पसंद आ रहा है। थैंक यू सो मच।
अरे इधर से भी ताली बजी। हाँ 1 मिनट सर, लास्ट है।
हाँ यस। उसने कहा कि बहन थोड़ा गम खा थोड़ा ठहर ले, जैसे मौका मिले दूसरे की पहन ले, सुन तुझसे एक बात कहनी है, मैंने भी दूसरे की पहनी है। इस पर रोने वाली महिला बोली, बहन बात तो तेरी सही है, बहन बात तो तेरी सही है,
अगर तुमने जो कहनी है मेरी यही है।
थैंक यू सो मच। जाते जाते बोल दे, बाय लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन,
बाय लेडीज
एंड जेंटलमैन,
एंड लेडीज,
जेंटलमैन,
लेडीज।
अरे यार एक बार पूछ ले, जेंटलमैन कैसे हैं आप?
कैसी हो लेडीज?
अरे जेंटलमैन कौन बोलेगा? तू क्यों नहीं बोलेगा?
आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन जेंटलमैन। ओके,
थैंक यू सो मच। बाय लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। थैंक यू चिन्मय सर, थैंक यू सो मच। एंकर सर, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Stay back. We'll call on Mr. Ganesh Shenoy to join us on stage. Beyond, I think we can give him a bigger round of applause. You've not been that generous, ladies and gentlemen. So. ये ले जा. That's right. Check. Art. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond talent is the beyond talent, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to honor everybody who comes up on stage here. Just to let you know, he has single-handedly, by his own organic content, on YouTube, he has 3.9 million followers. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And on Instagram has 1 million followers. And his voice and his videos are used by my Rancho. Oh, sorry, Romeo. काटने लग गया था. So that was Raj Soni. Ladies and gentlemen, again back to the conversation that we have on hand. AI is going to disrupt. AI, another keyword, automation. Ladies and gentlemen, how AI and automation, when they come in together, or they are so interdependent on each other today, or they're so interconnected with each other today, how they are going to be catalysts for job evolution. And my next speaker is going to come and share insights about that. Please welcome on stage, he's the business head, EdTech and Education at Google Cloud. He is a visionary leader in the field of EdTech and education and has made his mark at global tech giants like Google, Apple, and HP. With an impressive skill set that spans channel sales, key account management, and partner management, please welcome on stage Mr. Nitin Vora. Welcome, sir. You just came a step early. I was just introducing you. Thank you so much. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for him. The loudest applause wins my hard-earned money. Who wants 500 rupees? Nobody gets it. Welcome, sir. The dice is all yours.
Well, good evening, everyone. I think talent, we just saw what wonderful talent this gentleman had. I think I've seen him on one of the Kapil Sharma shows also, I think, if I'm not wrong. Pretty popular person. So I think what they say is when you come on stage, you should always pick up a cue from your previous speaker. I cannot do anything what he did. But just to introduce myself, my name is Nitin. I represent Google Cloud. I'm with my colleague Sanjay Kathuria there. We both are relatively new to Google Cloud. It's not a very old organization in terms of, well, Google has been there for quite some time. The cloud business is not that old. So, I mean, most of the people in India are like 3 or 4 years in the Indian market. But what has been happening is we've been working with education a lot. And along with education, when the word tech comes in, that's where I think the transformation happens. Now, whether it's an edtech working with the student at home or an edtech working with the student in his or her college or school, I think the solutions are always centered around the student. And in the process, there are multiple stakeholders to be worked with, which is the school administration, the teachers, the entire support staff, the parents. So how do you kind of get all of them, because transformation will happen to the student when these stakeholders also understand how does tech influence them or how do they apply tech. They may not know. For example, when I did my engineering in like 96, believe me, I mean, the only access, or when I passed out in school in 92, I mean, the computer lab was only available for playing 1 or 2 games, that's it, nothing else. Even in engineering, while we were taught how to program, but we were asked to write the code in the paper, and the compilation happened just by checking. So I think the world has progressed a lot from there. Now, what I'm about to talk to you is mostly on 2 parts. One, how is Google, when I say Google, not just Google Cloud, how is Google looking at education? Second, a little bit about AI, but then more importantly, how do we want to engage with colleges, universities? Largely, this is aimed at higher ed. And in the process, how do we engage with companies who want to work with these colleges or universities? So that will be the theme. Okay, so if you look at, when we look at education and we look at our products, what we offer, there are 4 key pillars which come to that. The first is access. And access is to devices, whether it is to Wi-Fi, and it is equitable access, so that every student or every teacher has access in his or her campus or at home. The second is working with educators to adopt whatever technology is used to be accessed, whether it is a Chromebook, a laptop, a smart board. So that's where the capability comes in. The third pillar is content. Now, we are not into content, but yes, we have platforms where content is being created, like YouTube is there, or there are companies which create content using our tools on our devices, and that content needs access as well as capability. And the last thing is, if technology is going to be used, you need to be able to measure it in some way or the other. Is it adding benefit to teachers? Is it adding benefit to students? What's in it for the institute or for the parents? And then not just measure, but also be able to take corrective action. Like all students' learning curve might be very different. Now, for a teacher in a standard class of 35 to 40 students, it is very difficult. But can technology come to the aid and provide that analytics? So that's where I think we are looking at technology as Google to play a role. And we are partnering with different organizations who are building solutions, and also some taking our solutions to the educators. So that is how we look at education here, not just here, but across the world. And we've been working, like I said, there's a Google for Education team, which is a different team, which works with both K-12 and higher ed, both private and public schools. So that is a different team, but we work very closely with them. Now, coming to AI. Now, AI has been there for quite some time. It's just that the buzzword came out when maybe some of the platforms came out where Gen AI and some of the platforms like GPT and BART came out where it became a very common buzzword. But AI has been around for some time now. Now, for example, if you in your respective school, college, or for example in your organizations have used any Chromebook or any Chrome product or any Gmail suite, you've been looking at predictive text. So that is some form of AI where it is predicting what do you want to write. Where the crux of it is, does it help to boost your productivity, and does it give you, as an educator and as a student, to express yourself? You might not be good at speaking. Now, you might not be good at typing also. So can technology, when you speak, can it type it out for you? So can it be expressive? That is what we are looking at AI to play a role. Now, there are different, I won't take all examples, but there are different institutes and different edtech companies who are working on different productivity suites. Now, why I'm sharing with all this of you is because there is things happening in India. If you want to know about them, work about them, do reach out to Chinmay and us. We'll be willing to work with you in that area, where you can help boost creativity and productivity amongst your students and teachers. Now, as a different example, there is a company, there is an institute which came to us. They said we have to reduce the assessments. Now, this institute is not a accredited institute, it's a training institute. They train for IAS students. But they say that there is so much of assessment, written assessment, which we have to assess. It becomes difficult. How can AI help solve that? So we are working with another organization, a partner of ours, to convert that written document into digital, and using the learnings of the educators, how do they assess? Building a logic for that, and letting AI do the first round of assessment. Okay, so that has significantly improved or reduced the time for teachers on pure assessment. So now 90% of the assessment happens there. The last 10% comes to the actual teachers. So that again is an example of where productivity is increased, and that also helps not only the teacher but even the students, because some of these institutes, they take weekly tests, and they have to, or they take tests on an alternate basis. So they have to give that results also quickly back to the students. So this is another form where AI is being used. It's not that it will be used in the future, but it is being used today. Similarly, if you look at innovation at, now there are universities, I remember my university, mine was a state university in Goa, but there are private universities today who have, and I saw the gentleman from Chitkara, I'm not sure if he's here, but I had visited their institute, I think in 2017 or 18, and he talked about that entrepreneurship lab, and I've seen that lab. In fact, they are one of the private universities who started using technology earlier on. Now, even for them, the issue was students kept on demanding more and more. Like someone asked that, what do you do with technology? It keeps changing. Now that required huge amount of processing power. Ultimately, what that means for an institute owner is, if you ask Mohit Chitkara, what does he feel? He'll say, okay, I'll have to put up another lab, I'll have to put up another physical infrastructure. Today, there are companies available with us, like Unicloud, where you can take digital labs. Why do you want to put up that infrastructure at your premise? Now, those are high computing labs. Give that access to the student, give him some tokens, so you're saved from all that cost of maybe savings on your infrastructure. But more importantly, it is on demand, and demand is, again, it can be either during, after college hours, or it could be during one specific time of the year. So you can then accordingly use that power, rather than investing everything in yourself. So that's what, and that will help drive innovation also. Because if you see some of these incubators, you walk up to the students, I mean, they are open till 8, 9, 10 in the night. That's when they're actually doing that stuff. So using technology also helps in innovation. So from that perspective, I think a lot of universities are looking at how do they adopt cloud? How do they adopt the power of cloud to drive innovation? And AI is a part of it. This is a very important one. Not only institutes, every edtech we talk to, who is an edtech who is into skilling of students, especially school students and college students, where there is a set curriculum and you have to teach that curriculum in that specific period of time. But you know that the students need more of you. So how do you replace yourself? So almost every edtech out there, or every institute who has their own content, they are figuring out, can we create a teacher assistant for the teacher? Can that workload, now assistant comes in two forms. One, can the admin load be reduced? Second, can the admin load, I mean, is setting up the question paper, doing the assessments. The second thing is, if the teacher is not available, how do I then replicate access to student that he or she is still talking to their teacher? So that is where I think this large language models are coming into play. You must have heard of GPT or BARD, but those are consumer models. Now someone talked about data privacy. Someone talked about ethical AI. That's where I think you'll need to figure out, if you have your own content, you can use that content to train your own model and give access to that model to students, your own students. What that will ensure is, one, your data is protected. Second, you're giving access to students only for that data. So if the student asks to that data, who is Salman Khan, the model will not answer. So it is very relevant to your data set. And you can do that. Now the issue is, you can come to Google and say, why don't you take that? Now, there's data available in NCERT, there's data available in AICTE, but that's a gray area. We don't have rights to use that data to train our models. But if you have right to your own data, your own notes, your own IP, your own videos, teachers' videos or content, that data can be used. If you have those rights, we can help you train your models and deploy it in a very efficient way. That becomes as a secondary teacher. Now, that could be a text-based or that could be a voice-based. There is an edtech who's wanting to replicate himself or herself, star teachers, to do that. That is where AI is going to help. That, again, the advantage is access available to student beyond classrooms or school hours from the teacher in a very safe environment. That student may not ever raise his or her hand in classroom, but on his or her device, they'll be open to ask questions and get a reply, because they know that they're in the safe zone. No one will question them, oh, you don't know this. So I think AI can be used in multiple ways. This is another interesting area where we are working with a lot of, again, EdTech and education institutes to to build their data models for a virtual teacher or an assistant teacher. Now, what could an ideal institution be like? It is the same thing which you have been doing, that students should get personalized access. That is where they will perform their best. Teachers should spend more time, maybe less time on admin stuff or checking papers, more time on assessing students, okay, where does a student need help, what are the really tough topics. But for that, what support you need is, that's where tech helps you, is giving you that analysis. Okay, now there is a company, again, I won't name the company because they are working with the NDA with us, but what they're trying to do is, if they want to see how many students have enrolled, how many are likely to clear a complete course. And this is not a free course. This is a very expensive 2-year to 4-year paid courses. But it is a hybrid course. But what they want to do is, because the students are learning in a hybrid environment, that means there are some 4 days or 5 days, 3 days a week they might be at home, 1 day they might come for a lecture. But they want technology to assist, because they're recording everything. When I say recording, all the things, whether what questions are going, what is the answer sheets coming in, they want analysis to be done, which student is likely to drop out, or which student might not understand this concept, and that intervention has to go automatically to the respective teacher. So this they're doing not just for that, but they're doing it for the business side also. How many students are hitting our website? Which PIN codes are hitting our website? How many are going up to the payment stage and coming back? So they also want to know, if they release some offers, what is the ROI on that? Someone talked about ROI. So this can help you in both ways, as an institute or even as an edtech. So I think that is what I think we are working with a lot of companies on, a lot of edtech companies in India. And believe me, there are a lot of smart chaps here, and you'll agree to that. Some of the colleges have their own students also helping create some of these models for them, working with edtechs. Now, I wanted to show a quick video about Workspace. It is a very powerful video. There's a new product we've launched, Duet AI. It's a 2-minute video, but it's I think it'll talk about, I won't talk about Workspace. It's a good video to just see how AI is being used in a very, which can be used in everyone's device. So this is about Workspace and how AI can help, whether it is, and you saw, if you're an educator or even a business person, whether it is summarizing all your emails, you're doing a VC, summarizing the notes, making presentations, thank you notes. So some of these things can help you increase productivity. And believe me, this works really well. It's available. You can work, you can order, you can reach out to us. A lot of companies who are using Workspace are moving on to trying this out. How can we use this in our work environment? Now, that is about AI. I won't talk about Workspace. You've seen the video. Now I want to switch gears and see that how do we want to reach out to institutes and along with our partner edtech companies. So, like I said, we have an education team who reaches out to institutes, both public and private. We have a DevRel team which goes out specifically to technical institutes where they want to teach programming, and they've been going out for many years. You must have seen some of you, if you're from the academia, some of you might have Google ambassadors on your campus who are Android champions, so that is one team. There is another team which specifically goes out for cloud, and there's another team which goes out for hackathons. So as Google, we said, let's maybe create a program. It is an engagement program. Again, it has started with universities, but we might come out with a version for schools also next year. How do we get universities to work with us, or both ways, where it is not just about one specific thing of buying our product and using it, but having a longer relationship. So for that, what we did is we tied up with one of our distributors in India, Reddington, and they tied up with about 30, 40 partners who work with universities. They might be your suppliers for computer equipment, they might be your suppliers for maybe content or some way or the other, basically where you have a financial transaction with them, because you also needed them to do that day-to-day handholding. Through them, we launched this program called Digital Campus on Google Cloud. Now, what was the need for it? Because, and I know the theme was more incubators, startups. This is where actually the startups start actually. I mean, most of the ideas come in college, right? So what is happening in India also is cloud computing is going up. Now you saw the recently concluded G20 summit also. I don't know if how many of you saw where the Prime Minister did a session with the security agency, the Delhi police. And one of the, I'm not sure if she was a lady constable or inspector, but she said that she was interacting with the Turkish Prime Minister's wife and she didn't know anything, they didn't understand each other's language. But they were using that app where she was speaking in Hindi and the Prime Minister's wife on the other side was getting her messages in her Turkish language and vice versa. So if you see, government also is going in a big way to use cloud computing. Private, it is there. What that is creating is a whole demand for roles. Now those roles are multiple roles, not just technical, there are architecture roles, there are sales roles. So cloud computing is here to stay, it is only going to grow. So what we are working is, okay, can we work with these universities and do a certification also for them? So one is where we are bringing in a learning team, offering content, curriculum, which you can tailor according to your needs. And we look at a assessment and a certification so that students also have an alternate when they want to apply for. So these are the 3 or 4 things we thought about. And we said, how do we package this well? Sorry. So no need to take the details. I'll give you the website link. So what we said is, okay, let's look at 3 sets of universities. Universities which have, let's say, standalone, which have up to 1,000 students, then 1,000 to 3,000, and maybe 3,000 and above up to 10,000 plus, because large campuses will need a different kind of engagement. So we brought in everything, something for everyone. Now, obviously, yes, and those are the workspace licenses. But then, apart from workspace licenses, which universities will use, we will also give for the students credits to, like I said, to test out these labs, credits for testing out whatever they're learning on cloud, that labs, certification courses, and also there would be, so that's for the students. The other thing is the DevRel team will also conduct hackathons for these universities as this program expands. We are also looking at, since there are a lot of companies adopting Google Cloud in India and the government also, we want to bring those companies in a room. We did this in September in Bangalore, and we got students who are learning cloud courses on GCP onto one room. We call that a job fair. these are fourth-year students. So there were some 100 plus small companies we brought who are adopting cloud, who needed freshers, and then we brought students. So we want to do these job fairs also. So there's something in it for everyone. There's something for teachers, there's certification courses, there's something in it for students, obviously, where there's certified courses, access to hackathons, job fairs. For the institute also, this is a co-branded program. So yes, there will be PR around this. Now we are wanting the universities to apply to this, and because there's a lot of commitment from our side also to make this happen in the university, but there's lot of commitment from the university also to ensure are they willing to do this. Now, you may be a tech university, you may not be a tech university. And we launched this in September with Economic Times. Some of the universities which have come up are into liberal arts, but they want to teach cloud. So we've seen those kind of requests also coming in. So this is the program we're launching. Now the other thing which we are also doing is, as these universities are coming and will come on board on this, there will be solutions which they will need. Now some universities might need a solution on maybe how do we get more students? So we need a better outreach program on marketing, or we need a better assessment solution, or we need a digital library solution. That's where the edtechs come in. So we're also working with technology companies to come and work with us along with these universities. If you have a solution running on Google Cloud, which can be used by a university on campus or their students, come talk to us. So that we take that whole package to the university. So there are a few companies, MyAnatomy is one of them, whom we work closely with. There are a few others listed here. I won't go into details, but that is the idea. So to get you access not just to our technology and our courses, but to get you access to problems which have been solved for the education ecosystem by other tech companies. And if you're willing to transact with them, do that independently. We have nothing to do in that. It's just that we are bringing all of that onto one platform. So that is the engagement what we've kind of started this with. We are seeing good traction. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to come and talk to all of you about this. There is a website, this QR code you can scan, but I'll send Chinmay all the details. You can reach out, and there is a dedicated website to this. As we build this community, we feel that we should have more and more of these universities. We will start doing some local city events, local city catch-ups across. But we just started this 2 months ago. So we are hopeful that maybe by the next admission cycle, by June, July, there'll be a lot of universities which will tie up on this. So that's all I had to share. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. I'm around here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Can I have a round of applause for the gentleman, please? Nitin Vora, sir. We'd like, first of all, we'd like to thank you. We ran a little delayed, so you've been very patient and kind with us. We really appreciate that from ITTL. We have a small token of appreciation from our side for joining us. We would like to call upon two gentlemen, Ganesh Shenoy, sir, join us on stage, and along with him, yes, please do call in your colleague Sanjay. Hi, Sanjay, sir. Join us. And we really appreciate Google joining us, sir, and sparing your time and enlightening us. We'd also like to welcome a very special dignitary on stage. That's Mr. Ganesh Shenoy here. He's on the board of ITTL. Thank you. And along with that, I have a very special gentleman. He's the founder trustee for Nirman Foundation. He's the member of Program Committee Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Smriti under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He is the author of the first ever book on data sovereignty in the Indian context and is an advocate for data localization and also for a cyber-secure India. Can I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? You'll have seen him on television a lot of times. For Shri Vineet Goyanka on stage. Thank you, sir. Honor and a pleasure to have you. That's Vineet ji. And that is the business head, EdTech and Education at Google Cloud, Mr. Nitin Vora. Thank you. Thank you to Ganesh sir and to Goenka sir. Thank you. And Chinmay sir on stage. Thank you. Please take a step forward. The photos will come in really dark because of the lights. I have to make sure of this also. It's in my unofficial KRAs. And anybody wants the most enthusiastic clap, a round of applause, I mean, gets hard-earned money. Who wants this 500 rupees? The lady there is giving me the stare of the century. Yes, we continue forward. Thank you, Mr. Vora, for being here with us. Goenka ji, thank you, sir. Honor and a pleasure to have you here. And sir, you'll love the next session because now it's going to be a face-off. We're going to have a conversation basically between campuses and HRs. So you're going to have a real good time. And for that, I would like to call upon a gentleman here with us, and that is Mr. Nagan Gowda SD, sir. Can I have a round of applause for him as he joins us on stage?
Just to correct you, he's not here with us today. He is here with us from the
day one, yes.
Day one of the event, every event.
He's been with us for all the 4 cities. Thank you, sir. And I'll let you take the dice, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Delhi. I know, long day and heavy lunch, heavy sessions, and lot of information about Google. We can do 2 things. One is I will leave it to your imagination to Google and find the right answers. We all can go home in 5 minutes. Or we'll get engaged, understand few things about what's going well, what's not going well, what is our responsibility, and what can we do together. So are we all game? Hello? Good evening. No, half of them are asleep. I need a lot of energy because I come all the way from Bangalore. Delhi temperature is very cold. Good evening. Thank you. When Chinmay told me about covering multiple aspects in one presentation, we are constrained by time. I will run the slides literally like Usain Bolt speed. And I would want you to just keep your eyes wide open and absorb as much as possible. This is the agenda. India, the world, the trends, and the future of industry-academia collaboration. Quick statistics about India. I'm very, very proud of. I can spend an hour on this and helping you understand why India is the best place happening on the earth right now and why everybody needs to be in India. People are going all over the world, but trust me, if there's one place which is thriving in this ever-changing world, that's Mother India. And we're very glad to be in Delhi. Imagine 570 million people on social media. Never heard of. Morning, my dear friend Dr. Sitaram talked about India producing 1.4 million engineers. Collectively, America and China together, if you put all the engineers they produce, we are far better than them. They still don't match to our numbers. So India is all about scale. It's about managing the complexity. Look at the digital payments that India is making. 350 million transactions happening on digital payments. Right, now more information for you. Last line is very important. Asia, if you look at the number of people, English-speaking population in Asia is 460 million plus. Out of that, if I talk to you about India, more than 50% is in India. When I talk about Asia, India is the largest Asia. I may allow to say so, right? So, why I'm showing this to you? The country is full of land of opportunities. What I'm saying is, we have no doubt, not the third, I think we will be the largest and the biggest economy in the next 5-7 years. We are talking about 2050. I think India will be the third largest economy very soon. It won't take time till 2047 or 2050, but I think India will be the hub for every possible thing on the earth. Be it human capital, be it students, be it talent, be it opportunities, everything, India is the epicenter. India produces 24,000 PhDs in a year. Tell me which country produces so many? Morning you were talking about India is the 5th country in the world in terms of publishing research and filing patents. People thought India is only a country of huge population. Today we have become the intellectual capital of the world. And we are not stopping here. I think the sky is not the limit for us as a country, but we have challenges ahead. We are leading the techno-innovation, and on the left side, pay attention to that India stack. I don't know how many of you are aware. We have 1.4 billion people on Aadhaar platform. Every day, close to 200 million transactions happen on Aadhaar platform. Seamless, without a hitch. One example that I'm showing, there are several of them. And this country is going at a rocket speed. We're talking about Vande Bharat train. I think this is faster than most of them actually. When the G20 came to India, India hosted as a president country, many of the world leaders were taken to some markets in Delhi. And they witnessed the digital payments by a local vegetable vendor. The so-called evolved economies in Europe fell off. When in America, even today, you go for a vaccination shot, they give you a written paper. India, digitally, it comes on your phone. That's the power of India Stack. I want all of you to remember this and talk about this to everybody in your home, in your college, in your neighborhoods. People should be aware of what India has produced for all of us. Now, I think I talked about it already. There is India's first solar-powered airport. Fully 100% solar-powered airport in India. It comes from south of India, in Kerala, right? So we already talked about Chandrayaan, MOM mission, and then we also have Aditya now. So no stopping this country. I already showed you this number, 500 million plus youth, 200 million plus English speaking, just fine. Now, the future of work, I think I was talking to some of my colleagues in the afternoon. Some companies are saying permanently, forever work from home. Some companies are saying, if possible, please work. Yeah? Some companies are saying, few days at least work karo yaar. Yeah? Kuch to do, salary to milega. But I think the issue is, thanks to pandemic, we have unearthed a whole new world of work. And that brings enormous opportunities and challenges. Remote, work from home, work from anywhere, work from office, work from Timbuktu, work from beaches. Yeah, it's infinite possibilities today, right? I think I'm making a bold statement. In this country, in future, we will have no concept of retirement. We will also not have concept of permanent employment. I'm saying there will be concept of power of volunteerism. I want to volunteer to work with Mr. Negi's organization for the next 3 months. After that, I will see what I will do. For the next 3 months, I will work with Chinmay's company. It's not going to be a permanent contract. It's going to be volunteerism is going to come in because gig economy is big. Imagine if now people talked about moonlight. Let's forget moonlight for a moment. Let's talk about a gig. This is a huge unorganized sector which is there. If we bring them together, the intellect capital of the country will just go multifold. So I'm saying non-traditional models will emerge from an employment standpoint. And when we did a survey, again, we did not do this survey. One of the leading institutions in the country, a consulting company did a survey with people. 75% of them wants to work from home forever. We are struggling. We are trying to call people to Bangalore. We are getting all kinds of reasons, like nani mar gayi, nana marne wala hai, bachcha hone wala hai, kuch aur hone wala hai, 6 months chahiye, 8 months chahiye, agle saal aunga, and so on and so forth. That's the reality, right? So, one suggestion is, let's not be scared about this AI. I think many people are getting scared. I want to give you reassurance. AI is not a threat. For me, AI is an enabler, is a collaborator, is a partner. If we use them, the technology very effectively and wisely. We have to be ready for digital, phygital, and glocal. Yeah, these are new words, phygital and glocal. So we must be prepared for all of these things. We also talked about if you are forcing people to come to office, there is a huge attrition threat. 39% of them are said, we will leave the company if you force us to come to office. So this is about future of work. There's a huge architecture which is already built in. I don't want to dwell on it because I'm standing between me and my flight at 8 o'clock. Now, the future of skills, this is a big, big, big challenge for all of us. We are saying many organizations are grappling with this so-called midlife crisis of the talent. There are people who are 40 plus, there are who are less than 50. And they have done some kind of work. They joined the industry 20 years ago. They have done certain things. Now they don't know where to go. There's a huge crisis coming up. About 40% of them in the Indian IT industry today, of the 5 million plus workforce we're talking about, 40% needs upskilling, reskilling. Otherwise, vanish from the door. There are big challenges happening, right? So we have to learn to learn. This is the biggest skill that we need to teach people today. How to learn, we don't know. Forget what to learn. Learning to learn is the biggest skill. So how do we do it? What do we do about it? Where do we teach them? Where do we start? So there are a lot of these questions that are there in my mind. Academia is actually playing a massive role in building country's intellectual capital because academia is preparing the future of this country. Academia is not only preparing the future of this country, but they're also creating the future for the world because world's working capital is in India. Because we are a young country in an aging world, there are many working population around the world. Because India's average is about 33, 34 years. Whereas other countries are 45, 55, and 60 and so on and so forth. So truly academia is doing a great honor by building intellectual capital for the world. You have a big role to play. What it means is you must also be ready to reinvent yourself. If you don't reinvent, you will not be relevant in this world. Because world is coming to India. The global academic institutions are knocking at our door. Because the government liberal policies, everybody wants to come to India. Today we are not worried about FDI. FDIs are waiting, so when can we come? Because markets are so high today, they are not able to enter. Similarly, if academia, Indian academia cannot reinvent itself, we will be giving a biggest opportunity and we will be losing the opportunity from our hands. Now, these are the countries who are facing the greatest skill shortages. Okay, this is, look at India is on the top. So we have a challenge. I'm talking about skill deficiency in every sector. Talk about organized, unorganized, automotive, any sector you name, there are issues. And we have, as an academicians, as industry people, to think about how do we help to bridge this gap rapidly in a war footing basis. Because if we can't do it, we will lose the race, we will lose the game. Right, so now I am giving you some more availability of data state-wise. Skill availability state-wise. Again, when I was looking at preparing this presentation, I thought this is very relevant for you. It will help you where you stand. Some of them may not be in the sheet here. But for us to figure out where do we look at the talent landscape across the country. This is from the India Skills Report 2023. The world of AI has already arrived. Next time when you go to office, if at all you go to office, you will find your neighbor, not a human being, a bot will be sitting there and doing the job 200 times faster than what you do on a given day. So I call it as a hubo world. It's a combination of humans and bots. I call it as a hubo world. So get ready for a hubo world actually as we enter the future of AI and the world of AI. One more interesting data which will scare the hell out of all of us. If you're hiring for the the talent for the 2030, you don't know what job descriptions exist. If you hire somebody today for the job that doesn't exist, you don't even know the definition of the job in 2030. So how will you do your talent planning? What will you look for in the talent? Is it AI, machine learning, Python? Yeah, it will vanish in the next real time, I'm telling you. When I entered the industry, technology was changing once in 3 years. Today it is changing once in 3 days. The number of mobile phones that are coming into the world, somebody was telling me Apple 15 Pro Max, 5 billion phones were dispatched from India to the exported. 5 billion phones. So look at the technology which is coming in. So you have to look for what do you prepare for the future. How do you create the talent for the future, not knowing what jobs will be there. That's the challenge for industry and academia. Right. Now, this is the AI stack. I'm sure all of you know because I shouldn't be showing this, but I wanted to get the connection for all of you. But the more important is in the top right corner of the slide. The need of the hour is not the only AI. If you forget HI, probably will be missing the biggest enabler of AI. Human intelligence with artificial intelligence. End of the day, you are creating the artificial intelligence, right? So don't ignore the human intelligence. The potential of human mind is actually infinite. So the idea is how do you create a blend of HI and AI to build the skills for the future? Right. Again, this is more about AI. A lot of people have spoken about. I want you to just absorb this slide for about 30 seconds, and then I'll go to the next one. But the important here is you can fulfill the 50% of the talent needs by your existing talent by using something called an URL method. Upskill, reskill, and enable people to learn. It's very, very important, right? So we talked about VR, MR. Today the medical field is using some of this technology, virtual technology, virtual realities to educate in the field of medicine because people are not finding enough resources. So they're using AR, VR, and MR for the advancement in the medical field. Now, what are the realities of academia? Sorry, please, I hope nobody has a tomato and potato and all of that stuff, right? So, I'm trying to talk to you about the realities of our current landscape that we have in academia. We are continue to deliver 19th century content, 20th century methodology, pedagogy, people who learned from their forefathers, teachers who learned from their teachers, continue to do the same thing even today. But you are engaging with the 21st century's talent who has attention span of not more than 7 minutes. Every 7 minutes you have to reconnect with the student. You don't even look at the student, you keep writing at the blackboard and then nobody will be there in the classroom and so on and so forth. So how do you do that? I call it as ADS syndrome. Our youth has got this ADS syndrome today, attention deficiency syndrome. Easygoing, confused, not committed to the future of themselves or the future of the country or future of the academia. So what will you do? Fully unprepared for the future. Now, academia is not aware of the reality. Maybe you are aware you are not willing to do anything. Okay? And not prepared for a rapid transformation. How ready are we to embrace change? To understand why change is required and so on and so forth. We are not ready to transition and transform ourselves. A lack of mental ability and agility for change, we already talked about it. Highly theory-centric, not application-oriented, not aligned with the change in technology. We are busy in creating a filled mind. Okay? Semester, examination, 9.5 CGPA, consistency, prepare for interview, push out. It is not the filled mind. We want the formed mind. Well-formed mind is required. Now, future is happening. What do we do? What is our game plan? What can we do? The question that I'm asking you is, I think the time has come, if we are ready and we are serious about our profession and our role in shaping the future of the world, I am saying we must be willing to recognize and acknowledge the problem statement. Second one, accept responsibility and accountability for the current situation. We can't blame anybody. You can't blame UGC, AICTE, and Technical University. No, my Vice Chancellor is not allowing, my principal is not allowing, sorry. All those questions are out of the window. We must understand and acknowledge and accept the responsibility of the current situation. Unless we realize the responsibility that we have to shoulder, we will not be able to move forward. Introspect the reasons for the current situation. There is no problem in this world which cannot be solved. Are you with me? Every problem has a solution. And if you want to make, every solution can be a problem also. Right? So that is very important. Evaluate how prepared are you for the change. Many institutions do not have the concept of a HR department or a strategy department or a talent transformation department. We have something called a training and placement officer. Age-old again concept. How are you preparing the entire institution for transformation? Whose job is it? Is it principal's job, placement officer job, HOD's job, or the student's job? Please evaluate preparedness. How ready are we? Commit to working together and start the journey of transformation. It has to come from all of us, industry as well as academia. Understand and learn AI and learn with and from AI. There is a lot of things. This last line is a request actually. You know, it could be university, it could be industry. We all are human beings. We eat salt every day. We have our share of ego. For a larger cause, for a larger responsibility and accountability of building a better society, better world together, we must let go of our ego and let's move forward. So this is the context that I have set here in this room. We have my colleagues from the industry sitting here. We have my friends from academia here. Deborah, can we have some questions? Mentimeter, are you ready? Can we have the questions, please? Okay, what we did is we asked some basic questions to the industry and academia people. Do you think academia is well equipped enough to cater to the requirements of the current times? We asked this question. The question is relevant for all of you as well. We have not cooked up these answers, by the way, please. Okay, next question. We have next question. Still people are responding? Yeah. Come on. Not bad. Okay. There can be many answers. More people can respond. Sure. All right, quickly. I'm hoping one will come here on the left side. Koi to bolo yaar. Koi to bolo. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So the writing is on the wall, my dear friends. As you are saying that we need a real, what I call in my management language, we have an elephant in the room. The idea is that elephant should dance to, what is this latest song, Negi Saab? We have to make the elephant dance. How do we get the elephant to sing and dance to your tunes? Okay, next question we'll try. Okay, next one. Bhayaji. Okay, please look at this question. Is enough support to academia being extended from the industry to create a collaborative ecosystem? Both of you can respond. Industry people also need to respond here. Looks like fixing is happening, huh? Some fixing is happening. देखेंगे किसके बाजू में ज्यादा है दम? हाँ? हाँ, अब तो आ रहा है. Reality is coming out. No, is it fair question I'm asking? Yeah? Are we understanding the problems on hand? Right? So I think time has come. Why are we asking these questions? Why are we creating this ITTL event? Because enough has been said for many, many years. I'm in the industry for the last 27 years. From 2000 onwards, we are talking about industry-academia collaboration. We are like railway track. Strong bond, but we will never converge. We want to go together, never come together. Okay. We have one more question. Okay, do we believe we in this room have a collective mindset and conviction to succeed together? ए भाई, जो नो बोल रहे हैं उसको बाहर लेके आओ यार. I'm just saying, my dear friends, the writing is on the wall. If nobody from this room are willing or not willing, will be a decider of our future. If we are anywhere genuinely interested in a great future, for both of us, industry as well as academia, I think now is the time, now or never. I think as we enter into the 12th January, where we celebrate the National Youth Day to commemorate the Swami Vivekananda's birth anniversary. So, are we committing ourselves? Let's see. Now, I think on this, now my friends are there, spread across. I want questions to come, and my colleagues from the industry are here. It will be an open forum. I am not looking at each individual, but please let's have a collective responses from each other and then support each other. Who goes first? Any questions? First we'll take questions from industry. Any questions from industry to academia?
So basically this session is about the industry people, because we have corporate here, we have academia here, and they don't get a chance to meet each other and भड़ास निकालने का है. तो ये सेशन भड़ास निकालने के लिए है. जब कॉलेज के पास कॉर्पोरेट जाते हैं, उनका कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन होता है, and that expectations are not met. You ask here, let the college people answer, let the college people ask questions. So ये बेसिकली आप समझ लीजिए, आपका अंदर अगर कॉलेज के लिए कोई भड़ास है, कॉलेज वाले इधर हैं, अगर कॉलेज वालों का अंदर कोई भड़ास है, निकालिए, या तो amicably एक solution निकालिए. I play a role for both of them. Yes. So that's what this session is all about. Please. Yes.
Who goes first? Okay. Yes, please, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I have a question for TPOs, if they are also sitting in the speaker area here. Why does everyone have to be a developer or coder or, QA? Why can they not join any other profession? As in, maybe why can't they be part of sales team? Or why do we have this mindset? Why can't we just counsel our, students, or maybe we can tell their parents also to be, to have this mindset that not everybody need to be be a developer. So what, efforts are you guys taking in terms of telling or making your students or, making your students understand? I'm not sure if
Okay, understood the question. We have two of our experts from the southern part of India, Shastri sir and Vijaya ma'am. Please. Give a short answer, okay?
Yeah, counseling can be done, but that doesn't suffice there. There are many assumptions and presumptions for the roles you have and the roles you float for and the roles students apply. We have student doesn't depend only on training and placement officers' opinion about a company or a role. They have their own opinions. They have their own ecosystem to go to, and many opinions are expressed. And in India, we handhold our children after 19 years also. We handhold till their existence in this world and our existence in this world. Because of that, they'll ask their parents. Parents always feel that they go to some other person, they say which is better. And it all depends on, there's a lot of dependence in this. If you come to a campus like, I represent SRM University, when people come to us, they say, we find most of the students are for marketing, they are really suitable for. Many times I found that many of my students go for marketing, then do their MBA, then go to the leadership roles. There are people who are interested in sales roles also. It is not that they are not interested. I don't feel that. Being see the large pool of students, around 8,000, 10,000 students I address every year after year. I don't see such things because I have a fairly good mix of all others.
Sure.
But they are not dependent on placement officer's opinion here. There's no counseling, no amount of counseling with a placement officer or any of these interactions will help them.
I think, ma'am, to answer you fairly, I'll give you a 30-second answer. I think it's a question of awareness. Because today we are like blindfolded to IT and we don't look at anything outside this. There are some universities who have created for competitive examination, further education program, different career paths for people and so on and so forth. I think it's about opening up the windows of opportunity, making students aware of the opportunities available and show them the different career paths. Today they don't know the various career paths and hence, yes.
So what just last, what I'm experiencing right now is we as a team are able to convince these students, you know what, you should come and join our BDA because when it comes to business development is the backbone of any organization, right? If there is no sales, there is no development, there is no growth, there is no revenue. We have to accept the fact whether we want to or not. So we are able to convince these students, you know what, this can give you vision, you can be part of our mission and this will give you growth and so on. But when they reach out to TPOs are convinced, okay, you know what, this person has done BTech and he wants to be part of your technical team only. So I think both of them, when it comes to students or TPO, they should be on the same page. And I would request, I'm a parent of 2 children, we should also try and make our children or student, make them understand that let's not just wait for a dream job to come, right? Get the opportunity, whatever the opportunity that you're getting, just go and join.
Sure.
And stick to the organization for 6 months. Maybe you'll get if you're really dedicated and doing well, the IGPs are there in the organizations and they'll give you a better opportunity. So just the mindset that I'm a little, unhappy with, the experience that I had with most of the TPOs. Otherwise, we at RNF, want to hire so many freshers, and I think a lot of organizations have freezed their hiring. We're still hiring. So,
sure.
Yeah.
I have one request, I have one suggestion. How many of you are from the industry in this room? Please, can you raise hands, including myself? Can I ask you for one favor? No, one favor. Can I ask one favor for all of you? In the next 90 days, choose a college of your choice, go to each institutions, demonstrate and give a presentation to all the student communities what career options available in your industry. So by that, placement officers will be delighted, students will be informed, and they will make a better choices. Are you with me? Will you commit to me then that you will all go to each one of the colleges of your choice? Say yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
that's
you.
a very good
Thank
idea
you.
to
Yes.
incubate here in this session.
Audible, no. Chinmay, take the mic. It's okay.
So every day they see the placement officers day in and day out. I work as a placement officer, I work also industry, having my own company. But what is originally required, what ma'am has said, is 2 things. One is the reality or the real aspect of it. When you do an assessment for each candidate, make him understand where he stands today, what he can be, what he wants to be, what are the milestones he has to cross to achieve this particular aspirations what he has. That's something is an introspection which is required. But again, as I said, ghar ki murgi dal barabar, when the placement officer, academician, they go and talk, maybe they don't accept it the way it will be accepted when sir has recommended that institutions should come industries should come forward, do such kind of hackathons or some kind of challenges, programs, make them understand, and then, that would make some sense. This is one, input from my side.
They all have
Chinmay
given a
sir.
commitment. Please.
Can I add to the point?
Please make it happen.
Hi everyone, I am Vijaya Mayer, representing CVR College from Hyderabad. What I understand is the kind of hype we have created for development roles. The day one slot, coming in early, June, July, internships, all that is by the industry. If the sales roles can come in as early as the IT company comes in, the ops guys accept, and if that career growth for 2 years, 3 years, because sales role is all about numbers. And are we talking about the same kind of numbers and CTCs to the students who are aspiring for sales role? Matters a lot. At the end of the day, student, whether it is IT or sales, is looking for a good remuneration.
Like equally, I asked the industry people, I have one request to all the academic people. Can you all raise your hands,
Yes,
academic
sir.
people?
Yes.
Forget your placement numbers for a moment.
Not numbers.
No, hold on. Reach out to your industry connects without having any agenda of placements. Call the industry people to your place once a month, 3 hours, industry interaction platform. Let students and industry interact for 2 hours without any agenda, without hidden agenda of you come to day 0, day -1, day -3. Leave that for a moment. Create that opportunity. It's a great question that you asked actually. Please, can you all make an effort?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Committed
Thank
from
you.
our side.
Next question. Any question, please?
Sir, hi.
Where? Raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can
you
you
got
see
the
my
mic.
hand?
Yeah, lovely.
So this is Anshu. I represent IBM, but I'm actually asking this question to academia to start relooking, because the question that she asked about career pathing, I think even before career pathing, I think industry people are actually looking at how we can start the conversation on skills being a currency, right? We need to move away from the mindset of the educational qualification and the passion and the ability to learn on the job, because now more and more as we are kind of advancing towards technical literacy, we are looking at people who can learn, unlearn, and again learn about what's happening in the industry. So how is it that colleges or universities preparing that mindset, which we call the growth mindset, in the students to be able to take on any challenge and not just focus on gaining a specific role, whether it was development or the specific career path? So how can we initiate those conversations around skills? And I think a lot of companies like us are actually opening the avenues for the newer students by providing a lot of certifications in each of those skills that I've talked about.
Sure. Anybody from academia would like to take this question?
Sir, I would like to add a point to...
No, hold on, sir, hold on.
Sir,
Anybody from this part of the
Dr.
country?
Raj Hota, Dean, SOA, Deemed University, Bhubaneswar.
Mr. Nagana, I have few questions which remain unanswered.
Can you be a little loud, please? We can't hear you.
I have few questions which still
No, there is a question asked. You have to answer the question. No question to a question. We'll come back to you. First, give the answer to the question. Did we get the question right?
Which question?
Sir, answer.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Is it, you want to ask?
Anybody?
I was thinking she was asking.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
the industry.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. I am Dr. Surendra, representing NRI Institute of Technology and General Secretary for APTPO Consortium.
No, respond to the question, please.
Yes, sir. And the question what ma'am has asked, because the people entering into the academia with a mindset, and there are many technologies, the students are confused and landing up with some technology, and then end of the day, the dynamic changing in the technology make the student not applicable to once he graduate from this thing. As ma'am has said, the new education policy now insisting us to go with certifications, internship, closely working with the industry. That problem will be solved within a short period of time, ma'am. Because the intention is keep on changing very frequently, so the student is confused with the technology. X company will take one technology, Y company will take one technology. End of the student who has to choose which technology and landing up with nowhere. He has become a master of all the skills, a jack of all skills, a master of none. That's what my opinion.
Okay, Negi sir, you have any expert comments? Advice, suggestion?
I have a point.
Hold on, just, yeah, go ahead, Negi sir.
No, I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
And basically, this is connected with one of the conversation I was having yesterday with our global director of data science. So we as an organization, and by the way, I come from IT organizations just to give you a clarification, and my question is more towards software developers and how this industry is changing. And one thing I wanted to talk to university representative here about that. And I was talking to him, and we were speaking about artificial intelligence and machine learning practices that we wanted to build in our organization. And I asked him that I heard a lot that the ChatGPT or tools like that can possibly remove the requirement of a junior or a fresher software engineers. Is it true? He said yes. And I was on the video call because we work from anywhere permanently.
Yeah.
So I asked him, can you show me? He literally shared his screen, went to the ChatGPT and said, ChatGPT, I would like to build a program on this. Something was built, he asked another question, another thing was built. And I asked him, when you go in future to hire apprentices, because we go outside in university to hire apprentices, what is the change that you're looking for? Because they are the one who's making decisions while hiring technical experts. He said, Govind, one thing is very clear that any university or college who doesn't have this capability in their students that they can go to ChatGPT rather than writing codes by themselves, they can go to ChatGPT and ask the right questions and get this code done.
Sure.
We will not be hiring them for sure because I need that capability to be there.
Sure.
The second thing I asked him was that, do you think that ChatGPT can write the whole software itself? He said, not today.
Sure.
But the way ChatGPT is getting intelligent, one day maybe the whole software can be written by ChatGPT. So my question to the university and college, because that is just yesterday's conversation, is that any university and college that is focusing specifically for software developers, I'm asking the IT graduates, are they focusing on giving them education on such tools, which is artificial intelligence, so that their students know about those tools where they can build softwares faster? So that's my question to the university and college. If there is anybody,
anybody
happy to
can
know.
take the question from Mr. Negi. Anybody can respond from the university? How many are from the university, actually, deemed university? I think, I know, actually, yes, okay. Anybody, or the institution for that matter, anybody can take this question?
Can I respond?
Yeah, hold on, sir. We'll come back to you for the expert comments, yeah. Anybody from the university?
I'll try to tell you a few things, general things on this. Recently, we had a summit on industrial relations. HR has already finished IR, but IR we had a summit in which one CITU leader has come. He was speaking, he said, to increase the productivity of the workforce, we invented tools. Tools increase the productivity. And for the goods and services produced, thus were consumed by these consumers again back. The person consumed it. Now you are replacing entirely the human being with the tool. Then who will be your consumer at that point? One question. Second question, I would love to remember the departed soul, Dr. Ganapati. You all must be knowing, SRM is known for Ganapati, sir.
Yeah.
He said in one of these forums only, you can as a university make a good clay. Making a doll out of the shape and the size that fits for the requirement is the business of the industry bodies and professional societies. A lot of huge amount of money, huge amount of people available in that particular space, they are not working properly. That is the reason why we have this skill gap as such, you call it.
Sir, please, your expert comments, please. Keep it short, and we are running out of time. Yeah, please. Yeah. Get ready for the next question. Anybody has the next question? Please be ready.
Just a thought over here. I think what is happening is today, if you look at it, our students don't have any idea about computational thinking, right? You ask them, for example, I keep on asking a question to all the colleges that I go to, how soon, how quickly can you empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, right? Anyone would like to take a guess over here in this room? People say, no, it cannot be done. None of the students apart from one IIT graduate, right, an IIT Hyderabad graduate told me it'll depend on the size of the bucket. And that is where the difference is coming today. We are not talking about computational thinking. It doesn't matter. Today it might be Python, tomorrow it will be something else. It doesn't really matter. Till your fundamentals are strong, learnability is an easy thing, right? Today, are we producing people? You were talking about, ma'am, developers. We don't have people, colleges, who produce developers. Let's not fool ourselves. We are creating people only for operations and services industry today. If we have to change, we will have to move in a different direction. Today, ChatGPT and everything else is just tools, right? Help our students understand concepts. There's only one building, Hawa Mahal, a building without a foundation. Let's not make our students' buildings without foundations. Give them the foundation so that they can do it. Growth mindsets, higher order thinking skills are some things that we should teach in our colleges and universities. Adaptability, agility, learnability are the skills that industry is requiring. And that's what is important. So I think I'm playing the devil's advocate because I work with 500 plus organizations who advertise their entry-level positions on our portal, as well as I work with 700 plus colleges across Telangana. So that's where I thought, let me bridge the thing that's happening over here.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, sir. Paji, you have a question?
Yep. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, please.
So my name is Dr. Swanpreet Singh. I've done a PhD as well, so know very well the academics as well as the corporate. We're hiring 1,800 MBA grads this year. I represent Niva Bupa Health Insurance. And the question to the academia is, why they only do the transactional thing a year? Why they call the recruiter once or twice a year? Why not it would be a perpetual thing? Secondly, what value addition they are doing to their alumni? Campus or an institution have a power to eliminate consultant. They have that manpower, they have that alums, being connected to them in thousands. For example, I passed out of a university have the alums. If they can, circulate the openings, it would help the recruiters. And we can, institutions have a power to eliminate consultants. So what are they doing? What value addition they're doing to connect with the alums? That's my question.
Sir, I will answer on behalf of the academia. Sir, we have lots of alumni. We have alumni portal. Only 1,000 is registered, 2,000 registered. Every year we do events, sir. But only 200, 300 turn up, and then that's how it is, sir. We will do everything, sir.
Mr. Nagana, I will ask this question.
Please, sir.
Gentleman asked actually.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Somebody is talking.
Yeah. Gentleman asked how many times the academia connecting industry.
Hota, sir.
Yeah, I will ask one question. Academia, industry, mutual beneficial relationship. All of us agree.
Yeah.
Academic people, all of you should agree with me. They connect with the industry. They try to connect with the HR from time to time throughout the year.
Yeah.
But are the industry serious to connect with the academia? Because as far as I know, when the requirement comes,
they have committed actually that they'll go to colleges. They are very serious.
When the requirement comes, as per the needs, because we always say the technical knowledge has to be aligned with the needs of the industry. We have a professor from IIT, NITs, they follow the academic curriculum. Also, industry people join the academia. Why they have joined the academia? The reasons known to them. Okay, because of their hectic schedule or because of interest in academia, they have joined. But after joining the academia, are they serious to motivate the students, the current trends in industry? Okay, this is very genuinely asked question.
Sure.
But main thing is that the way academia connect with the industry, my feeling is that industry also should connect with academia from time to time. Because once the connection will be there from their end, I don't think any academia will hesitate to.
Hota sahab, with due respect, tali dono haath se bajti hai.
I would like to add to what he has mentioned.
Hold on, our gentleman here actually. Sir, you can stand up after madam. Please go ahead, ma'am. Sir, hold on. Madam will speak and after that you speak. Yeah.
Yeah, so to answer what he just referred, right, it is important to engage the corporate leaders, HRs and recruiters effectively.
Sure.
Right? And do a meaningful engagement. This is very, very critical, while having interaction with industry leaders. Otherwise, there's no interest a corporate would have or a company would have, in having a conversation with the campuses. So meaningful engagement is very, very critical for academia or colleges and campuses to ensure that, we are working together to achieve, our goals.
Yeah, I agree. Rise above your immediate requirements, look at a big picture and then connect better. Sir, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. P. Nanda from VSSUT, Odisha. This is the first technical institute established in 1956. Actually, I want to share my experience regarding the requirement of the company, which is very flexible. Now, basically, we have to understand the structure of the university system and how it works. Of course, it is a lot of inertia, but we are slowly changing. But suppose, from my experience, for this year, only we have facing an issue that some companies are coming, okay, we need this technology. Until the last year, actually, when we ask, sir, what specifically you need, they don't worry, what they know. They don't know, we'll just test their analytical ability. I think this is a suggestion and a similar question to the recruiters particularly. Suppose you need a particular technology, you test it on the analysis and give us 3 months time, we need these certifications. If out of 50, some students can do it at the first come first. Let's say you need 30, first come first 30, who finishes, we'll take it. We give you guarantee all these certifications will definitely happen. But since the number of certifications is very large and students have their one choice, we have choices of around 8 to 10 technologies, starting from automations to AWS, lot of things. But once there is a guarantee that, okay, this recruiter comes, if you do this, there's a possibility of recruiter. Don't say that you'll recruit us. Then obviously it will happen. It has to, this dialogue has to open for both these sides. That's my suggestion. Cannot we do it? You just give us 6 months. We have a 6-month internship.
Anybody from industry would like to answer? Anybody from the industry? Yes, ma'am, please. I think you raised your hand. Please go ahead. Quickly, keep your answer short because we're running out of time. We have many more events lined up. Probably we'll take one last question. We'll take one last question. No, we can't hear you. You're from the industry or academia?
I'm from industry. I'm Rashmi Sinha. I'm
Sure,
the
ma'am.
HR director with FARI.
Sure.
Just to answer the question, we're talking of two things right now. One is skill enhancement, groomings, our new fresh blood to be industry fit. And second is placement. We should uncouple them when we look at it. When we talk about corporate connect with the academia, we should not couple it with a certainty that you will come, we'll give you an opportunity to speak, but you should give us a placement number also. The moment we uncouple both, it will be advantageous for both the parties. Second, to answer question, any company, if it is a startup or a well-established service-based organization, they will hire the best resource. They will not take a risk of, hiring an upcoming or a grooming person. So there is going to be a competition.
Sure.
But to compete that competition, to make them prepared to be hired, is where you need an industry come.
Okay.
So we need to just decouple both of them and then look at it that when we are having a corporate connect, are we looking at grooming the students or are we looking at a future intent of getting more people placed in that organization?
Okay. Ma'am, you have any other points to what she said?
Sir,
just hold on, sir. She has been raising her hands. Just 1 second, I'll come back to you last. Hold on.
I
Yes.
wanted to add one point. I think from academia standpoint, they need to change their pitch when we are actually, connecting with the corporates or, this, industry. Reason being, because all the curriculums is the same from all the colleges, but how are you differentiating your talent for the corporates? That is something which you should act on because, the corporates right now, they need people who are ready to work from day one. So how we are actually differentiating? Are you, because there are students who do a lot of certification, but are you combining it and then presenting to the corporate? Because that's how it will act as a differentiator for you.
So, lovely. Last gentleman there. Yes, please. Quickly. Yes, sir. Keep it short. Keep your answer short. Yeah.
Okay, just one last point that someone asked about the flexibility. So never hesitate if demand is flexible because flexibility comes with the ability of multitasking. And you need to prepare your kids to be a multitasker because market is very competitive. And if a person is constrained himself or herself with one particular skill, survival in the industry is going to be very, very difficult. So you always need to be aggressive in terms of providing multiple trainings. Even corporates are very much ready in providing what they require. companies like us, IBM, Accenture. So reach out to right people at right time with the right approach and things will definitely work out for you. Thank you.
Lovely. Are you all geared up, interested to continue more? Another 10 minutes? Yeah?
One last question, please.
No, hold on. No, we're not stopping. Actually, we'll continue more. I invite my colleagues to please come and continue the facilitation. The CEO of GoCloud, Manav, please can you come on stage and help me? But one word I want to leave with before I leave the stage because I have a flight to catch. It is about survival of the fittest, the fastest, and the best. Fittest, fastest, and the best. That's the need of the hour today. And what industry will look for is, we will not look for any great skills. We hire for attitude, we train for skill, and we develop for leadership. The question is, do we have the learnability in the minds of the people? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you Delhi for hosting us. Great having all of you. Continue the discussion. God bless. Good luck. Thank you.
So thank you. So we'll take it from here. Hope you have a safe flight back home, Nagana. Right. So who has the next question? Yes, sir.
Hi.
Sir,
My name is...
Hi.
Sir, before we take this question, I have a point and maybe actually that will trigger more points around this. So we spoke about, the lady spoke about, expectations of corporates and then the expectations of academia. So while these the engagements happen, campus corporate engagement happen, and we all are witness that it has been there. I mean, I've been doing campus recruitments for almost like 20 years now. And we have been talking about the same thing that, we need to connect. When we connect, we actually end up saying that, okay, fine, you know what, these all things we expect. And Shubham rightly pointed out, if you have, the choices, the world is really competitive and people have to have a lot of skills that they have. Unfortunately, from a corporate point of view, when I go for campus interviews, apart from every other thing the candidate has, the students have, if I am looking out somebody good in Java development, I actually end up assessing the student only on Java development experience, as in expertise. And the rest of the skills I keep aside. So my request to the corporates is more around that, okay, fine, you know what? While the whole year I have been preaching to the students or the academia that, you need to look at overall development of the students. But end of it, when I go for hiring, I actually look at only one skill, which is not so right on my part from a corporate angle.
Yeah. And again, to add to it, right, Manav, skill is something which can be taught. See, there are both sides to it, right? When do we go to a college? We go to a college when the product is almost finished to take it up. Why is there no early intervention while some companies have started doing it? Why don't you say probably go and talk during their freshman induction or probably one stage below? And same to universities, right? When you get in students, in our context, in our culture, right? Probably this is an answer to the first question as well. Why do most of the students today also become engineers? Yes, by choice. Students have more information than what we corporates have about where they would want to land and what they would want to do. They are very choosy, right? But talking to them about the avenues, what they can take up, even before they hit their undergraduation is very important. Probably take one step below, right? Go to higher primary, higher secondary, talk to students as to where they can shape up their careers. And in our country, our culture is more influential. My uncle's son is a software engineer in the US, so I want my son to be a software engineer, go to the US. We don't talk about anything else. And if you go and talk to freshmen in engineering colleges today, probably about 60–70% of them would be engineers because of peer pressure. Right? Either their fellow classmates would be engineers, their parents would have pushed them to be engineers, or something on those lines. So, one, setting some entry criteria for engineers for aspirant engineers to becoming engineers, and two, from the industry intervention there, if they have got in, how do they make it? Is also required, right? So with that, say probably the next question.
Hi,
I represent Tata Group of companies. I am also part of Corporate and Campus Connect since last 10 years. I just want to throw one light on a question if it is relevant for all. We have internships for students, right? What I feel it is much more important to have internships for professors so that they can visit the campus corporates, they can visit the corporates and understand the skill set required, because what skill set I require in my team today, it is not necessary it is required tomorrow, and it is changing. Secondly, my ask would be, when you are designing the curriculum, is it reviewed every year? I don't think so. It's hardly once in 5 years, once in a decade, and still we are doing the same things. So are the subject matter experts are onboarded when the review is happening? So these two things which I feel are the areas to address, and where Sir said the foundation to ensure that we have a right skill set available for the market.
Yeah, anybody from the academia?
Yes.
From industry, and the common link between industry and academia is learning and development team. I don't see any dotted connection between learning and development and academia. I have not seen many of the academia team joining learning and development team, and vice versa. If these two dots are connected properly, and in a long term, the skill gap, the competency gap, all those things will be automatically corrected. So this is where I think we both have to collaborate, work together to achieve desired output.
Yeah, and I think again from the academia, I would want to answer it a bit.
Can I-
The expectation from industry most of the time is you come and ask, why can't we go and give? Valid point, right? So I also work for a corporate. I work for Thrive Digital, but when this comes up there, I talk as to why should the colleges come and talk to you? Why should you not go and tell them, boss, this is what we need to do? See, every company hires people from 1 or 2 colleges, or there is some fresh intake. As a part of your talent strategy, probably to a minimum 15% comes fresh. So at least induct in there. You take one step, say probably the academia may take 2, right? And again, the skill coffee toffee talk will continue to happen probably as long as I'm in the industry and beyond. But yeah, anybody from the academia to answer that? Yes, sir.
Sir,
Shastri,
I
sir.
have a point to add here. I'm from Microsoft India.
Okay.
I work for the R&D team of Microsoft, and I'm one of the developers from OpenAI as well, the ChatGPT, as you all know. So just wanted to update all of you here from the academia as well as from the industry, at least from the product industry side, as far as I know, because we have been taught to become an interviewer. I also need to give interviews, a lot of interviews at the back end to become an interviewer. And the entire goal of me to hire any graduate or any lateral hire in my organization, at least in the Microsoft Google, so we have a goal to make them success. So we suppose, as you mentioned, like Java, it's not Java, sir. It's all computational analysis, analytical skill of an individual. These days, something called prompt engineering. I don't know how many of you are aware that prompt engineering is very important, and that comes from if somebody has a computational and that analytical mind. Right. So those are the things which are very important from the industry per se. And of course, we do a lot of calculations to generate more resource to reach out to the academia and hire more people. So that's how we look at it. But yeah, over to academia. Yep.
Yeah, can we answer regarding the internships and things like that, all right? Internships, board of studies, when we are revamping the curriculum and all. In India, as we speak today, there are 100, in each state, there are many autonomous colleges, universities, state universities and deemed universities. All of us have board of studies, and there are industry partners who are participating there and who are changing the curriculum. Though they say that once in 5 years only you can change, but the curriculum has its flexibility, the 6th, 7th, 8th semester. There are professional electives, open electives, and electives per se. There are 3 types of buckets that are available. which industry subjects are related subjects, industry recommended subjects are added as electives. So it is there across all the universities now. It is not a question that that we are not able to do those things. There are many companies who come forward, give us their curriculum. They come, we train on them. Then they come and recruit as a first right of refusal. There are hundreds of universities and autonomous colleges who are doing that. And there are major, minor, to avoid this, every year changes requirement, as he said, just in time floating the courses. We have this major, minor and electives that is possible, and it is happening in this country. Thanks to the professional bodies like AICTE and all who allowed this to happen. One more problem which we critically face now is, the problem I am facing today, I'll tell you. I have a course on blockchain, BTech in CSE with a specialization blockchain. We went for asking for FDP with companies like TCS, Wipro, Infosys, Cognizant, all the big five. They thought about it for a month. They couldn't find people who can come and teach that. But we are rolling it out as a subject to the student. That is the fate of it. In many cases, we have courses like AI and ML. We don't have professors there, and we don't have even the industry geared up to give an FDP or intervene at a level where it should be given as a curriculum to the student. So there are challenges there. Regarding the faculty immersion programs which you are talking about, this country, I am the placement officer from 2000 year, we have seen ups and downs, and we have seen whenever industry is in upcar, everybody will come to us, talk about industry interventions and things like that. When there is a downtrend, the phone silence. There is no reply to whatever we ask for. I have not carried out any initiative that is consistently available from last 20 years. Sir, Srivacha sir, you should support me on this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
I have been reaching out.
Yes, you have been reaching out from different companies with different skill sets, not one skill set, right? So it is, the consistency problem is always there, and I think my colleague Hota has raised this point. When HR wants us, they find us in the midnight also somewhere, but when we want them for some question, they are not available. And Hota is smiling at the backdrop, I think.
It's all need-based, right?
It's all need-based. It's been happening, and still we are able to do quite a good number of recruitments and placements. Faculty immersions, the biggest problem is non-disclosures, the site requirements, the biggest thing is IT. Many of you are working on projects of clients, specifications of clients. Many times the area is so much sanitized that the faculties are not allowed there. Again, they go and work with dummy specific, but there are many companies which have come up. Like Mission 10X is a big example where the industry has come up to the institutions, build up the capability of teaching and learning. There are many use cases that are being shared to us nowadays. Thanks to the industry, it has matured a bit and they have been doing it. And 3 days ago, I was in Srivacha sir's support. I was talking to his CEO for a joint project which we are trying to float on a Government of India proposal it is. We are, for our industry consortium, it was required as a part of the proposal. I was talking to his COE. So all these things are possible, CEO. All these things are possible, and faculty immersion programs are possible. We have been doing it, and if we should note down his contact details, and we should also ask him for the faculty immersion. We're really thankful to you for raising that point. If you can accommodate our faculties for a month, 2 months, 3 months, we are more than happy to send them. If the volume of teachers in this country, please calculate, it's very high. And the volume of people who can just come and impress you in 2 months and come back to us is also is a big question mark. Because we have recruited left, right, center based on the faculty-student ratio. It may not conform to the requirements of a teacher. This is an open statement, and this is also happening in this country. Thank you so much.
Just one comment over here, talking about faculty internship. I think today technology gives you the leverage that you don't have to immerse into the industry for 2-3 months, right? What you need to understand is what are real industry problems, how do you solve them, right? Which is most important today because you're only teaching theory in the classes. So what we have got is, and people can Google it, there's this project Drona that we are running in Telangana along with HICIA, which is the equivalent of NASCOM, which is the software trade body, and Infosys Springboard. So on 3 topics, we are giving them internship, real life problems they solve, and of course, then they go into the industry. Earlier, there was a mirroring that was happening or you're shadowing it, but now you're actually solving those problems in large companies and mid-sized companies. Coming to your question about blockchain, please don't go after the big companies. Go to companies who want to hire people from you, who have got fire in their belly. And for example, when we wanted to train our people on blockchain, we went to a company called Nagaro, right, which is headquartered here in Gurgaon and has got offices all across. And they did a FDP for us, for our faculty members. So look at people, don't go after the name. In fact, that's what I'm telling the academia always, that please don't go after name. When the first interaction that happens with corporates is, can you come and do a campus for us, right? That's where the conversations start. And that's also where the conversations end, right? So ask them what can they provide you more than just placements, and that's where FDP is a very good idea. Internship is a brilliant thing that we have to do, because our faculty members have come straight after doing the BTech, MTech, started teaching, right? Be it mechanical, civil, whatever. And that's where it's important.
Right.
Excellent point, sir.
Thank you. So that was some good time spent, some good learning. So probably some commitments from the industry and some commitments from the academia needed there. See, there is always a need for finished raw material, right? And we need to give something to it to come out in a proper shape and size. No two organizations need are the same. The foundations have to be very similar. And for that, the industry has to contribute and the academia has to stand up and receive it and lay it up for the industry. With that, we have taken notes of all the points. Thanks for joining in. Abhishek? Around?
I would like to ask a last question, please.
Oh yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is Dr. Piyush Naik. I represent Analect India and Omnicom Media Group. So we have a target to recruit 300 freshers for the coming year in 2024. In 2025, we have the same target to go with. I have been exploring the universities to recruit in a different initiative in terms of the partnerships. But honestly speaking, I don't see any that craze coming up from the university. I've been to 2 to 3 universities in the month of December, but that fire is missed out. Like, I do not know. They just want to keep it in a mode. You come, you recruit, and then you go. I'm looking for a long-term partnerships where in the coming 2025, we can have a just-in-time kind of hiring. So I wanted to know your point of view in case if you guys will be able to help us out into this sort.
Oh yeah, I think, Shastri sir, I'll take that. I think there are pretty very big institutions. Probably you may have reached out to one set of it, but there are some interested sharks in here who are sitting who will definitely catch you immediately after this to take it up from there.
I am looking for a kind of ecosystem.
Sir, you raised in a proper platform. We are there, sir. Your answer is done.
So you would definitely get it out of this crowd, and there are quite a number of enablers also. So we'd make that happen. Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here. Can I have a round of applause for both the gentlemen, please? Shivatsa sir, Manav sir. Come here. Just give them a round of applause, please, for taking the session forward. And I think it was a very intense session, wasn't it? Yes or no? So give yourselves a round of applause also if you're taking back something valuable from it. Come on. Thank you, gentlemen. आप दोनों को हमारी तरफ से मिलता है all expense paid trip to Malaysia when Chinmay gives me his credit card. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our leadership awards, and for this I would like to call upon Talis Rizvi sir. He's just got his coffee. He's the Director for Special Projects and Communities at BW Business World and BW CFO World. And along with that, I would like to call upon the Chief Executive Officer at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. They are our skilling partner. Can I have a big and thunderous round of applause as Mr. Shrikant Sinha joins us on stage.
So this leadership award is basically on to all the industry stalwarts based on the profile submissions, where our knowledge partner T-Hub, skilling partner Task, we have BW People and My Anatomy and other partners. So based on your commitment,
your contributions towards employment, enabling employment and employability, supporting the employability parameters, and based on your experience and other various parameters which has been decided. So I would like Abhishek to take it from here, please.
Thank you, and that's Chinmay sir, who never gives me his credit card for all the awards that I want to. Where's the lady with the 5? Where's the lady? Ma'am, you're here, no? I don't know about the rest, but her head has been like a radar on me, like locked. Like the Ukrainians wanted to study her. Can we use her somewhere to lock onto missile technology? Ladies and gentlemen, I have my 2 dignitaries on stage, and let's quickly begin with Dr. Piyush Nayak. And I'll be calling out the names really quick, and we'll keep this as a quick, short session. And I love that the applause was going on. Anybody who's the most enthusiastic personality wins 500 rupees. This is my money, her money disappeared. Those of you who are into HR, this is called a running gag. You can use it during training programs. Make it yours. Take someone's watch. Tell them time अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है, रख लो. Done. And that is Dr. Piyush Nayak, followed by Lavin Sharma. Please keep your smiles ready. I love the applause. Here we go. Come on, everybody in the house. This is the evening that we've been waiting for. We've been here the whole day. It's time to let go, let loose, and Lavin Sharma next. Followed by, I love that energy. We have Lavin Sharma on stage, followed by Umang Jolly. Followed by Anshu Uppal. Thank you, Jolly ji. And ladies and gentlemen, sadly, but in front of everybody, ma'am, thank you for letting me carry on with the humor. Yeah, thank you. Give it a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Sneha Sharma. Followed by Sanchit Malhotra. I have another 500 though. This is from my last event. They didn't take it back. So I can give this away. I was in Amsterdam and we did this. I was thinking 50 euros aa jata to acha tha. After Sanchit Malhotra, it is Zishan Malik. Zishan. That's Sanchit Malhotra on stage, followed by Zishan Malik. And my sound guy has just woken up. It looks like someone gave him a Red Bull right now. Zishan Malik is on stage next, followed by Kunal Ahuja. Ahuja ji. Followed by Emmy Anita Gilbert. That's Kunal Ahuja on stage. So I can call out names. The next name is Gaurav Soni. So we have Emmy Anita Gilbert in the fold, followed by Gaurav Soni ji. Stay, sir. Stay up. Followed by Rishika Varma Vora. Congratulations. That is Gaurav Soni on stage, followed by Rishika Varma Vora. And the next name is Gunjan Mishra. I love the beats. I just wish my ears would be listening to some of the applause that goes. You know that when you clap, you have acupressure points on your hand, which does well for your system also. So when you applaud for someone else, you're doing something good for yourself too. I love the lady in black. Lovely energy all through the day, you know. Kaun-si chakki ka aata? 500, it's all yours, ma'am. You can have it. I'll keep it here. Gunjan Mishra. Rashmi Sinha. Ravjot Singh. That's Rashmi Sinha on stage. Congratulations, good to see smiling faces. Ravjot comes in like a proper gentleman. Yeah, I love that. I love the applause. Please have big smiles. A round of applause for my dignitaries who are going to have a smile for a long time. Next is Aruna Bhalla, followed by Pratibha Tiwari. Right now on stage is Aruna Bhalla, followed by Pratibha Tiwari. Is Pratibha Tiwari ji here? Please raise your hand. Followed by, that's Pratibha Tiwari, followed by Raman Pandey, not related to Chulbul Pandey. Welcome, Raman sir. Are you related to Chulbul Pandey by any chance? Sort of. We love that character, didn't we? followed by Hemant Kumar. As Hemant Kumar walks up, the next gentleman is Sagir Ahmed. Sir, are you here? Oh, yes, he's here. Sagir, hold on. Sagir, you're next. Hemant Kumar, and then it was Sagir Ahmed. Hold on, hold on. Followed by Manash Kumar Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya, are you here? He's there. Ki khabar, bhalo? Followed by Madhu Verma. That's Mr. Bhattacharya on stage. Followed by Madhu Verma. Please raise your hand. Welcome, Madhuji. So we have Madhu Verma on stage, followed by, I'll ask Sachin. Sachin Kumar Sharma, can we have you on stage, please? And that's Sachin on stage, followed by Isha Sanan. She's there. She's coming there. That's Isha to join us on stage, followed by Sanjeev Tripathi. Can I have Sanjeev Tripathi ji raise his hand? He's here. Sanjeev Tripathi on stage, and followed by Shubham Tripathi. So we have, are you here, sir? Please raise your hand if you are. Oh, there he is. Divya Nanda. Divya Nanda from Coforge. Harsh Raj Jain. Mr. Jain is on stage, I believe, and followed by Deeksha from Business Next. As Deeksha comes up on stage, it's Mr. Rajat Mittal. Pleasure. Stay back. We have like 5 more minutes of your time. If you're the winners, just stay back. Do not leave. I have to make a few important announcements. Rajat Mittal. Are you here, sir? Rajat, sir? Final call, paging for Mr. Rajat Mittal. Are you here, sir? Mantesh CN says that. Mantesh CN. Govind Singh Negi. A round of applause coming in from the whole team. It's Govind Singh Negi. Followed by Swaranpreet Singh. And we have the last name after Mr. Singh. It is Sandhya Rana. The last name is Sandhya Rana. I have some important announcements to make after this, ladies and gentlemen. Sandhya ma'am made it. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Oh, wait. Sir, gentlemen, both of the dignitaries, please. Sinha, sir, I'll request you stay back, please. Hold on. We have another award which has to be handed over, and I'll request both our dignitaries to just give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we have instituted a DigiDhruv Award, and this goes to the CEO and co-founder at GoCloud, Manav Prasad sir. Join us on stage, please. And he's been such a tremendous help. Thank you for joining us on stage. Manav sir, it's a pleasure working with you. You're always smiling. Even if you're sick, you are always there with us. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Very instrumental in getting us to where we are today, ladies and gentlemen. And another one is Mr. Venkata Shastri from SRM University. Can we have sir on stage? Thank you, sir. All the winners have to stay back for a group picture. Stay back. Thank you, gentlemen. We are done now with the official proceedings. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Sinha and Mr. Rizvi? Thank you, both of you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, I have some important announcements to make. And that is, all the winners are requested to stay back for a group picture. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just give me a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we had instituted a special jury awards this year for startups. And I would like to call the gentleman who was behind organizing and was also the one interacting with the jury. These were jury instituted awards. So I would like to call upon the founder and CEO at Lifecycle and Ontropy. Can I have a round of applause for Deenanath Harapanahalli, sir, on stage, please? Let's give him a round of applause as he joins us. Welcome, sir. Please share or enlighten us with these 5 awards that were instituted and what was the jury process. And I believe you're calling out the names. You'll be declaring the winners. So the dice is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So this started about 2-3 months ago. Chinmay wanted to take this particular series of India Tech Talent League all over the country, and everywhere he wanted our help to get the startups identified, put in front of the right investors as such. So the conversation started, I believe, during the Hyderabad round. Chinmay, I think that was in November. So we said we will get this to the concluding event of his India Tech Talent League, which is happening in Delhi, and we started the process. So the idea is this. I think India actually is at a turning point. And I think no matter where we look, there is a huge need for a talent of a different kind. And a lot of things need to fall in place for the businesses to find the right talent, for people to find their dream careers, for the entire process to happen efficiently, effectively, and in a manner that actually brings that manpower, the horsepower into running various sectors. I think for the last 2-3 decades, we have been overly focused on IT, especially the software services, and I think that kind of a transformational effort in the talent space needs to happen across the board. So we actually went out and sought applications from hundreds of startups, the startups who are trying to hire into various sectors, bringing different technologies into the process, training, skilling and development, applying new, all this AI technologies into the, human capital aspects. So net, we're very pleased with the process. So we had, as I said, hundreds of applicants, and we went through a very systematic process of getting to a short list of about, a dozen, and then getting to ultimately, the top 5 awards. So what we're going to do now is to have the top 5 emerging out of that process announced in this. And before I do that, I would like to, bring all my, partners in crime onto the stage, the guys who actually helped us get to this. So starting with you, Pawan Rajkumar from Venture Garage, please come onto the stage. And together we are going to give away these awards to the startups. And then, let me see, I think Shashank of Fard Network should be here. If anybody say, please come on to the right. Saurabh Agarwal from Angel Bay, please come over. Siddharth Shukla from GMR Group, and Vishal Gandhi from BioRx. Okay. So these gentlemen actually finally got us that independent judgment of who are those startups. We are actually doing some groundbreaking work. In fact, I do encourage all of you to take a very close look at the startup that is receiving the award, and we'll also be publishing, various other startups who actually, pretty much came to the final round, and they're equally good. So we are not just leaving this at the award, we're actually taking them through the investment process. So I'm sure many of these startups will actually go ahead and get the funding they need to break through into that next stage and actually bring that change that we want in the Indian human capital space, right? So we have a mic here that I can pass on to the...
Yes, sir. You can have this from me.
So guys, one quick request from my side, anything that you have as a message, a couple of lines for these guys, because as you, all of you, I think, see, all these guys are doing fantastic work, because at the end of the day, I like the guys who put their money where where their mouth is, right? So it's a tremendous change maker. So I want to give them that opportunity, and before that, I want to thank them for doing all of this. But if you can just quickly tell what your message is to the startup world.
Hey, hi. So this is Shashank this side. I'm representing Fard Network. We are an early stage Cat 1 VC fund. So first of all, thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity, right? And it's always exciting to be a part of such events, because the kind of enthusiasm that you get to see in India, I don't think that that's possible across anywhere else. The kind of startups that have been pitched today, it's super exciting to see all the challenges that they have taken upon to solve the different kind of problems. And they've able to successfully cracked it. But with the enthusiasm that they've been building, with or without funding also, I think they are already on the right path, but we would also like to act as a right set of participants for them to maybe expedite this growth and be the partners for them to reach to the right set of scales. So that's, I think, our 2 cents on this. I'll be probably going to pass the mic.
Thank you.
Pawan here. I'm actually leading the angel network at Venture Garage. I have been an angel investor for almost 10 years, and I became an angel investor because I like to work with founders, spend time with them, see the new things they're doing, new problems they're solving with new solutions, etc. And I think I had a great time today listening to all of you guys, seeing what new stuff you're doing with new thought processes. Yeah, of course, some of you are ahead in your stage, and we would like to invest in you as well. But thanks, I had a great experience and look forward to working with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, this is Saurabh Agrawal. I run an angel network called Angel Bay. And this has been a good experience in terms of meeting the startups today. I think the selection was done pretty well. Most of the startups, we really like the way you presented the solutions professionally. Plus, I think you guys are really solving a real problem versus just a deemed problem, which is good. So really loved being a part of the room today. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Siddharth from the GMR Group. And so having seen GMR Group grow from scratch to the position where it is today, I think 2 fundamental things that go into making any business a good progressive business is to persevere and make improvement and learning a continuous ongoing process. So I wish all the best to all the startups which participated today for their onwards journey, and I hope all of you do very well going forward. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Vishal, represent BioRx Venture Advisors and also an Indian healthcare angel. So for me, I think it was a great exposure to learn about the nuances of HR tech. And I think I want to thank Deena for giving this opportunity to me, because this is perhaps the first time I'm actually getting to see 10 startups in HR tech. And I think all of you are trying to solve a very real problem. Don't worry if you get selected or you don't get selected here, but I think the impact that you're trying to create, what I could visualize, is really great, and we'll definitely like to contribute to the success of your startup from now onwards. So please be in touch with us, and we'll certainly like to see how we could create a better impact together. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And thanks ISF for having us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. And as we start giving the awards now, I would like, the guy who actually pushed me to do this, Chinmay, where are you? So if you can just please get Chinmay onto the stage, that would be very helpful. If you can take the mic here, please. If you can get Chinmay onto the stage, we're just about to start the award ceremony. I'll go ahead and announce, and I want you guys to come one by one. We actually decided on the top 3, and then some of you guys walked around and said, why don't we make it top 5? So I have absolutely no problem. I would do all top 10 or 12 who presented today. So I will announce the top 5 in order. Please come, get your award, and I think guys, you have the hand of here or it's here? Yeah. No, not the mic. I think what they're getting as a memento. I'm sure you all would like to get the check, but that'll take a few days. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. If you can give me a minute. Yes. Yeah, they're here? Okay, they're here. Okay, please, if somebody can hand them off. Okay, here are the top 5 startups. First, in fact, I think you should start from the 5 and upward, right? So let's build this up. I should learn from all these guys who do this for a living, right? So let's build this up. Okay. So at number 5, okay, Debarya Datta, appraised. Where is he? Debarya is here or? Okay. So he probably went missing just at the right time. Okay. So we'll get to the next one. Number 4, Himanshu Kumar, Credo Hire. Please come on. Please join here. And number 3, Saurabh Manglurkar of Beep. Please come over. Yeah. Fine. Either one. This will be fine. Whatever they're doing, this is fine. Yeah. All right. You can stay here, Himanshu. We'll do a group photo just after this. Next is Saurabh Manglurkar. If Debara has come back, please let me know. All right. Number 2 is Ashish Khare, mentor card. Is he here? Okay, come on, Ashish. Well done. And guys, now the number 1, right? Oh, not done, sorry. We'll wait. Yeah, we still wait. Number 2, Ashish Khare. Please come on, stay here. Yeah. After this, yeah. All right, Ashish, you can stand on that side just to balance out the thing. You guys can join here. Okay, now for the top prize. So guys, this one made it all the way to the top, so very special. Enjoy the moment. Ronak Agarwal, Skillo Villa. You're the number 1. Well done. So is Chinmay here already or not yet?
Chinmay sir is firefighting, I think.
Okay, all right, no problem. So all the winners, congratulations, very, very well done. And
Can we have a picture?
Yeah.
So individual and then we'll have a group pic, please.
Yes. So all winners, congratulations.
Yes,
I will
so
join
please stay back for a group picture.
Yeah.
And just as a one step forward, please, a little bit back, and you will be touching the LEDs. So, and this is Gabbar Singh here.
Yes, yes, joining. And guys, I just want to say something to the winning startups. Don't forget to ask for the check before you guys go off the stage.
A round of applause for the jury, please, first of all, for being generous enough with their time. And congratulations to all the winners. Hold on. One more picture with smiles. This looked like a very bad wedding reception. A big smile. Can I have thumbs up from the jury? Yeah, sir, can I have a thumbs up from you, sir? A thumbs up. And the winners put a V so that we know you're the victors in the picture. See, PPT is easy. Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners and the people who have stayed back. Okay, if you're here with me, can I have a round of applause? First of all, for MyStartuptv, I should have done this a little earlier. They are there. They are a YouTube channel that's dedicated to promoting the startup ecosystem and culture. Now they're on OTT. Okay. So they are also having their app, I believe, and they're on the app. You can get in touch with them. This is what's left. Okay, I'll be having Debajyoti taking over this segment now. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, stay back for 5 minutes with us. And I believe these are the awards that are to be handed out. First of all, before that, can I have a round of applause for MyStartuptv, please? Thank you for covering the event. And also a big round of applause for my production team, camera team, the photographer team. Give them a round of applause. A generous round, even if you're 5 people in the room, doesn't matter. Give them a round of applause. But we have these awards to go, please. We'd like to thank a few of our partners also.
So I would now request the CEO of GoCloud to receive the award, that is Tech Pioneer Excellence Award for Innovation in IT Services. Manav sir, can you please come onto the stage, sir? Sir, yes, sir, please, sir. So now the next award is for our amazing MC and an incredible. All are done. Then done, no? Yes. छोड़ दो. बस event team को देना ना. You deserve it. We have it. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our teams. I'd like to call upon our gifting partner, Mr. Chetan Das. Thank you for being our gifting partner. And we'd also like to thank our event management partner, that is so I think we can as well call it a day for the day. Only my event team is left. Check नहीं आया तो कुछ तो दे दो. Production वाला बोल रहा है बंद करा लो जल्दी. Genset नहीं है. Ladies and gentlemen, for being our event management partners for 4 cities, for giving us a very smooth experience, everything delivered on time, sharing insights, and at the same time, their whole team has been dedicated enough to be with us for all the 4 cities. We would like to first of all call upon Akhilesh sir on stage. He is from ITTL and My Anatomy. Give him a round of applause as he's here to hand over the Indian Tech Talent League. Is happy to acknowledge Fergus Fiesta Entertainments and Master Key Solutions as the best pan-India event management partner / companies. Can I have the team on stage, please? Guys, all of you on stage. This is for you. Whole team stand together here. And 1 second, give me this. Take a good picture. And Debojit, Akhilesh, both have worked so hard. The whole team back end, thank you so much. Mere sound team, thank you so much. Camera team, photography team, thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. These are our silent warriors. ये हमारे silent warriors हैं. Yes, please, Chinmay sir, join on stage for a picture.
I know there is not many people here, but these guys, Sai and Shubham and his friend, what they have done is, cannot be expressed in words. Every event I have done has been wonderfully organized by these 2 people, except Pune, because it was my mistake not to take them. So I, sincerely apologize, but you both have done tremendous job. साई को देख के नहीं लगा कि इतना बड़ा इवेंट कर पाएगा, but टी हब में खुद से अकेले दोनों मिलके इन्होंने इवेंट किया. So I wanted to express my sincere thanks. Sir, Sikand sir, any time task work, planning to organize any event, I would humbly recommend these 2 people who have done wonderful job all of my events. Even tea hub they have only done, sir. You have seen the event at tea hub. You have seen at our Bangalore event, and today you are seeing. They have done this, So they are the dynamites in small packets.
Chinmay sir, a picture please. Sir, a picture with them. Ladies and gentlemen, kuch aur silent warriors. Meri production team, thank you so much. Sound and lights, thank you once again. Stage setup जिन्होंने किया. Devojit, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Go and take a pic. Please smile, gentlemen. Check नहीं है इसका मतलब नहीं है smile नहीं आ रही. These are all event industry jokes, internal jokes from the industry. Thank you. And with this, for all the people here with us, thank you so much. We are coming to an end to today's program. Thank you so much to all the sponsors. Thank you so much. And with this, we'll take your leave. Thank you so much. Bye-bye and have a good day ahead.
See, no. Hey, sir, I want to join.
you.